Okay. What did I say? Huh? What did I say? Yeah, I'm investigating the time ever. So it's fine. Well, there's a recall. Your hotspot pilot prevented full classified information. You were given a negotiable spot. Insurance. Sure want to pick that up. This will be first of all class. You should be careful. There's something else. Give me something to hold on to. Things are starting to fall apart. Is this your position? We do have a conversation. Run throwing losers, folks. Not all of them, some of them. Yeah. Crazy. Nice bosses. Oh. You ever feel like that? Like, like that, I'll have to be doing watching that. It's probably a good habit. Something you just gotta throw your hand there, you go, just walk it. Oh, yeah. It's gonna throw them in the air, throw them down. 100%. Okay. All right, we'll look at this shit. No. Oh, yeah, yeah,
Who is it? So you answered first? Let me guess, you forgot where you live. Where are you? You making it?
Oh, sorry. I just put that there so I wouldn't forget it before I realized you had a guess. Is table done?
Not really. Yes, but no.
It's new to me.
Well, the original's underneath. I just put a bigger piece of glass on top because.
Oh my god, we're really live stream.
Yes, we are.
No big.
Okay, yeah, we are. We're live.
Right now?
Come in, Clifford. Hello, darling.
Hello.
Oh, you rearranged.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. You haven't been here since.
Hi, how are you?
Christian.
Good. Nice to meet you. Okay. Stairs. Seriously? Everywhere. Fucking stairs. How are you?
You wanted to transfer here.
I know, damn it.
So shut the fuck up. All right. Bienvenue. Make yourself at home.
I need to get out of this fucking sleep.
Where's your hub, man?
Now well, it was DC, now it's New York.
Oh wow.
I just transferred it.
Oh nice.
So,
Wait, do you do like the commute thing?
I do the commute thing.
Like, so
Yeah,
do you
that's
actually
it,
live out of DC? And
I
you live?
live right south of Philly.
Oh, okay. So how do you commute then? Do you actually hop a flight to New York?
Off the flights. Yeah, that's what I just did.
It's crazy. It's crazy stuff.
Some people drive to work. Get on a fucking propeller plane.
Really?
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
not a big fan of that. I fly big planes. Jets, not propellers.
How many seats are on the propeller
It was
plane?
like 40. I know.
Was it like turboprop or like, or not even? Was it
It was
just like?
a propeller on either side.
Did you expect to see like animals in crates like lining the seats?
Well, it wasn't a far cry from what I did see. So,
Okay.
right. Huh?
I had questions. Sorry. Is this sourdough?
Pretzel.
Pretzel.
Handmade.
Oh, wow, I like it.
Everything is homemade. Nothing is store bought.
Wait, you made this?
The exception of hummus. Yeah, I make it all the time.
You made bread?
I made bread, I made pizza, I made chicken.
You don't know how to make bread.
Yes, I do. Pretzel bread.
This
My favorite bread to make.
The thing in your mouth begs to differ.
I love making pretzel bread.
This is too good to be made by Anthony Bone.
Made it myself, my friend. Evergreen here. Made with equal hands.
When did you become Susie Homemaker? That's true. Which, by the way, on Saturday, can I get you to whip up some of that guacamole again? I'll get the goods. Well, I mean, you know, whatever else you're feeling.
So, you're not offended by slightly racist comments, are you?
Of course not.
Okay, good.
Look at me.
He's my friend.
Okay, well, I just had to make sure.
I'm a straight white male. What could I be offended by?
So the Rosa Parks adventure is over.
No Rosa Parks adventure?
Yeah,
You're gonna be like
first time
Rosa
on a public
Parks.
bus.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Nice.
I don't do buses. Well, apparently now I did.
I've never used a bus in Manhattan, ever. I almost refuse to.
It's kind of the only way to get to and from the airport
That's so
if you're poor. And you can cab.
right. Where are you? I feel like that damn air train only goes to JFK, doesn't it? I feel like it passes LaGuardia, too.
No, nowhere
No?
near it. Well, I finally found out the reason why they don't generally go to airports, just subways and stuff like that in general.
What's that?
Because of the taxi cab.
Sounds about right.
Well, that's why when you get up at LaGuardia, it's like taxi cab central.
Yeah.
It's a sea of yellow.
I'm like, I don't like you. And then the damn MetroCard thing at the in the terminal was broken, so I had to pay with quarters.
I always have to see it.
Like I paid it. But I assume people that pay with quarters are poor.
I've never. I really forgot you were there. Like, how are you on the bus if you don't have metro?
Is it a black rider? Is that a thing here? Yeah. In Germany, it's called riding black when you're on the public transit without a ticket. It's called here.
I did that once.
It's all not being on the bus.
Did they check it? He didn't really check.
Check what? He doesn't like he'll get a thing that lets you go, and if you don't,
No, there was nothing. I showed him my receipt. I was like, "Do I have to show you this?" And he was like, "No." Can I get a transfer? He was like, "No." He was like, "No." With the MetroCard, you could. Well, now the machine was broken. Damn it. That's paid twice. Huh?
you could get a free transfer. That is correct.
Yeah, the nice little black man in the thing told me.
Yeah,
Mind if I take my pants off? I have underwear.
I'm totally fine
How
with
about
that.
that?
We're all adults
Okay,
here.
I'm
He's
just
one of the good ones.
okay. Well, I had to check. You know, my sense of decency is already gone.
That's why you're.
Dude, look at this place. Where are you gonna go anyways? The bathroom?
Huh?
Look at this place. Where are you gonna go anyways? The bathroom?
Oh,
The kitchen?
wouldn't be the first time they get in the kitchen.
Watch out for the grease.
7 days. I learned that the hard way. Bacon in the morning.
See, now if you didn't take your pants off here, I couldn't ask you about the tattoos.
See?
Look at that.
Well, I was gonna put shorts on, so you did fine.
You should just do that at parties. Be like, guys, I'm gonna take off my pants. It's really more for a conversation starter.
Where shall I hang?
Probably. The positive like or whatever.
Okay.
The wine, but
That's well, I'm already halfway. I even brought my own hangers. That shit.
What's the max amount of days you ever really have to pack for?
I'm packed for 7 days.
7 days.
And that's not just plain clothes, that's also.
Are you regional or do you do international
Oh,
sometimes?
God, no.
Our friend's a regional airline pilot. But it's like, what's weird is he's technically regional, but it's like he'll go to like Canada and
Canada
like,
doesn't
and
count.
like Texas, and I think he's done California a couple of times.
He's a pilot.
Yeah, for
You know-
ExpressJet.
You know what's really funny?
What?
Is most of our flight attendants, not me because I'm new, make more than the regional pilots.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I would doubt that.
So I'm number 15 or 56. That means 15 people need to call out tomorrow for me to get calls.
Really? You're totally getting cold.
Oh yeah.
Everybody bangs out.
Feels so good. You and Jesus Christ, you're keeping that store open.
What?
You a nasty thing.
Oh, I know. I need to appreciate. These are my around town clothes.
Now we can put your bag up.
Okay. Yeah, normally
And
it's got a towel on it. So you don't
Oh, and he actually he speaks fluent German.
What?
He's a real German speaker.
Oh
a real
man, teach me.
that'll be $1,000 an hour.
Oh shit, that's a lot.
We were waiting for the bus. You were in the bus. Waiting for the bus. He was going back home. Last October, I think it was. And of course, like we happened to be standing right behind the only German people like in New York, and
Happens to me all the time. On that little tiny little fucktard plane that only had like 35 people in it because it wasn't completely full, but we couldn't carry any more people because it was going to be too heavy. It's always your. She's like, yeah, I think I might be able to get you on, but I gotta talk to the captain and make sure we're not too heavy.
CR.
What?
Oh wait, no, I took a sip.
Oh, might make it.
I did take a sip.
We have a standing
Take
table.
you on
Spring
some
glasses are lies.
my glasses are alive.
Sorry. Thank you for the
Oh,
marinara sauce.
Yes.
You're a bartender and a flight attendant. That doesn't seem like it goes together.
I do some of the times I do them at the same
I
time.
guess you could technically go to work drunk. It's not like you're flying the plane.
Actually no. Boyfriend just had his number one flight attendant take off when he first started up drunk. And he was super senior.
It would have been friendly as hell.
He was stumbling off the jet.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Yeah. They should have an 8-hour rule.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, may I have a bearer?
Vex or
Should I go
PBR?
get him?
Vex or PBR? Yeah, I'm not a host. I make the shit. You get to fuck yourself.
Okay. Where is it?
Sounds about right.
Where is the beer?
I mean, hey, I don't know if you have a special beer. No.
Does it really? Really, Clifford?
Spicy.
A rope ladder out the
What's that?
back window.
Isn't that just spicy?
Yeah, there's only a little bit of pepper in it.
Maybe it's the salt.
Haven't had a bit.
Thanks for the marinara sauce. I'm eating this now.
Well, for a minute.
That's not cold yet.
That's not a cold
But rest assured, we're gonna have it.
It's the best beer in the entire world. So, here, so we have a microphone. More closer to us.
A microphone?
And a microphone. I mean, if anybody's actually watching what's going on. Right now, we have no viewers.
You're being watched.
Not yet. Sick, enjoying the fun.
I don't know how I feel about
You
it.
want me to take the middle?
I don't know.
I'll take the middle.
No, it was, I don't know, it's kind of a joke.
Last time I was on camera.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, why are you being recorded?
Because somebody made a remark, one of our friends made a remark, we probably wouldn't talk about it. Not being recorded, we're just
Huh?
we're just streaming live, so that people who wanted to be here, who can't be here,
Oh,
can see and hear what we do. Because we have a list.
what is it that you're doing? I'm confused.
You do realize we turned this into a drinking game, right?
Yeah, right?
You know what we're doing tonight, right?
I think half of America has already.
So, this is our. So these are the rules. I think so.
And you know what? Realistic too.
I think so. The Rolling Stone one I didn't really enjoy too much.
And the the drinking amounts are I feel appropriate for like the you know
Right?
for the
I
probability.
fucking love making that bread.
No.
It's so easy to make, but it yields such a beautiful result. I might be the only one not in shorts and I feel left out.
That's right. Oh wait, you go commander, don't you? Yeah.
You go
Forgot it. There we go. Just as it happened.
And see, here I was shy.
I'm like, this just reminded me of a conversation that was being had today online.
He's seen me more. He's seen me naked more times than I have.
I mean, I haven't seen you not that many times. Remember that time I lost my hands and you found them? That was the day of the broken phone.
That was a very interesting day.
I
That
don't
was
remember most of that day. Oh darn it, stopped.
Thank you, tequila. So these are our rules.
I
It's the
didn't.
rules
I
of
got
the
to
game.
read half of them and then it
It's
went.
the rules
It
of the
went
game.
black.
It's all right. We have another 13 minutes.
I have arrived.
Is there a way to post a document in the screen?
Yes. Yes, there is. I think.
Should we put the rules in the corner?
I can screen share. I can do a chat, a Q&A.
Screen share might work if you have the.
I have Google Keeps. Okay,
You
so
can put
cancel.
Google Keep up and then just do like a little screen share. Maybe if you can even get like a region.
Pretzel bread? Fucking A, dude.
So I'm technically on call for 5 days.
Fantastic.
With any luck, I'll get called tomorrow.
You want to get called tomorrow?
Sitting around is just really because it's not like I can really go very far. I have to be near my bags. I have 3 hours to get to the airport, which is easy to do, right?
When you're not in Philadelphia.
Sure.
What you're telling me is that when you're on call, you just gallivant around New York.
Most people have crash pads. I have an Anthony. Actually, I told you, boyfriend transferred up here too.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And he's actually moving up here.
Crash pad.
Well, I was like, you realize I'm pretty much going to live there too, right? He's like, yeah. So it's like, okay, just as long as you.
Really good. I hope you're gonna pay rent. And you're like,
No. I pay it anyways. Actually, those were his words. Wow. Yeah. It's like, oh, cook. And, you know.
Now I wonder what we look like. Let's see.
Does that mean if you're not feeling it, you can be like, I'm more of a short this month.
He knows I'm never a little short.
Christ.
Beer.
Already?
Yeah.
Damn, nigga.
I'm not gonna lie, the nuggets are good, but they're a little salty, so I go through the beer.
Yeah, they are a little salty. I wasn't too pleased with that recipe. Okay, well,
Anybody love Beck so much that they can't like deal with the fact that I'm gonna take a lot?
there's another 4-pack.
Never mind.
And how can you have the last one? Oh wait, that would be the last one of that. I bought 8 of those and a 12-pack of PBR. It's a cheap beer night.
What is this nonsense you speak of, dollar beers?
Those are them.
Those are them?
$1.25 a piece. The whole world saw, sweetheart. The video and the pictures.
Okay.
I mean, he didn't see.
He did now.
It's better in person.
Everything's better in person.
What the hell?
Oh, we have a viewer. It's probably Liz. Hi, Liz. It's got to be Liz.
Well, no, because I just posted it on Facebook,
Oh, okay.
and I said we're live, and
Or it could be any of all your
she liked it. So, and then I now have 2 viewers. So,
woohoo!
I'm being one of them. I just wanted to see.
Mm.
It's a 30-second lag. It's like a 30-second lag.
Yeah, I know how it is. I stream video games.
Say hi, Liz.
Hi, Liz.
See, now watch.
You totally missed my birthday.
Now watch this. Here's the lag.
Lag it up. Dudes debate drinking. Why not?
Oh, I can see how that can be misconstrued.
We
So-
debate drinking?
So, Christian,
How do you feel about drinking?
So, I feel wonderfully about drinking.
I'm for it.
I am very much for it. I think everybody. Yes.
Well, that was a quick debate.
Clifford, your thoughts on drinking?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
yes. That's 3 yeses.
That's 3 years.
Well,
That's unanimous.
gentlemen, let's
drink.
let's repeal prohibition. Oh no, we froze.
Did we freeze?
Oh, no, I guess
you
we're
did.
just sitting.
You were sitting so stoically.
It was. Woo, salty chicken.
Salty chicken. Name us if anybody wants it. Buffalo sauce if anybody wants that.
Just the salty chicken.
Yeah. They're coming on. Is this the kids' table we're gonna watch first?
No, kids have already started.
Oh really?
5 o'clock.
Oh shit! I thought it was at like 7.
No, they put them at 5 o'clock because they were just like, fuck you people. And Carly Fiorina took it, apparently, according to
Who?
the pundits. Carly Fiorina,
Oh yeah.
former CEO of Hewlett Packard, took an okay company and made it one of the worst companies in all of time. She managed to mismanage a company worse than any CEO in the history of anything.
You know what?
She made Trump look like an amazing, stellar businessman.
Sounds like prime presidential material.
Well, yeah, I mean, apparently you can't be president unless you've tanked, multi-million-dollar corporations. Like that's what you have to do. You need to run a company and file for bankruptcy at least once or twice.
Mhm.
Now, Bush did it 3 times. I believe it was 3, 2 or 3. Trump's done it 4.
Only
So
4?
he's in the running. Yeah, he's filed for bankruptcy 4 times.
Really? That's it?
Well, his
Okay.
companies have, yeah.
Oh.
Well, depending on what it's a lot of his casinos.
Last
I
time
feel
we
like
hear-
every time a Trump casino went up, he filed for bankruptcy. How many Trump casinos are there?
Pretty much half of Atlantic City is owned by Trump.
That's what I'm saying.
I bet.
Well, the company. I mean, he wouldn't file for bankruptcy.
Yeah.
It's like Trump Entertainment or something like that.
Quick side note, somewhat related to that. Guess who I got to meet a month ago? Miss DC, Miss America pageant.
Oh,
So when and if you watch Miss America, she had a few. When and if you watch Miss, they do like that 1-minute clip, and she did a bunch of like little video clips, and some of them so it may or may not be famous.
oh wow,
And on NBC,
interesting.
I yelled at her.
You yelled at her.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I told her she wouldn't be in there. She was in the cockpit.
Oh,
Like we stayed after the fact and
Were you supposed to yell at your?
yeah, they was scripted, totally scripted.
Like yell at her that she's not supposed to be in the cockpit.
Yeah.
Cockpit.
Dang. We're supposed to call it flight deck now, but I don't.
Like deck.
Yeah, it does.
Cockpit sounds far more appropriate.
I know.
Call it cockpit for a reason. That's where they bet on the flight of gas.
More of this for you on Saturday. Not bad. Really. The longest time it takes is just sitting.
Pretzel bread.
It's right.
What?
I don't know. They used to make huge batches of these. Little mini
Don't
loaves.
make-
Put a little stand out front, like right next to the little stand out front. Just like
Monday
So
through
you were-
Thursday.
Hmm?
Monday through Thursday, he's there all night.
really all night
All night. The farmer's market across the street is open 24 hours a day.
near Starbucks.
Across the street from Starbucks, yeah. Or across the street from the apartment,
Okay.
next to the church. Which is also where the bodega is, where you buy these wonderful things.
I went and bought a carton
Oh, good for you.
because I'd
You were
rather
in
put.
Pennsylvania.
Huh?
Because you were in Pennsylvania.
Well, I bought it in Maryland, but it was carton cigarettes. It was only $67.
Not bad.
Which up here, it's like what, $12 to $15 a pack.
13.
Okay.
8 in Jersey.
8 in Jersey.
So how much was it per year? It was like $67. That's still yeah. So it's like $7 a pack.
I can just go when I go to JFK. I can just walk up to the.
Next time you're in California, buy the cartons there because that's 3 cartons.
Next time I'm at an international airport, print myself out a ticket for an international flight, walk up to duty free, get 15% off as well, on top of everything. Last time I went to Germany, I got a carton of Marlboro Ultralights for $50.
I hate the German cigarettes.
No, American footwear.
I don't even smoke, and I tried the foreign ones, his brand too, and they tasted considerably lighter.
I do not like them. I do not like them, Sam. I am.
The
I
Czech
like them
cigarettes.
with
The Czech cigarettes burn real nice.
Check.
My uncle goes.
I can see the Czech Republic doing it right.
You'll have to bring it back.
I go every couple of months.
Bring it back. Now that you're in New York.
Well, we don't fly to Germany out of New York. We fly to Germany out of Philly.
I'm fine. Now that you're in New York, I will see you.
Oh, well.
Yeah,
Especially if you come here often.
you have more shoes than
I have more shoes than what?
I do.
My sister said that. They're not bad once you cover them in the sauce.
I like the sound.
I wanted, yeah. The recipe, they called for, I think it was like a cup of salt, and I was like, yeah, it's a lot of salt.
I did that once with cookies. It was a huge accident. It was supposed to be like a quarter teaspoon. Whereas a quarter tablespoon of like salt, and I ended up doing like a
Oh my god, where's our programming?
It's not 8 yet.
I know, but it's been sitting on commercial break for the last like 10 minutes. Sitting here telling me that,
Maybe
oh, you know what? It's a big play sign right there.
Nah.
Now it's a live, like,
Now it's a live commercial break.
There we go.
Sam Darnold. You're still a thing.
Why are, yeah. Oh, he was at the kitty table.
Just gonna catch up.
And just tell everybody what he thinks is best. But the reason America's great, the reason is
I think he's on
It
crack.
looks like Max Headroom.
He's too young.
Really? You know Max Headroom?
From
Did you ever see Back to the Future 2?
Yeah.
Do you remember when he goes into the 50s diner and orders a Pepsi, and it was that robot thing that's like, hey, you like one Pepsi coming out? That was Max Headroom. It was a show. It's all right. We'll be all right. I'll make it in life. We won't hurt.
Is this still a smoking apartment? May I?
I was just about to have one behind you.
Thank you. Price is right. Right, I can talk to him.
Is it part of the party? Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Holy shit, man.
Pause it again. Am I speaking now or is it?
Yeah, Liz says, I'll be working on a paper with you guys in the background.
Thanks, Liz.
We love you.
Love you, Liz.
Yeah, you know, the live stream might be fucking with your dude.
Actually, I just tested the bandwidth this afternoon.
Touch screen computer.
It is me.
She hears us.
She's right in the
Liz, my biggest fan.
Don't distract.
My only fan.
Are you using Hangouts or what do you use to stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that. You can just live stream on Hangouts.
And then you post it, and then it goes to your YouTube,
Explains.
goes to your YouTube account, and then you just post the YouTube video as if it's a YouTube video, but it's a live stream through YouTube.
Okay, so that's how it works.
Come on! Fucking Fox.
You know, when I was texting you, it had like the Hangouts like movie like button thing and a laptop like image, and I was like, I guess I could have tapped into this like while I was traveling on my phone.
Right. Because it's been live.
Let me see if that looks right. I love technology.
My God, it's 8 o'clock. Come on!
Oh my God, are we blacked out? Are we media blacked out?
We better not be. Well, we were live a second ago, but I had to hit refresh because it was fucking.
Buffering?
I've had this problem.
Family Guy. The buffering.
What? Let's
Honestly. Sorry. Anyway, that's just it.
Where's my card?
Jesus, Mary.
Jesus, married.
Oh, yeah. If I could.
There we go.
Angry enough for
That's what I've been looking
I
for.
start pulling out the apostles.
What?
The apostles.
Did we get any other viewers? No, still just our faithful Liz.
Was Jesus and Mary an apostle?
No, but I start pulling them out. Jesus, Mary, or the apostles.
Oh, come on. No.
Well,
Yeah, I know there's 12, but
I mean,
I
you
didn't
get
know
all
any
day.
of their names. My name's Christian. I don't know shit about religion.
I went to Catholic school. I probably know too much.
It must be horrible.
All right, push comes to shove. We've got phones.
What's happening, Nat?
I don't know.
Do we have to put the live stream on pause?
Hold on. Is it possible that there's an app for this?
There might be a porn for that.
Do you have a Chromecast? You have the Chromecast, right?
That's what I've been. That's what I've been casting.
Oh, through your computer.
Right now, this is not. It's not loading. It's not loading Fox.
Let's see if the Chromecast is it.
Maybe there are too many people on it.
No, it's not loading. Fox isn't loading.
Oh,
We're looking at it.
that's
See
sus for
the
them.
big black screen?
So either these dumbasses blacked out their own shit, or they can't handle the intake.
They probably have too many people.
I should have not. See, it's trying, and then it just fails.
By the way, that was my look today.
That's,
Getting on the prop. Seeing that I had a prop playing as my computer played, I was like, no.
I'm more impressed by the gel in your hair.
Oh, when it's touching.
Is it crispy? Oh, it's still crispy.
Oh, I'll wake up tomorrow and it'll be still like this.
That's
Yeah. So if I'm in a rush, I can just.
impressive and horrific at the same time.
It's kind of awesome.
Oh, there we are. Wait, this isn't the thing.
So we get at 8:50.
Oh shit, that's right. Yeah, it starts at 9.
Okay, it's fine.
See, that's why I got here at 7:30 because I thought the kids' table was going to be at 8.
All right, it's fine. It's fine.
Just let it.
Even if it's going to be jumpy, it's probably their servers. At least the audio isn't jumping.
I feel like it's because you're streaming it. Well, then again, that should really
No, that's upload.
Downloading this, uploading at the same time.
Oh, you need to see.
Overall, and you're conservative, maybe you don't want to comment, but overall, the state prospered under his domain. He's smart. He knows the system. All of that. But Trump blows him away because Jeb Bush doesn't seem to have an essential message to me. You picked up an essential message from this book.
I think that the central message is that he is the studied, experienced, mature, and ready to go.
Have you ever seen the Blue Harvest?
This is the message.
Oh, yeah, the Star Wars thing, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely
Okay.
why because he's a conservative.
They have a buffering joke in there that me and my best friend kind of
No, not gonna be enough of this.
consistently
So
quote.
intense on
Whatever
both
works.
sides. Both parties are furious. And that's what Barack Obama has done all around the country. That it's not gonna be enough vote for me and I'll set you free. But what? You know, it comes from around going, look, I'm gonna just blow the whole thing up. Bush is basically saying,
It makes me
I'm
so
gonna keep it
thirsty.
the way it is, but I'll be smart. Am I unfair in saying that?
No, I think that's
That's
absolutely
what's
right.
making it thirsty.
I think he's expecting that it's some.
Our flight attendant is the biggest insulting thing in the Purple Barn Show.
Yeah.
Where are we?
What is this?
Welcome to the Upper East Side.
Reports today that was perhaps said
Yes.
untoward things about Mr. Trump at some point. You wonder if Mr. Trump will use that as an
Above us
excuse
is Harlem,
and
yes.
certainly all the others in the state want to do it as well.
So when I got off the bus, I saw big old signs for Harlem. I was like,
No.
I was like,
That's kind of like where you don't want to go.
uh-oh.
But I've never known Jeff Bush. I don't know him that well, but I know him a little bit.
Sorry,
I just stepped in front of the,
you got a 20 block buffer of Spanish Harlem.
I could be wrong.
No, Harlem is
Right
that way. That's Spanish Harlem.
oh,
It is.
wow.
It is.
Spanish Harlem's on the east side.
He's standing here.
Oh, really?
It was very interesting. He hasn't stood on the debate stage since October.
I didn't go down enough. I didn't go down the extra level to jump south. So I was like standing in front of the sign for the six, and I was like, this seems about right. And I looked up and I see Harlem, and I was like,
He's still $120 million to use in various ways. That money will start to get spent in coming
and
weeks.
I looked around and I was like,
He will be standing there.
Okay, there it is.
is. And still remains number 2, number 3, and some
so proud of me for making it.
And they believe that ultimately they can.
Yeah.
I'll make it.
It's a long game with him, but if he doesn't do it tonight, or at least hold his own. Mr. O'Keefe, thanks very much. Next on the rundown, analysis of Governor Scott Walker and Mike Huckabee. Bill Warren out of the movement.
I can't believe Huckabee's that.
I can't believe he's at the big boys
I
table.
can't believe he's that.
You know, I don't know much about Walker, but I know he told unions to go fuck themselves,
He did, and I like that.
and I kind of like that too.
That's really all he's done.
That's really it. Everything else is just
But that ignited a huge, national debate. Walker and the whole collective bargaining thing.
Imagine.
Did he try to get rid of it? Got rid of the collective bargaining?
There we go.
Obsessed about security. For them, every screen is meant to be touched. And web pages are meant to be scribbled on and shared. They expect the devices to listen to them. And talk, sing, tell a funny joke. And as they grow and get better at things, technology will too. They do things that parents never even dreamed. Because these kids,
It's my favorite part.
future, for all of us.
I'll be bringing it to
It
him.
started today. Windows TV. The more
Real
human
Player
connected
7 on that shit.
I like Windows 10.
Do you?
I have Windows 10.
I actually read a thing on Inver. You gotta watch out. Like it steals your bandwidth.
Oh, you have to go. There's like 13
There's
settings.
there's like a bunch of shit you gotta turn off.
Yeah, you got.
That they just take upon themselves. So they're just like, thank you.
Well, they also gave it to you for free.
That's what I
The first
mean,
time
like-
in Microsoft's history that they've ever given away their software.
You know what? That's why I haven't downloaded it. I was just like, if you're giving this to me for free, then something ain't right about it.
They're trying to be competitive because Apple's been giving away their updates for free for years. That's all. Well,
I don't trust it.
the last three Mac OS updates have been free.
I would rather give you my money than give you everything else about it.
Or you just download it and then stop those settings.
Every time it updates,
Sausage and tomato.
every time it updates, those settings default back to themselves, so you have to keep turning them off.
That's what I read. You do that earlier?
Yes. Who's on Imgur going through?
Oh, well, if it was on Imgur, then it must be true.
No, there's a guy talking about it. He's just like, he's like, I download Windows 7. And he's like, it's not bad. He's like, but here's the things you gotta turn off. And he's like, watch out. Because
they'll just fucking take it upon themselves to turn it back on.
Yeah. Well, they had a good time watching it than I do. Fucking screaming away.
I don't like the whole thing with the bandwidth where it's like they'll use part of your bandwidth to like update other people. I guess they basically just do like P2P bullshit. Sure.
They said on my firmware isn't compromised. Unlike Mac users can't say that anymore.
Oh really?
My software might be vulnerable to shit, and I just got to be a little bit careful and get a get an antivirus. But ask anybody with a Mac if they have an antivirus, and all of them will say no. And then ask them if
They'll go, there's no virus with Macs.
And then ask them if they know that their firmware, not their software, but their actual fucking firmware, is vulnerable to attack. And they'll go, what are you talking about? A,
They'll
they'll
go,
go,
what's
firmware? And B, firmware is the software that your hardware runs off of. So you have chips inside your devices, inside your phone, inside your computer, things like that. They get flashed with very good software. It's called firmware because unlike software, you just install it and it goes in, and it's usually ever changing and this and that. It's going to be rewritten and all this crap. It's soft. Firmware it's called flash. Meaning you have the file, and when you install it onto the chip, you're completely replacing every bit with new information. You're deleting and replacing and deleting and replacing. So it's not something that's written to, it's something that's read from, in a sense. So it can be, the software on it can be replaced, but it's not something that happens often. It's a big deal to change the software inside, to change firmware. It's a really, really big deal. So,
And your operating system comes with firmware?
no, your operating system is software. Your BIOS is firmware. And that's really fucking scary.
That's hard to change, isn't it? How do you change that?
How do you change what? Firmware?
Yeah. I mean, you can't just delete it and put in a new one. You almost have to like.
It's not a matter of deleting and putting in a new one. Even if you did, because it embeds itself in various places and it doesn't know. And it can hide itself and it can actually allocate and have like partition.
Like I think a firmware is like instincts.
Okay. But now
Like software are like
take your
learned
instincts that you have and partition them into like 1%, 99%. It's gonna hold itself on this 1% over here and tell the rest of it that this is your 100% and there's no idea what's going on in business. Yeah, you got full control. Yeah, you got full control. Yeah, you got full control. Meanwhile,
tricks the 99%. Oh my god, it's like rich people.
just doesn't do it, but Macs do it, and it completely it can take over. They can take over the entire computer. They can start running it. They can turn your webcam without you knowing. They can they can lock the entire computer out. They can copy your keystrokes.
You know what?
You whoever the fuck they want to.
I'm okay with people looking in my webcams because they're just gonna see me jerking off, right? I mean, is that what they want to see? They can have that.
That's what I would say.
Good luck blackmailing me with that.
Let Microsoft spy on me all they want to. Half the shit that you're getting, half the shit that
What are you gonna do?
even I'm ashamed of it. I don't want to see it.
My thing is like, what are they gonna get out of it? It's just like, give me your money, or else we're gonna have like post a video of you jerking off and be like, fine, I'll keep my money.
Like it's the first video of me jerking off on the internet.
It would be. I don't know how you
For him.
Remember?
Well, I think straight people do that too, don't they?
Not that often.
We're better at how you do.
Yeah.
They're more discreet.
So, have you heard of this new thing called the bro job? I have yet to see a straight person that I'm comfortable asking this to. And
What is it? I have no idea.
The apparently this is new.
I'm way behind on
It's
technology.
not a new trend. It's a newly discussed thing. It's now being more openly discussed than it has in the past.
Tell me what the bro job is.
Think about it.
Is that
It's exactly what it
Is
sounds
that
like.
getting head from a dude? That happens to be a bro?
No, it's just like you happen to have a gay friend
Okay.
and you're horny
Okay.
and you love a blowjob
Okay.
and you're just like, dude, like a mouth to mouth. And that kind of concept is just like, hey, we're bros.
It's all over Facebook nowadays.
Like
It's all over your Facebook?
we're bros. Whatever. Yeah, give me a blowjob. Sure, no problem.
That
We're a bro job.
That ruins friendships.
So
Yeah, I would never put you in that situation.
Why you wait till he's passed out?
And then you just put it in his mouth, and you're just like, oh, it's totally cool. I can be like, oh, it's if I close my eyes, it's like a girl with 5 o'clock shadow.
She just forgot to shave.
She forgot to share.
She's Hispanic.
and Indian.
Like, Indian or not Indian?
Kind of furry. Really? They do. There are furry people.
Well, yeah. I mean, the men are furry.
There are furry people.
You and I are very furry.
Liz, we love you.
That is furry.
I happen to have.
You want a bro job, Liz? Bro jobs for Liz. The only person watching or listening or whatever the fuck. What? Giving Liz a bro job?
Yeah.
Well, you would have to do that.
No, that would be Liz would have to give one of us a bro job. Because if it's
That's
if
right.
it's considered a blow job.
Right.
How would you guys feel about that?
It would be my first.
You said it wouldn't be.
Wouldn't be mine either. Well, technically, it wouldn't be mine.
Yes.
I hooked up with a tranny, female to male tranny.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was a dude with a pussy. It was really, really weird. It's really, really weird.
I wouldn't mind trying it.
No, you could. He lives in 97 from that.
I've been with women before. I consider myself like 80-20.
80-20 is a good ratio.
Yeah,
Everybody knows that
I'm just really picky with
80% of your business comes from 20% of your customers.
I guess mine would be like 99.99.
Sure. You're a gold star?
I'm a gold star.
Oh,
I
come on. Go Wikipedia that fast. Google what a gold star is. Is it going to tell me like straight up?
Probably.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
it? Ask Google what a gold star gay is.
Okay, Google. What is a gold star gay? Urban Dictionary.
Yeah.
That's the top thing.
Well, that's where you're not. It's not going to be
A
on
gay person who has never had sex with the opposite gender.
Yeah, technically,
Technically.
I haven't. Technically, I have. It was a training. In his mind, he was a man. Just when he took his pants off, he was missing something very, very, very key.
Did you have anal or vaginal sex with that person?
Both. Well, I had the opportunity. I had to take it. I had to see
Yeah.
what all the fuss was about.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I can see. I mean, I touched it. It was really gross and slimy. And I was like, oh, I don't know how you straight people do this. Sorry, Liz. I love you.
You know what's kind of creepy about this? So I asked my phone what a gold star gay was, and it took me to Urban Dictionary. And at the bottom of all this weird stuff, it tries to sell me the last thing I looked at on Amazon.
Yeah, that's a lot of creepy.
I'm just like, all right.
The best is when you go on Facebook and it has your entire shopping list like re-advertised.
It's like, hey, you want to know what a gold star gay is? Buy this hanger. I'm like, wait, what?
I'm shopping for hangers.
And I was actually trying to find. My roommate, she wants to put like a mirror up on her door, and I was trying to find like a way without putting bolting to the door. Yeah. And find any like over the door hanger things.
Get a picture.
What? Yeah, I saw wreath hangers, but it won't work in the mirror she has.
So yeah, just
So Dr. Carson
I didn't do it yet, but I figured I'd just get some drywall, hollow screws.
get some attention this evening.
It's got the mirror has like some hooks on the back of it, already like pre-installed. So that's why the wreath thing won't work. The hooks are like really small.
Wire to wire.
Yeah,
Straight wire.
so that like
And a wreath hanger.
Well,
You're welcome.
on that line, obviously.
You forgot the key ingredient in any home decorating
He's an outsider by
experience.
He got mixed moves.
Yeah.
It's true.
Very, very.
I mean, single-handedly fixed Inwood and
And it'll be
Washington
interesting.
Heights.
He does go after Trump directly on.
That's pretty slow. That's that way and all the way the fuck out.
You helped Jersey City.
I think that's
All the way the fuck out.
190s. Is that Ben Carson?
That's not Takasin.
The one black guy.
No,
Come on, black guy.
He doesn't know he's black.
He doesn't?
No, he doesn't know.
He says he's not gonna
Somebody
be-
should tell him.
he's not gonna be loud.
I don't know.
And
Maybe after this.
Loud. Usually it's a bad. So
He got ripped.
style.
Ripped a new one on this interview I was watching on Sky News.
And he needs to jump in.
I don't know why.
Isn't he a doctor though?
Yeah, he's. I don't know what kind of doctor.
He has been right in the path.
Okay, Google.
We really need the next step.
Oh,
Now,
what kind of doctor is Dr. Ben Carson? Okay, Google. Okay, Google.
It almost had to. I was surprised.
Okay, Google.
Now it doesn't like you.
Okay, Google.
Most powerful nation on earth.
What kind of doctor is Dr. Ben Carson?
How do you have to handle it? I think his answers on specific policies, specifically foreign policy, would be very important tonight.
Neurosurgeon. Fuck, he's a real one.
Holy shit! He's a fucking neurosurgeon? God, if only he could neurosurgery our brains.
Yes,
That's a country. Never mind.
Drink your beer.
So far.
I will. And the brain transplant.
Is he so smart? Dr. Carson is. How he frames that.
I would like our next president to be a doctor, just saying.
Our staff is basically. Yes, absolutely. Very smart, neurosurgeon, knows how.
Oh, they just tell us. Where were you like fucking a minute ago, asshole?
Not even, like 5 seconds.
All right, Mr. Cusack, thank you, we appreciate it. Now let's go back to Cleveland with today. Bring in senior correspondent for Washington Examiner, David Trumper, to talk about Senator Ted Cruz. Now, the consensus
Oh,
is Senator Cruz has been hurt by Donald Trump because their constituencies are similar. You brought that issue from.
When asked about gay marriage, Ted Cruz's response was that it was a states' rights issue.
Yes, no, absolutely. It's a states' rights issue. But the only issue was that the states were being unconstitutional to the federal government, and the fact that they were trying to inhibit freedoms under their state constitutions, which was going against the United States Constitution. And one of the things in the United States Constitution is that although a state is sovereign and it may adopt its own constitution, it cannot be unconstitutional against the United States Constitution. Therefore, by banning the right of others, you are unconstitutional to the United States Constitution. Therefore, the Supreme Court had to step in and just say enough. And that's what happened. And that's when I support federal intervention, is in situations like that. And saying, hey, y'all are going awry, you're doing it all wrong.
Be like, you guys ratified this. If you don't like it, say goodbye to any of your federal funding or supporting the other help.
Or, if it's that big of a deal, get 3/4. Get 3/4 of your states and of your representation in Congress, and let them come with you. And bring it to Congress and make it a federal amendment. Go right ahead. If it's that big of a deal to you, go for that. If you want to inhibit freedoms on the document of freedom, if you want to add that amendment on the Bill of Rights, if you want to add the Second Amendment that actually inhibits freedom, go for it. Do you want to be that person that champions that their name is on that one? Because how well did that work for Prohibition?
You know what I think those states should do that don't like gay marriage? They should have just abolish marriage altogether then. Be like, we don't want to give tax benefits to gay people. Be like, then
No, it wasn't that.
Nobody
They just feel like they're like that gays are going to come into their churches. Actually, there was this
churches, I
There
feel
was
like that
this-
should have nothing to do with it.
There was this small town in Alabama. There was this small town in Alabama that gave protection to LGBTs. Alabama. No, not Alabama. Arkansas. Okay, same difference. Same thing. 49, 48, 50. You know, lowest on the totem pole in education. They're all the same. So, which was what I was surprised to hear this. And this one, this one pastor was like, "Well, I'm getting discriminated against." Well, what do you mean you're getting discriminated against? It's like, "Oh, you know, my rights are being, you know, this and that." And the woman on the city hall, like the city hall leader, whatever the fuck they're called, down there, she's this older, really, like, you would say, like, she's this very conservative woman. She's like, nobody's telling him he's gotta change the way he does his church. No, but we're not touching this church. We're just talking about his public. That's really all. And meanwhile, the guy has a 60-foot, you know that Jesus thing in Brazil?
Yeah.
Okay, he's got a 60-foot replica of that.
Okay.
He's got crosses and shit all up and down. He's got like 6 acres of land, and it's just filled with Jesus. Just filled, like
6 acres of Jesus.
6 acres of fucking Jesus. And he's like, they're gonna come in, and they're gonna instill their ways of life, and you know, they just wear it on their sleeves, and it's not supposed to be like that. You know, you're just like.
Be like, so let me get this straight.
I'm sorry, wait, what?
People should keep their beliefs to themselves. Yet you have all this
Except
shit.
for you.
Yeah.
Everybody should keep to themselves. They should keep their beliefs to themselves. They should
Unless
keep-
you're a freak.
Unless you're Christian.
Hypocrisy. And that, my friends, is what you call hypocrisy.
If you're not Christian, shut the fuck up. But if you're Christian, make sure you got your Bible in hand, you got your cross around your face, you got your cross in your hand, and you got it all fucking around the place, and all you do is preach the word of God.
But I'm Christian, I don't do any of those.
No, you're just upward. Yeah. You are Christian, you're not upward. God damn it!
I should go down to those states and fuck their shit up. Be like, a good Christian does this, and I'm like, I'm a good Christian, I don't do any of that.
You guys are really missing out on a lot of money opportunities, I have to say.
Yeah, that's the internet, they don't know better.
Well, it's Fox News, you would think.
Nobody watches this. Ah, the Chromecast is now available for HBO Now, and I just loaded your shit last night.
Did you really?
Yeah, so I watched the first episode of True Detective. Watch HBO Now on your.
But why pay $15 a month for something you can have for free?
That's true. Bro, until you want to watch something.
We haven't tried that yet.
We haven't tried that.
We have to put that to
Try it
the
later. $15 a month isn't bad.
Yeah, but the free is better.
Free is better.
Free is always better.
Food tastes better, Liz.
Liz, isn't free always better?
Free's always better, Liz. You know this.
What would you rather do? $15 or free? Come on.
Wait, I want to know why Liz is writing a paper.
Yeah, what are you writing your paper on? This one-way communication blows. It's like radio.
When I do Twitch, when I play video games and people watch, there's a little chat window, and I monitor it. Talk.
Yeah, this has like a Q&A shit, but for some reason it was like, oh, this is disabled, and I was like, I'm not about to figure this out. I can give two shits about that. We have Facebook.
Facebook. Oh,
Alex.
we're
New
talking.
comment. 60-foot replica of
Oh, 60-foot replica.
Daddy loves you. Daddy always loves you.
Is that Eric?
It has to be Eric, 60-foot replica of Daddy.
Nice.
Dead center, bitch. Oh my god. See, I would love anything right now. Like,
So,
tell me something.
So are you enjoying Mad Men?
Mm.
A little bit. It's weird because it's like It's not really about anything, but it's kind of interesting.
It's very slow.
It is slow, and there's really no story when you stop and think about it. But
No, there really is not.
it's funny to see how things were.
I'm trying to think
It's a period piece.
how this was so popular right now. I'm like, I mean, I'm only, almost through the first season. I think I'm on episode 12 or 13.
Okay, you're probably done. You're almost done with the first season.
So, and I'm like,
But-
okay, but this thing was like insanely popular.
It's just so interesting to see how everybody lived because nobody had cell phones and everybody dressed well, and certain things were important to people, and then the way they treated women and
the
Jews and
womanization,
everybody,
the
the
womanization,
drinking, the smoking.
the drinking, the
At work.
motherfucking drinking.
It's amazing.
Like it's almost. I like it. Are you drinking before or are you drinking after? Or both? Are you drunk
Nonstop.
enough? Are you drunk enough or are you too drunk?
You know what's funny too? The first season, I'm not sure I saw Don Draper eat anything until season 3. Think about it. When did you ever see him eat anything?
Oysters.
Oysters? That was it?
Oysters. He ate an oyster. Not oysters. I saw him eat an oyster.
Last thing I saw him eat was
It's
like a
the-
piece of toast.
It's when what's his name? Cooper, not Cooper. Sterling threw up before the meeting,
Okay.
and then he had his heart attack.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. Oh yeah.
Down a lot more than this, and he comes out. But he has a problem.
So I'm looking at.
He's working.
I'm looking at the open.
Are you jockeying for position?
I'm looking. There's a 6 p.m. sign in for Cancun layover.
Your job sounds cool, but I like having consistent hours. I think I might like consistent hours. That's simple. It is, but you can work your life around it.
I can see Cancun for free.
I get to sleep in on Saturdays.
Hey, to each their own. To each their own. That's why this shit works.
I get to sleep in on
And
Monday.
that's why this shit works. All right.
Every Monday.
Some Mondays.
Sometimes I wake up and place that and know where I am.
There's jobs
And I'm
for
not
Oh my
everybody.
god, that's the worst. That is the worst when you wake up after a really good dream and you realize, and you're in the hotel room and you open your eyes and you go, fuck, where am I?
And then you're just like, who are you?
Sounds like a really bad Saturday morning.
Or when you're late.
Sunday, Saturday.
It's like, that's normally a
Tuesday.
Thursday.
Fuck, where am I? God, who are you? What did I drink?
When you wake up at 1 in the morning after a good 8 hours sleep and you go, who are you?
Thank God that doesn't happen once.
I've got, the worst thing is when you're on a like a multi-leg day where you're doing hops across the country and you land and you're the person that goes, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to be the person to welcome you to, and you like, holy shit, where are we?
Line!
Are you looking at the little circle?
New
You're like,
Orleans!
like, sometimes you just say a random city just to freak people out. Oh, I do that. I do shit like that. It's so much fun.
Welcome to Berlin. I mean,
Ha!
Just kidding.
Might work. New Berlin. God, we flew 14 minutes to New York.
Bismarck.
Where there's a long San Francisco.
You're like, Bismarck.
Short.
No, seriously, we're in Bismarck? No, what the hell? Nobody goes there.
Or San Antonio. Oh, wait. SAN is San Diego.
actually, Frisco does this every year.
But it's only a 12-hour layover. You can't really do anything. It's enough time to get to the hotel so you can wake up. Yeah.
41, and we feel that he has the experience, and that's why we're looking at him. And well, thank you. And now,
Go all out of JFK.
Joining us from Washington, Kevin Shirley, reporter at the Hill newspaper. Some feel Senator Paul's campaign is simply
Only a 10-hour layover.
some of his advisors work for his father as well.
I did that I side with thing and it said I was 73% with Rand Paul.
And his message on foreign policy is clear.
Because I guess Rand Paul is 73% of his father.
Yeah, that pretty much sounds like it.
Whoa, they're all gone.
I didn't see the wood chipper. What's the wood chipper? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's like a wood chipper.
Holy
Like
shit.
with what's his face? Ted Cruz's machine gun.
No idea.
I saw the machine gun and that was stupid as fuck. Did you see that one? Did you hear about that one?
I don't
He's
know.
got this short, stupid video. He's like, this is how we cook bacon in Texas. And he has this assault semi-automatic.
What was this?
Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz, okay.
And he takes a strip of bacon and he wraps it around the barrel and then wraps foil around that and then begins to shoot at a target.
I mean,
And you're like,
that would work if you like gun oil. in your
but
bacon.
what? What?
Bacon and guns, America.
Exactly. Like what?
You know who I'd like to be our next president? Ron Swanson.
Hell yeah. Well, he's actually the more you actually pay attention to him, the more of a contradiction to himself he actually is.
Oh yeah, it's funny. He hates the government, but he works for it.
Not even that. Like he is continually contradictory because it's also produced and directed and written by uber left liberals, and they can only think one way.
Yeah, they're parodies of themselves.
Holy shit, they gave them away already. All those that just named off, they're all gone. They're all given away.
What are you talking about?
That means I'm eating.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's
Good. Everybody else is watching right now too.
They gave all these away for tomorrow.
Sons of bitches.
Holy shit.
God damn, that's pretty good for being 15.
Right? Bullshit.
Well, you know nobody's banging out tomorrow then.
No, they still will.
Yeah.
Let's be lower on the list, and then when people call out, then
They're like, hey, I got a great trip. I'm still gonna call it six. That's true. Wow, this guy looks like Seth MacFarlane.
I was thinking the
Down
same
syndrome.
Yes, he does. That's Seth MacFarlane's retarded brother. Because of the fucked up streaming, it looks like Bill O'Reilly's having a stroke, which would be so awesome right
You
now.
know, he might be.
That would be great. I would love to watch Bill O'Reilly have a stroke live. I hate this man. Like, so badly.
Can you believe this was the guy that used to be on Hard Copy? Remember that show?
Oh my god, he was.
He was the guy on Hard Copy, right?
He was on Hard Copy.
I thought Hard Copy was supposed to be a real thing, and then I realized it was pretty much the same as a current affair.
Yeah.
Just like sensational. Nobody else is with.
Which is entirely false.
Which I can't really give them shit about it because what are they? They're the opposite of the spectrum. They're the counterweight.
Yeah, but you know what? At least,
Like you had
at least. Hold on, I'm thinking.
you had a good analogy.
I'm trying to not contradict myself.
These weren't shorts.
At least. No, actually, I bought them like this though. They were pants.
Please tell me you didn't do that shit.
I totally eBayed this shit for $5. Who would not pay $5? Wouldn't you pay $5 for these, Liz? Liz, stop doing your paper and look at my butt.
Daddy,
Daddy wants you to look at his ass.
look at those corduroy pant cutoffs. Something I never knew to wear. There's dozens of us.
CBS
Dozens.
tries to be a little.
They try, right?
They try to be centrist. These guys are blatantly, and it's. I mean, like MSNBC
That's
is
what I mean. I mean, NBC,
They're liberal.
MSNBC,
They're liberal.
CNN. Oh my god.
Well, no, CNN are just idiots.
CNN is just trash.
They're just. It's not even. No, it's almost as though like you remember in school, like every once in a while you would have like the AD club would put on like a news report. Sure. Okay. It's like the middle school. They're like middle schoolers who have billions of dollars of technology, and they're using it. Like they just got it yesterday, and it's like, ooh, let's play with this. You know, like when
what was it, MH17 or whatever.
The
Malaysian Airlines, and it's like they're sitting there showing you, this holographic model of an airplane. Like, this is what an airplane looks like. And this is the front. This is called the fuselage. These are the wings. They keep you're like, seriously? Seriously. CNN fills time. That's all they do. And there was a shooting.
There are 27. I was gonna say 27-hour news stream.
But there was a shooting. They were first on the scene. They kept reporting that their report might be wrong. That was their report. Did you ever see that South Park episode where it was like, well, we're reporting that there's a bunch of looting and raping going on. You're saying that there's looting and raping. No, we're just reporting that, Steve. That's CNN. They don't really know what the fuck is going on.
There's been talks.
They're just going to report it. But they preface it
So they
brilliantly with, we might be wrong, but here's what we're saying. Zombies have invaded Washington, D.C., but again, we may be wrong. We are waiting for further developments, but we're going to report that zombies have invaded Washington, D.C. An hour later, okay, so we learned from Fox News that it really wasn't zombies, that somebody left their TV on, and we're all going to go home.
Wait, Fox News got it right?
Every once in a while.
There's a Chicago term in there.
Oh yeah.
I'm really intrigued in what my first trip's going to be. Be a little upset if it's a Chicago turn. Just saying.
No, we want to go to Chicago.
I mean, let's see.
It's a Chicago turn.
You don't wind up-
You don't get off the plane. You fly to Chicago. Everybody gets off the plane. Everybody gets back on the plane.
They go,
fly
there's a
back.
nice airport.
Very easy to smoke at that airport.
Atlanta.
I've not
Fucking
even been to
Atlanta.
When you land,
Really? No, Atlanta, you go to a bar. Sit down at the bar.
Can't stand at the bar and use phone.
Grab a fucking drink.
Can't do that either.
You can, okay, go to one of the tables and get a fucking smoothie, whatever,
you're right.
and you can light a cigarette.
Miami has TGI Fridays. You can just walk outside.
When you land at O'Hare Airport, do you say, "Attention, everybody, we're O'Hare"? Get it? Come on, you can use that one. It'll be great. I guarantee it.
If I get this turn,
And then pretend somebody smacks you. You're like, I'm sorry, we're here in Chicago at O'Hare.
it's position one who's the person that makes all the announcements.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, we're O'Hare.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Oh, Chris, I'm so glad you made it to the top 10. You fat piece of shit, toddler eating fuckface. He's the governor of New Jersey. He's his governor.
Yeah.
I'm officially a New Yorker. I have a New York license.
You know the thing that this, look at that, his chair is extra wide.
So you can fit 8 school children on that.
Here's the thing though.
That's how many babies he ate this week.
After the string of shitty governors we had before him, he's not that bad in comparison.
Dude, you know, Governor, what's his face?
Which one? The one before him?
Was he the one that was like cat? Wasn't that
Wait, looking at Jersey?
Before him there was Corzine. Before him it was McGreevy. who-
No. Corzine. Who was
the bathroom?
Cody. Richard Cody.
Cody was after McGreevy.
No, Cody was lieutenant governor.
After
He
who
was
resigned?
acting governor.
After
McGreevy.
After McGreevy.
And he was good.
Yeah,
He was really good. Except he really had no aspirations to be governor. Why, I don't know. He was really fucking good.
well,
Just what to think. Like the politician who's not really a politician that you want to be a politician doesn't want to be a politician.
after McGreevy ran the state to the ground, of course Cody's going to was good.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't the fall of McGreevy.
And
Paul
Corzine,
McGreevy was his homosexual relation that he hid from everybody.
I'm gonna get there eventually.
and Corzine wasn't that great either. In fact,
Wow.
like Corzine, wasn't he eventually like involved in some bonsai scan thing? Bonsai? It's like a bonsai tree, but it's with money.
It's Ponzi. It's an Italian. Hansi was an Italian.
You're an
guy.
Italian guy.
And since he's been traveling
His name is
around the
Andre.
country, really
I think Giuseppe Hansi.
reporters at
That tattoo's awesome.
have noticed a change. I mean, the governor.
It's not done yet. It's almost done.
It's a lot harder.
Wait, what's missing?
And
The
then on TV appearances too. And actually,
goddamn, what's his name?
in New Hampshire.
Yoshi?
No, Yoshi.
This guy Yoshi.
Yoshi was the first fish.
Do you need the guy in the cloud?
No, he's already there.
Oh, there he is.
The flying turtle.
His name?
Not Koopa Trooper. Yeah,
Paracupa Trooper?
Something like that. Flying turtle's going to go here.
Okay.
And then Princess Peach is going to go back here in her cage because she's a stupid bitch.
And then this is gonna come across.
You're gonna put her in a cage?
Yeah, that's where she
She's
belongs.
always in a fucking cage.
You gotta put her Mario 2 style. She's gotta be floating over some shit.
No. Yeah, she's a stupid bitch. She always gets off.
Wow.
And then she doesn't. No, Princess Peach is a stupid cunt.
Why bother putting mortalizing her on your leg then?
The fact that she's a stupid cunt is going to be okay.
Wow. Are you gonna embed the word stupid cunt into the cage?
She's really tiny.
If she's such a stupid cunt, then why is Mario like pining for her?
He's even dumber. Did you see the ending credits of the new Super Mario Brothers 2? She totally blows off Luigi. Like, huh? Well, I mean, they work together to get her. It's not just all Mario. Well,
Rose before her. Where's the Hammer Brother? The Hammer
Oh yeah,
Brother.
the Hammer Brothers.
I don't think
No,
And
Hammer
plus I'm out of leg.
You're right. You are. Out.
And just
Plus
like, I'm only so big. Like chicken legs can only take so long.
I know. I'm going to start waxing my leg after it's all done.
Breaking news! Moments away from GLP's fate. Oh, Fox. What if we got any more viewers? Is it still is? Oh my god, we have one more! Who is it?
Oh, you fool!
Is it Hunter?
You have no idea.
Identify yourself.
These fuckers aren't debating drinking.
Leave a comment on our Facebook page. We must know who you are. Or comment on Hangouts. Apparently you can do that. we didn't know that. We have a comment. I don't know how we have a comment. I don't know how else to view my comments.
You know what? Just text us. You probably know who we are.
Who are you? I can't believe we have 2 viewers. It's 2 more than I thought we would have. Ohio is a must-win. It's a swing state, you dumb bitch. It's a state for everybody. Come on. Would you just graduate high school? She looks 12.
I don't mind her.
I fuck boys older than you.
I would take her home.
I'm not saying a lot.
He was one of the few Republican governors to take the Medicaid expansion and took it to the pushback of.
Oh my God, you sound like you're shitting out a cue ball.
And expand Medicaid. So you'll see that tonight, I'm sure. We saw it brought up the.
Oh, CR that bitch at the fucking bar the other night?
Which bar?
The one who got pissed off that I sat down?
What? Jimmy's?
Yeah. I want to cut her.
Oh, the one
Sit
who,
right next to
the
me.
drunk one?
Yeah.
Who I saved your seat,
Yeah,
and then she was talking to you?
yeah. I'm going to cut her.
I thought, wait, what'd she say to you? I thought she was trying to be all friendly and like talk to you.
Yeah, but she was obviously annoying and fucking annoying.
She's trying to get you to like buy your friend a birthday shot or some shit like that.
No, she was like, well, it's my friend's birthday. She should sit down. I was like, oh, how old is she? It's like, or no, it's my friend's birthday. And I was like, oh my God, I've had 33 of those too.
Yeah.
Like, you're not fucking
And then
special.
you're like,
you
oh,
know,
it's my birthday too. That guy looks like he's photoshopped in.
Which one? They all look photoshopped. in.
Yeah, I don't think they're really there.
They're pretending to be there. I'm not nearly stoned enough for Fox.
Okay, here's the thing. Megyn Kelly's a bitch, but I would fuck the shit out of her.
Dude, she looks plastic.
That's what?
Plastic.
I don't have a problem with any of that.
You're okay then. I mean, I'm not a fan of dildos, but go for it.
I'll go into the bathroom, darling.
He has regular passes.
This is a much more excited atmosphere because we can tell this from being adjacent to you, Chris, that the presence of this sizable audience, which from what we're hearing sounds like the house is full. I know it's not.
Yay! Nixon is the last GOP presidential candidate to carry Cleveland's Cuyahoga County. At least Max has any motherfuckers.
3 people watching now.
3. Well, 2. We're one of the ones because
Oh, they bailed. They bailed hard.
No,
We were like, who are you? And they're like, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
no, we still have it. They just haven't identified themselves. It might be Doug. Doug, is it you? If it's you, Doug, I love you. I want your babies.
That's not
true. Overall, but he's made some recent missteps, and he needs to recover.
It's not Rajiv. Rajiv's flying.
Could be. Maybe put a satellite dish on the plane.
Oh my God, we got another one! Fools! Who are you people? We know it's Liz.
Ooh, who's Kirsten Powers?
Who else?
Why are all the women blonde?
Every single anchor and
noticed that, right?
correspondent on Fox News is hot and blonde.
I bet there's something where it's just like conservatives tend to favor like blonde women.
All right, this is the stage of the game where we need to be, well,
Should we get beers on deck?
I'm getting beers on
Get
deck.
the beers on deck. Dude, I'm like 2.5 deep already. Und Becks.
Fake German beer.
Wow, das ist gut. Oh, it is Doug! Woohoo!
I know, I love you, but who's the other one?
I don't know. That's
Oh wait, no, we lost one.
Okay.
So it is Doug. Hi, Doug. That's why I got PBR.
PBR.
You're part of the game, kiddo.
Somebody has to keep track for me.
The game begins. I might need the list.
Yeah, it's the tablet on the bottom shelf.
Okay. What is this? Fat people. I don't understand.
That's it. This is it.
Okay, for
Hey, it's my butt.
a recap for anybody that gives a shit. Here's the things we take a sip for.
Oh, here we go. We got it.
Whenever they say Obamacare, whenever Trump says moron or idiot, gay marriage, mentions God or religion, Trump has to be moderated.
Wait, you forgot blatant homosexual remark.
Yes, but that's a goal. We have to
Oh,
goal
sip.
our
You're
beer.
talking sips.
Or we're talking sips. So these are sips. These are the things we're going to be doing a lot of because we expect a lot of them.
Right.
So Trump has to be moderated. Iran, support Israel. Denial of
Oh, wait,
Israel.
no, that's
Oh, that's half beer, yeah. Okay. ISIS, liberal media, defends the Bush administration. Benghazi. That's going to be a good one.
It's gonna be. I feel that's gonna happen a lot.
That might have been
We're gonna be sipping like we're Japanese.
Yeah. Planned Parenthood. A lot of that. 9/11.
Oh God, they can't fart without saying that.
Email. Email.
Yeah, I put that one in. You like that?
Interesting. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of sips. Greece. Negative notes about Jon Stewart. Sip.
Because he's topical right now. It's
You think
today's his
so?
last day,
That's true. Do you think
and he
they're gonna-
can't do this because it's happening 3 hours after he filmed.
Fixing America. Oh my God.
I thought that would be a pretty.
They're going to say that like 40 times. And
That's why it's a sip. That's why I put it as a sip. not a
Okay.
gulp.
So everybody, here's the ones where it's like we don't expect a lot of them, so it's like gulps
You
or
gotta
more.
calm this down.
So a blatant homosexual remark is a gulp. All right. Denial of Israel is half your beer.
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan is a chug. Selling.
He had the word Ronald.
It has to
Reagan
be-
has to be
okay.
said. You got to hear Ronald Reagan.
Selling baby parts is a chug. I say if they actually call Obamacare by its correct name and say Affordable Care Act, that's half your beer. and then abortion mills together like
That
that
one I'm looking
is your
forward
whole
to.
drink.
You gotta finish.
If somebody has the balls to say abortion mills,
those have to be said.
we have to drink the whole damn beer. And if you have half a beer, you got to refill and drink the rest of that.
The mention of Bridgegate.
Bridgegate, that's a go. Second Amendment.
Any mention of the NRA. Or
Okay,
guns
anything gun related to NRA
is goals.
is a goal.
Yeah.
And then positive notes about Jon Stewart.
Finish your beer.
Finish your beer.
And that's our list.
Wow.
This has been posted to Facebook. For all you watching, all of our diehard fans, we love you.
Doug, this is going to be like Ancient Aliens but worse. Ancient alien theorists believe that Obamacare, while supporting Iran and Israel, denied Israel and ISIS by selling baby parts to Planned Parenthood in their abortion mills, Greece, Bridgegate, Benghazi, 9/11, Affordable Care Act. Who are these people?
All right, there we go. It's in front of us. Just in case.
It's totally going to turn off.
Half hour.
Don't stage the nude. They're not feeling it. I'm like, you guys nervous? We're a little nervous too.
For those who don't know, there's about a 20 to 30
That
seconds
sounded
one.
like the buzzer.
We saved them from that buzzer.
That's right.
We'll explain that.
We'll talk about the buzzer in just a minute. There was controversy. It's good to see you, gentlemen. Welcome. And what do you think of this crowd?
Were they supposed to?
Ohio!
Were they supposed to be answering that?
They're clapping for it.
Crowd was on the list.
So basically, in a moment, just so the audience understands and the candidates know, they're going to stand behind these lecterns, and we're going to
We know the
give
rules.
you the rules.
Do they know the
Of course,
rules?
The campaign's
Yeah.
already been informed, but they know the rules, but we'll go over them again just one more time, and the audience will be brought up
Oh,
to speed,
Trump's
and then
not
we'll
front
get
and
started.
center. It's Bush. Ooh,
I
interesting.
guess they don't know.
Well, there's 10 of them, so technically they're the media and the
During
message.
the previous 6 months
But
or so,
he just looks
now
more
they're going to
front
get an
and center
opportunity to
Because
talk
he's at
to
her
each
head.
other. And obviously,
At
this
this
is all part
shot,
of the
so it's like
process
Jeb
of
Bush
the
is front
American
and center.
people
Yeah,
here
but
in
I wonder
the
if that was
South
calculated. Their lecterns are
trying to sort out
Yeah,
who
but
should
this
be
is going to
the
be
Republican
going to
nominee
be a
for
common
president
shot.
in
And
2016.
so you got
This
your
is
three.
part of the great
And
American
she's
process.
looking at your eye, and she's a
Thank
bright
you.
fucking
Please go
one.
to
Where's
your
your eye
podium.
going?
That was our
You're
order.
gonna look up to right there.
So basically,
I
what
think
you're
it's
telling me,
calculated.
it looked like Megyn Kelly was giving Jeb Bush head.
It's
No,
important to
it's
point
as though they're
out
giving
that this
attention
debate
to
obviously
Jeb
is the top
Oh, wait.
10
They've already
in
picked.
polling. They were
We're trying to
chosen
take focus on at
by
least some
the
of it.
position from
It is all
top to
images.
bottom in the positioning on the
All
stage.
perception.
And remember, we had another debate on this very stage from 5 to 6 that included 7 other candidates. This is a huge field.
That's right. I bet these guys are glad that Carly Fiorina did not appear in the 9 p.m. hour because, boy, she unleashed a can, if you know what I'm saying, earlier.
Wow, this is. I feel like there's the judges are just shooting this shit.
They really are. It's like American
Should it be
Idol.
divided? Should it not be divided? And yes, there were 2 tiers. There were the 7 lowest in the polls. Now we have the top 10 in the polls. But you know, it's a fluid process.
Eric's
And
watching
it was
us.
certainly true 4 years ago. Some that were
Daddy
jump
Rooms.
up.
Daddy loves you.
Perhaps some that are here tonight are going to slip down a little bit. But there's a long time between now and the snowy caucuses in February in Iowa.
We should point out our next debate is right before the Iowa caucuses, and it's going to be quite something.
This is, I think, going to be very meaningful. It would have been tough to have 17 candidates up here, as great as it would have been to try to find a way to do it, but
So
it's
it's just, it never goes away.
would have been like herding cats.
Sometimes I think that's it.
All right, guys.
All right.
So the audience knows we're going to restart at the top of the hour
Candidates. This
because
is
that's
gonna
when
be
the nation
fucking
believes
difficult.
that this debate starts.
There's gonna be one guy who's gonna be
Trump's
like,
gonna dominate.
So we'll get it
Think so?
I'm hoping so.
There's gonna be
Why do you
one
think I'm
guy.
watching?
There's gonna be one guy that just like
This
basically.
audience has been great. We're going to talk about
I think it's going to
the
be partial.
excitement and how we're
Yeah.
going to make this all come
Gonna be
together.
Kasich, right? Kasich.
No!
Buffer.
No! Oh, okay.
They said they were going to restart at the top of the hour. And it's now the top of the hour.
Okay.
It is 9 p.m. on the East Coast, and the moment of truth has arrived. Welcome to the first debate
Cleveland's the
of the
East
2016 presidential
No, it's
campaign. Live
But we're
from
in
Quicken Loans Arena in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm Megan Kelly.
It's 9 p.m. on the East Coast, so we have to do this. It doesn't matter what time it is anywhere else. It's 9 p.m. on the East Coast. This is happening. We don't.
That's right.
New York.
It's a big market.
Tonight, thousands of people here in the queue, along with millions of voters at home, will get their very first chance to see the candidates face off in a debate, answering the questions you want answered.
Less than a year from now, in this very arena,
Do you think this
one
debate's
of
gonna
these
be
10 candidates, or one of the 7 on the
Or they
previous
leave it
debate
here
tonight,
Absolutely.
will accept the Republican Party's nomination.
Supposed to start off.
Tonight's candidates were selected based on an average of 5 national polls. Just a few hours
Do the
ago, we
primary
heard from the
candidate, like whoever
candidates
was the
ranked
primaries,
11
they
through
get like
17, and now the primetime event, the top 10.
In a sense.
Also,
Well, everybody's
Fox
campaign.
News is
It's-
partnering
it's
with tonight's
toxic.
debate
It's
on
toxic.
Facebook for the
It's
past
toxic.
couple of weeks. We've been asking you for questions for
Yeah.
the candidates on
They
Facebook.
just in January.
Nearly 6
Yeah, but there's only like 3 of them right now.
million viewed the debate
5.
videos on our
And
site,
there are
and more
other
than
3 or 4
40,000 of you.
watching
So many
tomorrow.
questions.
Yeah, see why there's only 3
You will hear us asking the candidates tonight.
As for the candidates who will be answering those questions,
That is an
Here they
oddly
are.
round number for people.
positioned on the
talking
stage
Facebook.
and will probably stand in the polls. In the center of the stage tonight, businessman Donald Trump.
Talk shit.
Former Florida Governor Jeb Bush.
Wow, he's top. He's the other top.
Scott Walker.
You look at what Hobbit has such a
Governor Mike
nose.
Huckabee.
How is Huckabee in the top 4?
No.
Dr. Ben Carson.
Yeah, black guy. He's not black. He doesn't know it.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz.
Oh, God.
I shoot machine guns with bacon. I hate Latinos.
Marco Rubio's turning into that team.
He's Cuban.
Cuban, baby.
He's second generation. He's first generation.
Is that Latino?
And he hates immigration.
Mario,
He's a
Governor of Ohio.
fucking immigrant in a sense.
It's gonna take a half of the big just to name the line. Oh damn!
Who's that?
Damn!
Who's it?
I don't know.
Is that for Kasich?
Yeah.
And then Christie?
Ohio likes
Oh, they're in Ohio.
Yeah, well,
It might be, it might be, we'll see.
It's the rules some objections.
It might be. The rules for tonight are simple. 1 minute
Wait, so
for
they even
answers,
introduced
30
Christie?
seconds for follow-ups. And
The
if
last
the
two,
candidate
they
runs
just skip.
over, you'll hear this. Pleasant, no? We also have a big crowd here with us tonight in the home of the Cavaliers. As I
Yeah,
mentioned.
it's like a
And
Marine
we
or
expect
something.
them,
Yeah.
we expect them to be enthusiastic, as you heard. We don't want to take anything away from the valuable time for the candidates. So we're looking for somewhere between a reaction to a LeBron James dunk and the Cleveland Public Library across the street. Somewhere there, we'll find a balance tonight. Without further
What
ado,
does that mean?
let's begin. Gentlemen.
Oh, you know what?
We
On some
know
people's rules,
how
that's
much
great.
you love
Anytime somebody
Can't
mentions
raise
LeBron James because we're in Ohio.
So we promise this is the only one tonight.
But
The
I'm
only
not a
one.
sports person. So
No,
I
Is
don't-
there
that's
anyone
not in
on
our
stage,
rules.
and can I see hands, who is unwilling tonight to pledge your support
Sorry.
to the eventual nominee of the Republican Party and pledge to not run an independent campaign against that person? Again, we're looking for you to
Wow, that's
raise your
kind of a
hand
dick
now.
move.
Raise your hand now if you won't make that pledge tonight. Mr. Trump,
Hey, you got to give it to him. He's just like, what? Fuck all
you're
that.
standing on a Republican primary.
I fully understand.
The place where the RNC will give the nominee the nod.
I fully understand.
And that experts say an independent run would almost certainly hand the race over to Democrats and likely another Clinton. You can't say tonight
Oh,
that you can make that pledge.
I cannot say,
Oh,
I
Clinton,
have
that's
to
right.
respect the person that if it's not me, the person that wins. If I do win and I'm leading by quite a bit, that's what I want to do. I can totally make that pledge. If I'm the nominee, I will pledge I will not run as an independent. But and I am discussing it with everybody. But I'm talking about a lot of leverage. We want to win, and we will win. But I want to win as the Republican. I want to run as the Republican nominee.
So tonight you can't say if another one of these.
This is what's wrong. I know this is what's wrong. He buys and sells politicians
Jesus.
of all stripes. He's already, hey, look, he's already hedging his bet on the Clintons, okay? So if he doesn't run as a Republican, maybe he supports Clinton or
Well, maybe he runs as an independent.
Dude, wait your
I'm
turn.
saying that he's
Doesn't
already
matter,
hedging
no.
his bets because he's used to buying politicians.
Well, I give it plenty of money.
That wasn't bad.
If that's
That
to be
wasn't
clear, you
bad.
can't make it. We're going to move on.
I respect
You
that.
don't have to make the question. I will
He
not
had,
make
somebody had to
this
take
time.
the job and it had to be done. Too much attention got lost on him. Now look at you, they're on split screen right now. He just got time. He got FaceTime. That's all.
Gentlemen,
That's it.
our first round of questions is on the subject of electability in the general election. And we start tonight with you, Dr. Carson. You are a successful neurosurgeon, but you admit that you have had to study up when it comes to foreign policy, saying there's a lot to learn. Your critics say that your inexperience shows. You suggested that the Baltic states are not a part of NATO. And just months ago, you were unfamiliar with the major political parties and government in Israel. And domestically, you thought Alan Greenspan had been Treasury Secretary
Israel.
instead of Federal Reserve Chair. Aren't these basic mistakes? And don't they
Is that a
raise
sip? It's
legitimate
not really a
questions
support.
about whether you are ready to be
Sip.
president?
Well, I could take issue with all of those things, but we don't have time. But I will say, we have a debate here tonight, and we will have an opportunity to explore those areas. And I'm looking very much forward to demonstrating that, in fact, the thing that is probably most important is having a brain and to be able to figure things out and learn things very rapidly. So, you know, experience comes from a large number of different arenas. And America became a great nation early on, not because it was flooded with politicians, but because it was flooded with people who understood the value of personal responsibility, hard work, creativity, innovation, and that's what will get us on the right track now. So.
Senator Rubio, when Jeb Bush announced his candidacy for presidency, he said this: "There's no passing off responsibility when you're a governor, no blending into the legislative crowd." Could you please address Governor Bush across the stage here and explain to him why you, someone who has never held executive office, are better prepared to be a president than he is, a man who you said did a great job running your state of Florida for 8 years?
Well, thank you for the question, Chris, and it's great to be here tonight. Let me begin by saying this. I'm not new to the political process. I was making a contribution as the speaker of the third largest and most diverse state in the country well before I even got
I've
into
been
the
watching
Senate.
this guy for.
I would add to that this election cannot be a resume competition. It's important to be qualified. But if this election is a resume competition, then Hillary Clinton's going to be the next president. Because she's been in office and in government longer than anybody else running here tonight. Here's what this election better be about.
If not, I totally.
This election better be about the
probably
future,
should.
not the
I
past.
totally meant to.
It better be about the issues our nation and the world is facing today, not simply the issues we once faced. This country is facing an economy that has been radically transformed. You know, the largest retailer in the country, in the world today, Amazon, doesn't even own a single store. And these changes have been disruptive.
Yeah,
They have changed people's lives. The jobs that once sustained our middle class, they either don't pay
Order
or
of
they are
evacuation will
gone.
be here in an
And we
hour.
need someone that
Saying
understands
they
that
don't
as our
own like
nominee.
brick and mortar.
If I'm our nominee, how is Hillary Clinton going to lecture me about living paycheck to paycheck?
paycheck.
I was raised paycheck to paycheck.
I don't need to walk in.
How is she going to lecture me? How is she going to lecture me about student loans? I owed over $100,000 just 4 years ago. If I'm our nominee, we will be the party of the future.
Then you became senator, you don't own anymore. Interesting, sir.
You have insisted that you're your own man. You said you have a life experience uniquely your own, not your father's, not your brother's. But there are several opponents on this stage who get big applause lines in early voting states with this line. Quote, "The last thing the country needs is another Bush in the Oval Office." So do you understand the real concern in this country about dynastic politics?
Absolutely, I do. And I'm going to run hard, run with heart, and run to win. I'm going to have to earn this. Maybe the barrier,
Wow, he
the bar's
speaks
even
better
higher
than
for me.
George.
That's fine. I've got a record in Florida. I'm proud of my dad, and I'm certainly proud of my brother.
He's a handsome
In
guy.
Florida, they call me
He
Jeff
is a handsome guy.
because I earned it. I cut taxes every year, totaling $19 billion. We balanced every budget. We went from $1 billion of reserves to $9 billion
Oh, he's not-
of reserves.
he's not
We're one of
governor?
2 states that
No.
went to AAA bond rating.
Sir,
They call me Vito Corleone.
Oh, I fired the Lehman Brothers in
Line items in the
2007.
budget.
That's not good.
I governed as a conservative, and I governed effectively. And the net effect was, during my 8 years, 1.3 million jobs were created. We left the state better off because I applied conservative principles in a purple state the right way, and people rose up.
Yeah, but it's Florida.
Mr. Trump.
It's the upside down state.
One of the things people love about you is you speak your mind and you don't use a politician's filter. However, that is not without its downsides, in particular when it comes to women.
Oh.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh my God! We should have had that on the list. Oh my God! I almost. That's almost brilliant.
Yes, I'm sure.
Your Twitter account has several disparaging comments on women's looks. You once told a contestant on Celebrity Apprentice it would be a pretty picture to see her on her knees. Does that sound to you like the temperament of a man we should elect as president? And how will you answer the charge from Hillary Clinton, who is likely to be the Democratic nominee, that you are
When I
part
say Hillary
of the
Clinton's
war on
a
women?
de facto one.
I think the big problem this country has is being politically correct. I've been challenged by so many people, and I don't frankly have time for total political correctness. And to be honest with you, this country doesn't have time either. This country is in big trouble. We don't win anymore. We lose to China. We lose to Mexico, both in trade and at the border. We lose to everybody.
So facto, I hate
And
women.
frankly, what I say, and oftentimes
Oh,
it's
that's
fun,
important.
it's kidding, we have a good time. What I say is what I say. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry. I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that. But you know what? We need strength, we need energy, we need quickness, and we need brain in this country to turn it around. That I can tell you right now.
Senator Cruz, your colleague, Senator Paul, right there next to you, said a few months ago he agrees with you on a number of issues, but he says you do nothing to grow the party. He says you feed red meat to the base, but you don't reach out to minorities. You have a toxic relationship with GOP leaders in Congress. You even called the Republican Senate leader, Mitch McConnell, a liar recently. How can you win in 2016 when you're such a divisive figure?
Chris, I believe the American people are looking for someone to speak the truth.
I already plays video games.
He's 14.
Yeah, it does look
If
like
you're
it.
looking for someone to go to Washington, to go along, to get along, to agree with the career politicians in both parties, who get in bed with the lobbyists and special interests, then I ain't your guy. There is a reason
Like Calgary.
that we have $18
Born in
trillion
Canada.
in debt. Because
Because
as
your parents are
conservatives, as
American, somehow
Republicans,
that
we
absolves
keep
you of
winning
bullshit.
elections. We got a Republican House, we got a Republican Senate, and we
Come
don't
on.
have
Come on,
leaders who
Mr. Bernie
honor
Boy,
their
come on.
commitments. I will always tell the truth and do what I said I would do.
Romney's father ran for president. He was
You're
born
not
in
exactly
Mexico.
the darling of conservatives. You tout
Yeah, but he
your
wasn't
record as a Republican governor in a blue state. On Facebook, the
Then you
most
say-
people talking
Hold on,
about
hold on,
you
hold on, hold on.
constantly come from your state of New
Oh,
Jersey,
Christian.
and one of the top issues they are
Baby
talking
eater.
about is the economy. This may be why. Under your watch, New Jersey has undergone 9 credit rating downgrades.
Has it?
The state's 44th in private sector growth. You face an employee pension crisis, and the Garden State has the 3rd highest foreclosure rate in the country.
That's because
So
fucking
why
real
should
estate's
voters
expensive
believe
as shit.
that your management of the country's finances would be any different?
If you think it's bad now, you should have seen it when I got there. The fact is,
He's got a point.
fact is, in the 8 years before I became governor, taxes and fees were raised at the state level 115 times. In the 8 years before I became governor, spending was increased 56%. And in the 8 years before I became governor, there was 0 net private sector job growth in New Jersey. 0 for 8 years. So what did we do? We came in, we balanced an $11 billion deficit on a $29 billion budget by cutting over 800 programs in the state budget. We brought the budget into balance with no tax increases. In fact, we vetoed 5 income tax increases during my time as governor. We cut business taxes $2.3 billion, and we cut regulation by 1/3 of what my predecessor put in place.
Is it good?
And what's happened since? 192,000 new private sector jobs in the 5.5 years I've been governor.
He's
We
not
have a
a
lot
bad
of work to do in
governor,
New
but
Jersey, but
sure.
I'm darn proud of how we brought our state back.
He also doesn't take shit from people.
You consistently said that you want to make abortion illegal, even in cases of rape, incest, or to save the life of the mother.
Oh, wow.
You recently
Wait,
signed
do
an
we have
abortion law in
abortion?
Wisconsin that does have an exception for the mother's life, but you are
No,
aware
we
of having objected to it.
We knew
But
this
we were
was
Would you
waiting.
rather let a mother die rather than have an
No,
abortion?
abortion bills. Abortion
And
bills.
with 83% of the American public in favor of a life exception, are you two out of the mainstream on this issue to win the general election?
Well, I'm pro-life. I've
Is that
always been
Walker?
pro-life. And I've got a position I think is consistent with many Americans out there in that I believe that is an unborn child that's in need of protection out there. And I've said many a time that unborn child can be protected, and there are many other alternatives that will also protect the life of that mother. That's been consistently proven. Unlike Hillary Clinton, who has a radical position in terms of support for Planned
Really
Parenthood,
put a shit.
I defunded Planned
Okay, that's
Parenthood
on
more
there,
than 4 years ago, long
kind
before
of on
any of
there.
these
She is
videos
on
came out. I've got a position that's in line with everyday Americans.
Anytime you hear the word Hillary Clinton.
Governor, how could they like?
We didn't write it, but
it's on there.
Pencil it in.
Social issues in favor of
It won't do it. It's been
constitutional amendment banning same-sex
grandfathered
marriages.
That was the
Do
third
you
one.
in favor of
Honorary.
a constitutional amendment banning abortions?
Wow, I can't believe they
except for the
think
life of the
she's
mother? Millions of
She has been the
people
candidate
in this
since
country agree with you,
2006.
but according to the polls, and again, this is an electability question, according to the polls,
way
more
She has
people
been the
don't.
candidate
So
since
how do you
2006.
That she
persuade
lost
enough
against
independents and
And
Democrats
nobody saw that
to get
coming.
elected in 2016?
Half black.
Chris, I disagree with the
Dude, have
idea
you seen
that
the-
a real issue is a constitutional amendment. That's a long and difficult process. I've actually taken a position that's bolder than that. A lot of people are talking about defunding Planned Parenthood,
Oh, Planned
as
Parenthood.
if that's a huge
That's
game
one of them.
changer. I think it's time to do something even more bold. I think the next president ought to invoke the 5th and 14th Amendments to the Constitution. Now that we clearly know
I plead the
that
fifth.
baby inside the mother's womb is a person at the moment of conception.
Oh, you can't see
The reason
that.
we know that it is because of the DNA schedule that we now have clear scientific evidence on.
You're basically saying
And
the
this
woman's
notion that
vessel.
we just continue to ignore the personhood of the individual is a violation of that unborn child's 5th and 14th Amendment
What
rights
about
for due
violation of the
process and equal
person
protection
carrying the
under
person?
law. It's time that we recognize the Supreme Court is not the supreme being, and we change the policy to be pro-life and protect children instead of rip up their body parts and sell them like they're parts to a
Born
beauty.
children.
Oh, you said selling baby. Well, you said selling body parts. Are we going to count that as selling
We're
baby
totally
parts?
gonna
You
count
recently
Oh,
that.
anymore.
had the rise of ISIS on Republican hawks. You later said that statement, you could have said it better. But the statement went on, and you said, quote, everything they've talked about in foreign policy, they've been wrong for the last 20 years. Why are you so quick to blame your own party?
First of all, only ISIS is responsible
ISIS.
for the terrorism.
ISIS.
Only ISIS is responsible
That's
for the
twice.
gravity. But we do have to examine how we're going to defeat ISIS.
That's
I'm
3
a
times.
proposal.
Fuck you,
I'm a
Randall.
leading voice in America for not arming the allies of ISIS.
4.
Oh my God! I gotta
God damn it, Randall.
Fighting amidst a lot of opposition from both Hillary
More
Clinton
beer.
as well
Oh
as
my
some
God. Hillary
Republicans
Clinton.
who wanted to send arms to the allies of ISIS.
5.
ISIS rides around
Jesus, I owe
in $1 billion worth of U.S. Humvees.
Oh.
It's a disgrace. We don't stop it. We shouldn't fund our enemies, for goodness sakes. So we didn't create ISIS.
Oh my God, that's
themselves, but we will stop them, and one of the ways we stop them is by not funding them and by not arming them.
God damn you, Rand Paul.
Shut up, Rand Paul!
You chose to expand Medicaid in your state, unlike several other governors on the stage tonight, and it is already over budget by some estimates, costing taxpayers an additional $1.4 billion in just the first 18
Oh, it's
months.
a God.
You defended your Medicaid expansion by invoking God.
Oh, there
Saying
it
to
is.
skeptics
There it
that when
is.
they arrive in heaven, St. Peter's
That-
asked how small they've kept government.
Mention of God and religion.
What they have done for the poor. Why should Republican voters, who generally want to shrink government, believe that you won't
God.
use your St. Peter's canal to expand every government program?
Well, first of all, Megan, you should know that President Reagan expanded Medicaid 3 or 4 times. Secondly, I had an opportunity to bring resources back to Ohio to do what? To treat the mentally ill. 10,000 of them sit in our prisons. It costs $22,500 a year to keep them in prison. I'd rather get them their medication so they can lead a decent life. Secondly, we are rehabbing the drug addicted. 80% of the people in our prisons have addictions or problems. We now treat them in the prisons, release them in the community, and the recidivism rate is 10%. And everybody across this country knows that the tsunami of drugs is threatening their very families. So we're treating them and getting them on their feet. And finally, the working poor, instead of them having to come into the emergency rooms where it costs more, where they're sicker and we end up paying, we brought a program in here to make sure that people can get on their feet.
What program?
And you know what? Everybody has a right to their God-given purpose. And finally,
God.
Medicaid is growing at one of the lowest rates in the country. And finally, we went from $8 billion in the hole to $2 billion in the black. We've cut $5 billion in taxes, and we've grown 350,000 jobs.
Is that the beer box? Yeah.
Gentlemen, we're turning to a new subject that all of you have been talking about and some of you have been disagreeing about, and that is the issue of immigration.
We got the case
Governor
here.
Bush, you released a new plan this week on illegal immigration, focusing on enforcement, which some suggest is your effort to show that you're not soft on that issue. I want to ask you about a statement that you made last year about illegal immigrants, and here's what you said. They broke the law, but it's not a felony. It's an act of love. It's an act of commitment to your family.
Something to do with offense.
What's the
Do
value?
you stand by that statement, and do you stand by your support for earned legal status?
I do. I believe that the great majority of people coming here illegally have no other option. They want to provide for their family. But we need to control our border. It's our responsibility to pick and choose who comes in. So I've written a book about this, and yet this week I did come up with a comprehensive strategy that really mirrored what we said in the book, which is that we need to deal with E-Verify, we need to deal with people that come with a legal visa and overstay. We need to be much more strategic on how we deal with border enforcement, border security. We need to eliminate the sanctuary cities in this country. It is ridiculous and tragic that people are dying because of the fact that local governments are not following the federal law. There's much to do. And I think rather than talking about this as a wedge issue, which Barack Obama's done now for 6 long years, the next president, and I hope to be that president, will fix this once and for all so that we can turn this into a driver for high sustained economic growth. And there should be a path to earn legal status for those that are here. Not amnesty, earn legal status, which means you pay a fine and do many things over an extended period of time.
Thank you, sir.
Oh God, now we look like accent run.
Mr. Trump, it has not escaped anybody's notice that you say that the Mexican government is sending criminals, rapists, drug dealers across the border. Governor Bush has called those remarks, quote, extraordinarily ugly. I'd like you're right next to him, talk to him directly and say how you respond to that.
Wow.
And you have repeatedly said that you have evidence that the Mexican government is doing this, but that you have evidence you have refused or declined to share. Why not use this first Republican presidential debate to share your proof with the American people?
So, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be talking about illegal immigration, Chris.
Oh!
This was not a
Wow!
subject that was on anybody's mind until I brought it up at my announcement, and I said, Mexico is sending. Except the reporters, because they're a very dishonest lot, generally speaking, in the world of politics, they didn't cover my statement the way I said it. The fact is, since then, many killings, murders, crime, drugs pouring across the border, our money going out and the drugs coming in. And I said, we need to build a wall. And it has to be built quickly. And I don't mind having a big, beautiful door in that wall so that people can come into this country legally. But we need Jeb, to build a wall, we need to keep
In Florida?
illegals out.
What?
Mr. Trump, I'll give you 30 seconds.
What?
I'll give you 30 seconds to answer my question, which was, what evidence do you have, specific evidence, that the Mexican government is sending criminals across the border? 30 seconds.
Border Patrol, I was at the border last week. Border Patrol, people that I deal with, that I talk to, they say this is what's happening because our leaders are stupid. Our politicians are stupid. And the Mexican government is much smarter, much sharper, much more cunning, and they send the bad ones over because they don't want to pay for them. They don't want to take care of them. Why should they?
Someone
When the
else is watching.
stupid leaders of the United States will do it for them. And
Stupid.
that's what's happening,
Stupid.
whether
Drink.
you like it or not.
It's Hunter. Hi, Hunter.
All right. Obviously, there's a lot more to talk
Drink.
about this. We're
He
gonna
said
have
stu-
more
anytime he
questions
says
for
stupid,
the
and he is
candidates on
moron.
legal immigration, plus other key topics, including your questions.
This Republican debate is brought to you by PBR. PBR,
Absolutely.
funding rednecks and immigration idiots for the last 100 years.
What specific steps would you take to contain the COVID crisis?
I'd like to know
ISIS!
what the candidates
That doesn't count.
do so that I feel safe in my own country again.
How do you not feel safe in this country? Unless you live in a shitty neighborhood.
He says hi back. It's so weird, this whole like one-sided
This reverse
video thing.
Do we look choppy as shit to them, or is that just our own feed?
Hunter, do we look choppy as shit?
Yeah. You're using all the bandwidth you own.
I just did a check. I'm getting 76 up.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe our upload is better than our download. That's what
Time
it is.
Warner. No, our upload was 18.
Fuck Comcast. That's usually the more people.
I had Time Warner.
Just as bad.
You have a choice.
Really?
Now we have a choice. Now I have a choice.
Well, you know what? Usually I have a choice between, like,
RCN or Time Warner, but I just paid Time. Yeah, a regional cable network.
That sounds horrible.
It's just their
Actually,
feed.
dude,
It looks fine.
330 download.
It looks fine to him.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Awesome.
Are you drinking with us?
The list is on Facebook.
Or just wait for us to call out something and drink.
The list is on
Just drink
Facebook.
what we do, Hunter.
There you go. But the list is on Facebook. We have honored in
Hillary
fence
Clinton.
wall
Yeah.
border.
Immigration, Hillary Clinton.
Immigration.
No,
You know, it's the
Sorry.
Republicans. You know it's going to be. And then anytime the Clinton. No, you hear Clinton.
Clinton
If you hear the
General.
word Clinton, motherfucker drink. Like, seriously.
Face it, they shouldn't even be talking
Put
about it.
on, like, a goddamn fucking Viagra commercial or something. Jesus
That's all,
Christ.
that's all people watch.
Dude, it's Fox News.
So this little man who can't
It's a
get it
bunch
up.
of old men who can't get it up.
No,
It's a bunch of old men who buys whores.
That's
They buy whores.
Should we tell the old men that they can get cheaper stuff over the counter?
Totally. Gas station.
Gas station dick
cocktails.
pills.
Oh. This segment brought to you by Gas Station Dick Pills.
It is.
Do you need to get your dick up? Can you not get a prescription for Viagra?
Are you in a rush?
Go to your local gas station.
Do
and
you
get
need
your,
gas?
Do you have 30 minutes to spare?
Do you have gas?
Do you have gas? Go to your local gas station.
While
and
you're
get your
getting-
gas station dick pills.
While you're getting those Mylanta pills at the gas station, pick up some dick pills while you're at it.
They're magically miracle.
It's a dry house.
Right next to your Tums. What does that
Oh,
mean?
what
Dry house.
are you in Utah?
What are you, a Mormon?
Richmond.
Virginia.
Yeah, I know where it is.
I used to live there too. I used to live there too, motherfucker.
In Virginia, they should be trying.
Yankee only Southern in the house.
They should be coming out of the
We're
tap.
going to continue the questions
It did.
now on
This was
illegal
a water.
immigration.
You can have
We
water. We
kind
have
of ended with a cliffhanger there. So let's continue the conversation. Governor Kasich, I know you don't like to talk about Donald Trump, but I do want to ask you about the merit of what he just said. When you say that the American government is stupid, that the Mexican government is sending criminals, that we're being bamboozled, is that an adequate response to the question of illegal immigration?
Chris Christie, I was just saying to Chris Christie, they say we're outspoken.
we need to take lessons from Donald Trump if we're really gonna learn it. Here's the thing about Donald Trump. Donald Trump's hitting a nerve in this country. He is. He's hitting a nerve. People are frustrated. They're fed up. They don't think the government is working for them. And for people that want to just tune him out, they're making a mistake.
No, I'm
surprised. He's got his solutions. Some of us have other solutions. You know, look, I balanced the federal budget as one of the chief architects when I was in Washington. Hadn't been done since. I was a military reformer. I took the state of Ohio from an $8 billion hole and a 350,000 job loss to a $2 billion surplus and a gain of 350,000 jobs.
Respectfully, can we talk about a labor?
But the point is that we all have solutions. Mr. Trump is touching a nerve because people want the wall to be built. They want to see an end to illegal immigration. They want to see it. We all do. But we all have different ways of getting there. You're going to hear from all of us tonight about what our ideas are.
I think we vetoed immigration.
We vetoed immigration. Let me see if I can do better with you.
No, do better.
As simple as our leaders are stupid, their leaders are smart, and all these illegals coming over are criminals.
Well, let me set the record straight on a couple of things. The first is the evidence is now clear that the majority of people coming across the border are not from Mexico. They're coming from Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras.
Cuba.
Those countries are the
Where'd your
source
parents
of the
come
people
from?
that are now coming in its majority. I also believe
They're not
we need a
crossing the
fence.
border, they're crossing the
The
ocean.
problem is if El Chapo builds a tunnel
Where's
under
the border,
the fence,
bitch?
we have to be able to deal with that too. And that's why you need an E-Verify system,
That's
you need
smart.
an entry-exit tracking system,
I
and
like
all sorts of
E-Verify.
other things to prevent illegal immigration. But I agree with what Governor Kasich just said. People are frustrated. This is the most generous country in the world when it comes to immigration.
No, it's not.
There are a
Actually,
million
UK
people a
is.
year who legally immigrate to the United
Actually,
States.
France is.
And people
Yeah.
feel like we're being taken advantage of. We feel like despite our generosity, we are
It's
being
France
taken
and
advantage
the
of.
UK.
And let me tell you who never gets talked about in these debates. The people that call my office, who have
No,
been
they
waiting
ship
for
them out.
15 years to come to the United
they ship
States.
them out.
And they paid their fees, and they hired a lawyer, and they can't get in, and they're wondering, maybe they should come illegally.
UK's getting it done.
And so these are important issues,
No, they are.
and we should address it. It's a serious problem that needs to be
They
addressed.
just give up
And
30,000
otherwise, we're gonna keep talking about this for the next 30 years like we have for the last 30 years.
Governor Walker,
Meanwhile,
Governor Walker from 2002 till as recently as 2013, just 2 years ago, you supported comprehensive immigration reform, including a path to
I've
citizenship.
lived here my whole life.
Now you say that was
This is
a
all I
quick
know.
reaction to something you hadn't really thought about, and that you've changed your mind. Other than politics, could you explain why in the last 2 years you changed your position on a path to citizenship? And are there other past positions that we should be
I mean, hey, we have
Well, Chris actually said it on your show earlier this year. I said, I acknowledge it. I said, I actually listen to the American people. And I think people across America want a leader who's actually going to listen
Still,
to
it's more
them.
than none.
I talked to border state governors and other elected officials. I looked at how this president, particularly through last November, messed up the immigration system in this country. Most importantly, I listened to the people of America. I believe we need to secure the border. I've been to the border with Governor Abbott in Texas and others, seeing the problems they have there. There's international criminal organizations penetrating our southern-based borders, and we need to do something about it. Secure the border, enforce the law, no amnesty, and
Come
go
on,
forward with a
Rand.
legal
Come on,
immigration
Rand.
system that gives priority to American working families and wages.
Come on, Rand.
I mean, I agree what he says, but
No,
he's,
I
not,
don't.
he's not a border governor.
No. Stop your fucking war on drugs. Stop that.
On Facebook and another.
And guess what? There goes your 80% of your fucking border bullshit, idiots.
Allegedly shot down by an illegal. Doug Betancourt sent this question: will you support Kate Steinle's law, which would
Who's Kate
impose a
Steinle?
mandatory 5-year prison term for an illegal who's deported and then
Yes.
returns to this country? And will you defund sanctuary cities for violating federal law?
Chris, absolutely yes. And not only will I support it, I have authored Kate's Law in the United States Senate and filed that legislation. I tried to get the Senate to vote to pass Kate's Law on the floor of the Senate just 1 week ago, and the leader of our own party blocked a vote on Kate's Law. You know, there was reference made to our leaders being stupid. It's not a question of stupidity.
Wow, it only works.
It's that they don't want to enforce the immigration laws. That there are far too many in the Washington cartel that support amnesty. President Obama has talked about fundamentally transforming this country. There's 7 billion people across the face of the globe, many of whom want to come to this country. If they come legally, great. But if they come illegally and they get amnesty, that is how we fundamentally change this country, and it really is striking. A majority of the candidates on this stage have supported amnesty. I have never supported amnesty, and I led the fight against Chuck Schumer's getting of aid amnesty legislation in the Senate.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to switch topics now and talk a bit about terror and national security. Governor Christie, you've said that Senator Paul's opposition to the NSA's collection of phone records has made the United States weaker and more vulnerable, even going so far as to say that he should be called before Congress to answer for it if we should be hit by another terrorist attack. Do you really believe you can assign blame to Senator Paul just for opposing the bulk collection of people's phone records in the event of a terrorist attack?
Yes, I do. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm the only person on this stage who's actually filed applications under the Patriot Act, who have gone before the federal, the Foreign Intelligence Service Court, who has prosecuted and investigated and jailed terrorists in this country after September 11th. I was appointed U.S. Attorney by President Bush on September 10th, 2001. And the world changed enormously the next day. And it happened in my state. This is not theoretical to me. I went to the funerals. We lost friends of ours in the Trade Center that day. My own wife was 2 blocks from the Trade Center that day at her office, having gone through it that morning.
Ouch.
When you actually have to be responsible for doing this, you can do it, and we did it for 7 years in my office, respecting civil liberties and protecting the homeland. And I will make no apologies ever for protecting the lives and the safety of the American people. We have to give more tools to our folks to be able to do that, not fewer, and then trust those people and oversee them to do it the right way. As president, that is exactly what I'll do.
Oh, wants to respond. Come on, baby.
I want to collect more records from terrorists, but less records from innocent Americans. The Fourth Amendment was what we fought the revolution over. John Adams said it was the spark that led to our war for independence. And I'm proud of standing for the Bill of Rights, and I will continue to stand for the Bill of Rights.
Megan, that's a completely ridiculous answer. I want to collect more records from terrorists, but less records from other people. How are you supposed to know, Megan?
You support the amendment.
How are you supposed to know?
I'll tell you how you get a warrant.
Let me tell you something. You know, Senator,
Governor Christie, make your point.
listen, Senator, when you're sitting in a subcommittee just blowing hot air about this, you can say things like that. When you're responsible for protecting the lives of the American people, then what you need to do is to make sure that
Here's the problem,
the way it's supposed to work.
Here's the problem, Governor. You fundamentally misunderstand the Bill of Rights. Every time you did a case, you got a warrant from a judge. I'm talking about searches without warrants, indiscriminately of all Americans' records.
Right.
And that's what I fought to end.
Right.
I don't trust President Obama with our records. I know you gave him a big hug, and if you want to give him a big hug again, go right ahead.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
You know, Senator Paul? Senator Paul,
Wait for him to go. You know what, Senator Paul?
Are the hugs that I gave
Go
to
fuck
the families who lost their people on September 11th. Those are the hugs I remember, and those had nothing to do. With politics. Unlike what you're doing by cutting speeches on the floor of the Senate, then putting them on the internet within a half an hour to raise money for your campaign, and while still putting our country at risk.
All right, we have cut it up there. We have plenty more we want to get to. That was an interesting exchange. Thank you for that. We're going to get to, Governor, but I really want to get to a Facebook questioner. His name is Alex Shalgren, and he has the following question.
My question is, how will the candidates stop the treacherous actions of ISIL, and its growing influence in the U.S. if they were to become president?
You're like, he's black. We don't have to answer this.
Senator, I'll talk to you about this because many of the Facebook users and the folks on Facebook wanted the candidates to speak to ISIS tonight. You asked the chairman of the Joint Chiefs a question. What would it take to destroy ISIS in 90 days? He told you ISIS will only be truly destroyed once they have rejected populations in which they hide. And then you accuse him of pushing Medicaid for the Iraqis. How would you destroy ISIS in 90 days?
There it is. Maybe we need a commander-in-chief that speaks the truth. We will not defeat radical Islamic terrorism so long as we have a president unwilling to utter the words radical Islamic terrorism.
They teed this up for him.
When I asked General Dempsey, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, what would be required militarily to destroy ISIS, he said there is no military solution. We need to change the conditions on the ground so that young men are not in poverty and susceptible to radicalization. That, with all due respect, is nonsense. It's the same answer the State Department gave, that we need to give them jobs. What we need is a commander-in-chief who makes clear.
We're going to run out
If you
of beer.
join ISIS, if you wage jihad on America,
six-pack.
then you are signing your death
I don't think it's going
We
to
don't
be.
see it as an ideological problem, in addition to a military one.
There's 5 more left.
Maybe, of course, it's an
But there's
ideological
11
problem.
more
That's one of
left.
the reasons why I introduced the expatriate
How many
terrorist
hours
act in the
left?
Senate
1 and
that
a
said
half,
if
right?
any American travels to the Middle East and joins
Sort of
ISIS,
Mr. like half
that he
the
or she
time.
citizenship, so they don't use a passport to come back and wage jihad on Americans. Yes, it is ideological, and let me
we lost
contrast President Obama, who at the prayer breakfast
Where is
essentially
left?
acted
We
as
love
an
you.
apologist. He said, well, gosh, the Crusades, Inquisitions. We need a
Nobody
president
expects the
to
same
show the courage
Inquisition.
that Egypt's President al-Sisi did, a Muslim, when he called out the radical Islamic terrorists who are threatening the world.
I gotta say, they're wrapping it up pretty quickly now. They're not going over the time.
For days on end in this campaign, you struggled to answer a question about whether, knowing what we know now, we would have invaded Iraq. I remember it too. And ISIS, of course, is now threatening.
ISIS.
You finally said no. To the families of those who died in that war, who say they liberated a country and deposed a ruthless dictator, how do you look at them now and say your brother's war was a mistake?
Knowing what we know now, with faulty intelligence and not having security be the first priority when we invaded,
not
it was a
defending
mistake.
the Bush
I wouldn't have gone in. However, for the people that did lose their lives and the families that suffered because of it, I know this full well, because as governor of the state of Florida, I called every one of them that I could find, to tell them that I was praying for them, that I cared about them, and it was really hard to do. And every one of them said that their child did not die in vain, or their wife or husband did not die in vain. And so why it was difficult for me to do it was based on that. Here's the lesson that we should take from this, which relates to this whole subject. Barack Obama became president and he abandoned Iraq. He left, and when he left, Al-Qaeda was done for. ISIS was created because of the void that we left. And that void now exists as a caliphate the size of Indiana. To honor the people that died, we need to stop the Iran agreement for sure, because the
Iran. No!
Said Iran on their hands, and we need to take out ISIS with every tool at our disposal.
ISIS.
In February, you said that we needed to gain partners in the Arab world. Which Arab country, not already in the U.S.-led coalition, has the potential to be our greatest partner?
It's
What about additional ones? We need to focus on the ones we have. You look at Egypt, probably the best relationship we've had in Israel, at least in my lifetime. It's incredibly important. You look at the Saudis. In fact, earlier this year, I met with Saudi leaders and leaders from the United Arab Emirates, and I asked them, what's the greatest challenge in the world today? Set aside the Iran deal. They said it's the disengagement of America. We are leading from behind under the Obama-Clinton doctrine. America's a great country. We need to stand up and start leading again. We'd have allies not just in Israel, but throughout the Persian Gulf.
Scott, nobody but
Dr. Carson.
Wisconsinians can take you seriously.
In one of his first acts as commander-in-chief, President Obama signed an executive order banning enhanced interrogation techniques in fighting terror. As president, would you bring back waterboarding?
Well, thank you, Megan. I wasn't sure I was going to get to talk again.
Oh!
Don't worry. Fear not, you made room with that request.
All right. You know, what we do in order to get the information that we need is our business. And I wouldn't necessarily be broadcasting to everybody what we're going to do. You know, we've gotten into this mindset of fighting politically correct wars. There is no such thing as a politically correct war. And the left, of course, will say Carson doesn't believe in the Geneva Convention. Carson doesn't believe in fighting stupid wars.
I don't know how to
And what
feel
we
about
have
this.
to remember is we want to utilize the tremendous
That is true. It's a lot of
intellect that
things.
we have in the military
Blue
to
tape on
win
Bowser?
wars.
Yeah.
And I've talked to a lot of the generals, a lot of advanced people,
Isn't that,
and believe me, if we
uh,
gave them the mission, which is what the commander-in-chief does, they would be able to carry it out. And if we don't tie their hands behind their back, they will do it extremely effectively.
If the Republicans take it,
Gentlemen, the next series of questions deals with Obamacare.
Yeah,
and the role of
absolutely.
the federal government.
Health and Human
I kind of
Services.
like this guy. He's kind of
Yeah,
is
not
one
as
of the
president.
things
I want to
you
negotiate
call a disaster.
at least
Have you seen House of Cards?
general
You're
surgeon.
saying it needs to be repealed and replaced.
Correct.
No.
Now, 15 years ago, you called yourself a liberal on healthcare. You were for a single-payer system, a Canadian-style system.
The Canadians hate
Why
their
were you
system.
for that then, and why aren't you for it now? First of all, I'd like to just go back to in July of 2004, I came out strongly against the war with Iraq because it was going to destabilize the Middle East.
Oh,
I'm the
you
only
can't change
one of
the
the
subject. Hold
states
on.
that knew that and had the vision to say it, and that's exactly what happened. The Middle East
Actually,
became totally
missed the drink.
destabilized. So I just want to say,
Trump had to
as
get
far
moderated.
as single payer, it
Well, he
works in
did, didn't
Canada. It works
We missed the
incredibly
train.
well in Scotland. It could have worked in a different age, which is the age you're talking about here. What I'd
Remember?
like to see
We're
is
gonna
a
give you 30 more
private
seconds.
system without the artificial lines around every state. I have a big company with thousands and thousands of employees.
We're talking
And
about
I'm
healthcare now, aren't
negotiating
they?
in New York or
They're
New
supposed to.
Jersey or in California.
He's not
I
on
have
yet.
like one bidder. Nobody can bid. You know why? Because the insurance companies are making a fortune
No, he's not.
because they have
He's moving
control of the politicians, of course, with the exception of the politicians on the stage. But they have total control of the politicians. They're making a fortune. Get rid of the artificial lines, and you will have yourself great plans. And then we have to take care of the people that can't take care of themselves, and I will do that through a different system.
I mean, Mr. Trump, hold on one second.
Newsflash.
Oh!
The Republican Party's been fighting against
Yes,
the single-payer system for a decade. So I think you're on the wrong side of this if you're still arguing for a single-payer. I don't think you heard me. You're having a hard time tonight.
All right,
Oh!
Mr. Trump, it's not just your past support for single-payer health care. You've also supported a host of other liberal policies. You've also donated to several Democratic candidates, Hillary Clinton included, Nancy Pelosi.
Wow.
You explained away those donations, saying you did that to get business-related favors. And you said recently, quote, "When you give, they do whatever the hell you want them to do." So what specifically did they do?
If I ask them, if I need them, most of the people on this, I give to stand a lot of money.
Not me.
You're welcome to give me a check, Donald, if you want.
Many of them.
Actually, to be clear,
That's
you
right.
supported Charlie Crist.
Not much.
Yeah, Charlie,
But I have.
Donald, if
Oh,
you
I
have
actually-
anything, I hope you will give to me.
Remember the name.
Sounds good. Sounds good to me, Governor. I will tell you that our system is broken. I give to many
Oh,
people.
that was his,
Before too much,
his-
I was a
his,
businessman. I give to everybody. When they call, I give.
He's the one who
And you know
fucking
what?
fucked the
When I
state up.
need something
Burned
from
it.
them,
When
2
you
years
get-
later, 3 years
when you
later,
get
I call them. They are there for me. And that's a broken system.
So what'd you get from Hillary Clinton and Nancy Pelosi?
Well, I'll tell you what, with Hillary Clinton, I said, be at my wedding, and she came to my wedding. You know why? She had no choice because I gave. I gave to a foundation that, frankly, that foundation is supposed to do good. I didn't know her money would be used on private jets going all over the world. It was.
Mr. Trump, thank you. Hold on. We're gonna move on. We'll come back to you, Governor Waters.
Will do.
One second on this.
believe that
We
was
spent a lot
moderated.
of time
Is
talking
that a
about Hillary
moderate?
Clinton and paying us back and forth. Let's be clear. We should be talking about Hillary Clinton on that last subject because everywhere in the world that Hillary Clinton touched is more messed up today than before she did.
We have no questions.
Yeah, no, I think that should be aired us here.
Governor Huckabee, on Facebook, John Fitzgerald
Yeah, it's the
asked
Hall of Mirrors.
Will the
You'll
dollars
get used
will
to
take
it.
away the powers and cut the size of the EPA, the IRS, the Department of Education. Now, broadly, the size of government is a big concern for Facebook users, Facebook persons, as well as obviously conservatives. But year after year, decade after decade, there are promises from Republicans to shrink government. But year after year, decade after decade, it doesn't happen. In fact, it gets bigger even under Republican politicians. So the question is, at this point, is the government simply too big for any one person, even a Republican, to shrink?
It's not too big to shrink. But the problem is we have a Wall Street to Washington axis of power that has controlled the political climate. The donor class feeds the political class who does the dance that the donor class wants. And the result is federal government keeps getting bigger. Every person on this stage who has been a governor will tell you that the biggest fight they had was not the other party, wasn't even the legislature. It was the federal government, who continually put mandates on the states that we had to suck up and pay for. And the fact is there are a lot of things happening at the federal level that are absolutely beyond the jurisdiction of the Constitution. This is power that should be shifted back to the states. Whether it's the EPA, there is no role at the federal level for the Department of Education. And I'm still one who says that we can get rid of the Internal Revenue Service if we would pass the fair tax, which is a tax on consumption, rather than a tax on people's income, and move power back where the founders believed it should have been all along.
Dr. Carson, do you agree with that?
What I agree with is that we need
Like, if you can remove his
significant
religion
change to the
bullshit,
education
I just
And the
Huckabee,
one that
but
I've
I disagree with
advocated is based on tithing, because I think God's a pretty fair guy.
Ah!
And he said, you know, if you give me a tithe, it doesn't matter how much you made. If you had a bumper crop, you don't owe me triple tithes, and you had no crops at all, you don't owe me no tithes. So there must be something inherently fair about that, and that's why I've advocated a proportional tax system. You make $10 billion, you pay $1 billion. You make $10, you pay $1. And everybody gets treated the same way. You get rid of the deductions, you get rid of all the loopholes.
Right. Governor Bush.
Yeah, moderate the one guy to
Come
cover it.
back to Dr. Carson. Governor Bush, you are one of the few people on this stage who advocates for Common Core education standards, reading and math. A lot of people on this stage vigorously oppose federal involvement in education. They say it should all be handled locally. President Obama's Secretary of Education, Arne Duncan, has said that most of the criticism of Common Core is due to a, quote, fringe group of critics. Do you think that's accurate?
No, I don't, and I don't believe the federal government should be involved in the creation of standards directly or indirectly, the creation of curriculum or content. That is clearly a state responsibility. I'm for higher standards, measured in an intellectually honest way, with abundant school choice, ending social promotion. And I know how to do this because as governor of the state of Florida, I created the first statewide voucher program in the country, the second statewide voucher program in the country, and the third statewide voucher program in the country. And we have rising student achievement across the board because high standards, robust accountability, ending social promotion in third grade, real school choice across the board, challenging the teachers union and beating them is the way to go. And Florida's low-income kids had the greatest gains inside the country. Our graduation rate improved by 50%. That's what I'm for.
Senator Rubio, why is Governor Bush wrong on Common Core?
Well, first, I too believe in curriculum reform. It's critically important in the 21st century. We do need curriculum reform, and it should happen at the state and local level. No, that is where educational policy belongs. Because if a parent is unhappy with what their child is being taught in school, they can go to that local school board or their state legislature or their governor and get it changed. Here's the problem with Common Core. The Department of Education, like every federal agency, will never be satisfied. They will not stop with it being a suggestion. They will turn it into a mandate. In fact, what they will begin to say to local communities is, you will not get federal money unless you do things the way we want you to do it. And they will use Common Core or any other requirements that exist nationally to force it down the throats of our people in our states.
You agree with your old friend?
He's definitely my friend, and I think the states ought to create these standards. And if states want to opt out of Common Core, fine. Just make sure your standards are high. Because today in America, a third of our kids, after we spend more per student than any country in the world other than a couple of rounding errors, to be honest with you, 30% are college and or career ready. If we are going to compete in this world we're in today, there's no possible way we can do it. But lowering expectations and dumbing down everything, children are going to suffer and families' hearts are going to be broken that their kids won't be able to get a job in the 21st century.
We have many more questions coming on a host of topics here from Quicken Loans Arena in Cleveland. Stay with us.
Dude, you know what? Like, the dynasties of this country, I don't think they're as, like, any smarter than you and I, as much as they've been taught the way to manipulate people that you and I don't know.
There have only been more jobs to the United States. And if He's doing a great job.
Think so?
I think Jeb Bush is doing a great fucking job.
Why is he a former governor?
Because he served his 2 terms.
So why hasn't he moved on to anything else? And why is he?
He is.
Why
He
has
waited for the. He wants president.
So wait, when did his term end?
2007.
2007. What has he been doing for the last 7.5 years?
He kind of primaried before he did. Well, his brother didn't do a really good job.
So you think he's been waiting it out?
Waiting for the Bush cloud to clear.
Exactly.
You know
And
who
now
else
he's
did
coming
that?
out.
All right.
He's coming out as his own.
Romney primaried in around 2007, and he did jack shit. And then he primaried
Do you know-
in 2012, and after he won the primary, he was just like, dude, you were the loser from last time. Why would we believe you this time?
Yeah. Well, yes and no. Romney just came across as
smug,
the fake smug billionaire, and people were out of work, underpaid.
Jeb Bush is the dynasty. He's part of the dynasty. He's the reason why you shouldn't bother with any of the Clintons.
Yes.
Great
Well,
show.
No. Hillary just has the name. You could call her Hillary Rodham if you want to. You really could. You know what?
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's be nice and say Hillary Rodham.
She's going to use Clinton because people know what it reminds them of.
Thank you. Exactly. It's not a matter of what it reminds you of. It's just she married Bill Clinton. I mean, she's a lesbian. Everybody knows she's a lesbian. And I mean, yeah, you can laugh at it, but no, seriously. The woman, no, she's a fucking lesbian. Yeah, you know what? And
Where's your kid, Anthony? Where's your kid?
a lot of fucking
She's not a gold star lesbian.
Thank you. Thank you. She's not a gold star.
For anybody watching, look up Gold Star Gay. It'll blow your mind.
Bro job?
Bro job.
Somebody say blow, bro. What?
Bro job? That one's just wrong, bro.
But
I thought he was talking about a bro
Oh, no.
I was like, wait,
Since
what?
we're on a break. Bro job, guys. Who's taking
still
one for the
rolling.
team?
Christian does live up to the redhead stereotype.
Wait, what does that mean? Wait, what does that mean?
It means you have a big head.
That's not a thing.
That is totally a thing.
Christian. I see Christian speak.
Anthony's full of shit. I'm just as big as him.
See? Am I small? I mean, you're huge.
That's not fair.
Sure.
It must be all that high altitude bullshit. Everybody knows it makes it grill.
German. He's German.
That's it. It's like
do this. Is that alt?
And it's just before 10 p.m. on the East Coast. Quick look
No, alt is tall in Spanish. Sorry.
First Republican primary debate of 2016.
I can't remember what tall
10 candidates on the stage
Can't remember what big
selected
it is.
based on their standing in
Gross.
5 national
Gross.
polls. And tonight they are facing off, answering the questions you want asked. We hope.
Wait, what's cruise?
Gentlemen, we're obviously digging into some subjects in depth, but we're also going to change it up every once in a while throughout the next hour and have mini rounds where we ask, you're not going to like it,
They're two different words.
Candidates.
They're two different words, so they could mean the same thing.
This is the first of the mini rounds, and it's about
that's great.
somebody whose name probably hasn't been mentioned and not so far tonight.
Yeah.
Governor Kasich, let me start with you.
Great guy. I thought it meant great guy.
Yeah.
Like great Scott.
It looks, at least for now, like whoever that nominee is, he or
That's
she
like
will be
reading
facing
out
off
like
against
Yeah,
Hillary
that was
Clinton. You know how she will come after
German
whoever
teacher
the Republican nominee is. She will say,
formal way of saying, hey,
you, whoever it is, support the rich while she supports the middle class.
With an SS?
You,
You umlaut SS.
She wants to move the country.
GR, you umlaut
You, the Republicans, want to take the country back to the past. How will you, if you're the nominee, how will you answer that and take Hillary Clinton?
Let's start off with my father being a man, so I understand the concerns of all the folks across this country, some of whom have trouble, making ends meet. But I think she will come in a narrow way. The nominee of this party, if they're going to win, has got to come at it in a big way, which is pro-growth.
Fuck college
which
German.
is
Tell me all that formal
we
bullshit
were
that we
talking
use.
about it.
People were saying, could we do it? I was the chairman of the budget committee and the lead architect the last time it happened.
What
in
have you been doing
Washington.
since?
And when we did it, we had great economic growth, we cut taxes, and we had a big surplus.
You don't need
Where's
to
economic
Here's a
growth
little
is the
sidebar.
key.
I mean, give him one.
Well,
they did before,
he
yeah. Now he's got nothing.
Once you have
I
economic
think he's a
growth, it
Fox
is
News
important that
correspondent.
we reach out to
Like
people
Huckabee.
who live in the shadows, the people
Huckabee's
who
been a
don't see
correspondent
the
since he
everything
lost the
they get
nomination
figured
back in
out.
08.
And that includes people in our minority
Um,
community, that
yeah.
includes
They
people who feel as though
Ever
they don't
since
have a
she
chance to
appeared
move
live on
up.
television,
You know, America is a
she's
miracle
drunk off
country.
the phone. She
And
was
we
either
have to
drunk
restore
or
the sense
high,
that the miracle will apply to you.
You know what?
Each and
No,
every
you know
one
how
of the
she
people in this country who's watching tonight. Lift everybody, unite
was like,
everybody,
when you-
and build a stronger United States of
and-
America. Again, it will be and can be done.
I know that all of you would like to answer this
Well,
question.
like, it was-
We're
I'm not gonna lie, her daughter's
gonna
pregnant
move
again?
on
That's
to
a-
Dr. Carson.
Yeah, you know what her
Basically, same
daughter
question to
makes
you.
$250,000 a year doing?
Hillary
Yeah.
nominee and she comes at
Teaching
you
guys?
with that kind of attack.
Teaching
How will you take
absent
her?
for her.
If Hillary is the candidate, without
Hillary.
doubt, that would be
No, wait,
a
that's not
dream
Clinton.
come true. But,
Yes, it
you
is.
know, the fact of the matter
Yes, it
is,
is.
she is the
Right.
epitome
Sit.
of the
Preemptively
progressive,
said, well,
the secular progressive movement. And
voluntary
and
SIPs
she
should not equate
counts on the fact
involuntary.
that people are uninformed. The Alinsky model, taking advantage of useful idiots. Well, I just
Ooh, I don't know what the
happen to
Alinsky
see
model is.
people
That's
are
not true.
Always
stupid.
focus.
I don't know what the Alinsky
And
model
way
is, but I want
look
to
at
look
it
that
is
up
to
now.
educate
Okay,
people,
Google.
help people to actually understand
What is the
that
Alinsky
progressive
model?
movement that is causing them the problems. You know, you look at
What is
the national debt and how it's being driven up. If I was trying to destroy this
God.
country, what I would do is find a way to drive
Strategy.
wedges between all the people, drive the debt to an unsustainable level, and then step off the stage as a world leader and let our enemies increase while we decrease our capacity as a military person. And that's what she's doing.
Oh,
Hey, let's call that Ford.
Gentlemen, we're going to
That was my
to the
string
subject
for
of the
the-
economy, jobs, and money, and the government. And Governor Bush, I'm going to start with you.
oh, Christ, that's like a
PDF,
That's a fucking book.
4% economic growth and 19
56
million
pages?
new jobs.
Fuck you.
If you were fortunate enough to serve 2 terms as president.
We're
Not many jobs, 19 million would be triple what your father and your brother accomplished together. And 4% growth. The last president to
Turn it on
average
low
that
so we can.
was Lyndon
check it.
Johnson during the height of the
Turn it on low so
Vietnam
you
War.
can hear
So,
what you got on.
question, how on
Did you barely
earth
wear it?
specifically would you pull that off?
For God's sakes.
We've done it 27 times since World War II. I think we need to lift our spirits and have high, lofty expectations for this great country of ours.
Lofty.
The new normal of 2% that the left is saying you can't do anything about is so dangerous for our country. There's 6 million people living in poverty today, more than when Barack Obama got elected. 6.5 million people are working part-time, most of whom want to work full-time. We've created rules and taxes on top of every aspiration of people, and the net result is we're not growing fast, income's not growing. A 4% growth strategy means you fix a convoluted tax code. You get in and you change every aspect of regulations that are job killers. You get rid of Obamacare and
Obamacare.
Oh, that's a goal. No,
No.
Obamacare is. It's a
I
top.
don't see that revolution in our country. This president and Hillary Clinton.
that was the
can't
first
even
one.
Say she's for
Hillary
this.
Clinton.
Even after she's left. Give me a break. Of course we're for it. We should be for these things to create high sustained economic growth. And frankly, fixing our immigration system and turning it into an economic driver is part of this as well. We can do this.
Governor Walker,
Yes.
Governor Walker, when you were
You're right.
the
Jim
governor
Bush
of
is-
Wisconsin back in 2010,
I feel like they're teeing shit up for him. Either that or he's just
250,000 jobs in your
No,
first
it's
term, first 4 years.
No,
He
Trump's
shot
going down,
Wisconsin
so-
out barely half
so
that,
he's going
and
to
ranked
the-
35th
Do you think-
in the country.
Do you
in
think
job
Fox
growth.
News has
Now,
decided
you're
they
the
want
president, you're
Jeb
promising
Bush,
an
and
economic
they're just-
plan in which
They're feeding him good
everyone
lines.
will earn a piece of the American dream.
I think it's all
People
dog
in Wisconsin, why should voters believe you?
Well, the voters in Wisconsin elected me last year for the 3rd time because they wanted someone who aimed high, not aimed low. Before I came in, the unemployment rate was over 8%.
Scott Walker is like
It's
the
now
Dennis
down to
percentage.
4.6%.
of
We more
2008.
than made up
I don't
the jobs that
remember
were
that
lost
guy.
in the
Dennis
recession.
percentage.
And the number of
Congressman,
people working is
He
almost
had the
5 times
hottest
higher than it
wife
is
with a
nationally.
tan.
Now, people like Hillary Clinton think you grow
Yeah.
the economy by
Dennis,
growing
he was like
Washington.
this
She definitely
little-
gets
Last
really
year,
jealous.
there's
He's
6 of the top 10
Congressman
wealthiest counties in
Ohio.
America. working in
Congressman
or
from
around
Ohio.
Washington, D.C. I think most of us in
He's
America
run a couple of
understand that
times.
people, not the government, creates jobs. One of the best things we can do is get the government out of the way.
Yeah, he ran in 04 and he ran again in 08.
Rein in all the out of control regulations, put in place an all the above
He
energy
carries,
policy, give people the education
copies
and
of
skills that they need to succeed,
good for him.
and lower the tax rates,
All
lower the
time.
tax code. That's what I'll
If
do.
you run into them
just like I did in Wisconsin.
ask to see his constitution, he will show it to you.
They haven't talked to Paul in a while.
I want to engage you.
They haven't talked to Paul at all.
They
They haven't talked to Trump in a
There's a
while.
big issue in both of your campaigns, and that is entitlement reform.
Dude, they're
You
just
say
kind of on the
that
fucking
you,
stage.
to save the system, you want to raise the retirement age, have to raise the retirement
Ah.
age, and to cut
Retirement raise has already been
Social Security
raised.
and Medicare.
I'm
And you
never
say
gonna
that
reach
some of the
retirement.
candidates here on the stage are lying.
Why do you think I'm trying to figure out how to reduce the
Social Security
fucking
and Medicare without doing any of that? Is he lying?
No, he's not lying. He's just wrong. I mean, so there's a difference. Listen, I'm the only guy on this stage who's put out a detailed 12-point plan on entitlement reform, and here's why. Because 71% of federal
I feel like
spending
really
right
wrong,
now
I
is
think.
on entitlements.
Chris
and
is doing
debt
a lot better than I really
71%.
thought he would be.
And we have spent
Be
the
quite
last
honest.
hour and 5 minutes talking about the other 29%.
Wow, that's exactly
And
out of
no
the
time
box.
on the
He's
71%.
right. It has been an hour and 5
And that
minutes.
makes no sense. Now, let me tell you exactly what we would do on Social Security. Yes, we'd raise the retirement age 2 years and phase it in over 25 years. That means we raise it 1 month a year for 25 years
I love
when
this.
we're all living longer and living better lives. Secondly, we would means test Social Security for those who are making over $200,000 a year in retirement income
Let's
and
hope I
who
don't
have $4 or $5 million in liquid assets saved. They don't need that Social Security check. Social Security is meant to be to make sure that no one who's worked hard and played by the rules and failed the system grows old in poverty in America. If we don't deal with this problem, it will bankrupt our country or lead to massive tax increases.
You know, like
neither
a
one
means test
that we
for
want in this
Social
country.
Security, but at the same time, you paid into it. You deserve it back, regardless
You
of your
say
No, I want the candidate who says,
kind of thing that
I know how to rein
Governor
Congress.
Christie is
and
talking
this is
about would be breaking a promise to
Have
the
you seen
American
House of
people.
Cards?
You say that you can keep those programs, save Social Security, save Medicare without those kinds of reforms to a fair tax, which is a broad tax on the
America works.
Please explain to Governor Christie how that would work and how you could save these programs without the kind of painful reforms he says we need.
Let's all be reminded, 60 million Americans are on Social Security. 60 million. A third of those people depend on 90% of their income from Social Security. Nobody in this country is on Social Security because they made the decision when they were starting work at 14 that they wanted to trust some of their money with the government. The government took it out of their check whether they wanted them to or not.
You're right.
When a person goes to 65, they're going to spend 51 years with the government reaching into their pocket at every paycheck. Now, here's the point. Whose fault is it that the system is screwed up? Is it the recipients or is it the government? And if Congress wants to mess with the retirement program, why don't we let them start by changing their retirement program and not have one instead of talking about getting rid of Social Security and Medicare that was robbed is $700 billion to pay for Obamacare. It's always that the government figures that they can do this off the back.
You're agreeing with Huckabee again.
Are poor and depend on that money. I just think it's fundamentally lying to the people and stealing from them, and we shouldn't be doing it.
Chris?
Huckabee's making good points.
Yeah, sure. I don't disagree with ending Congress's retirement program. I'm a governor. I don't have a retirement program in my state. I don't disagree with that. But here's the news for the American people. He's complaining about the line and stealing. The line is already occurred. The trust fund is filled with IOUs. We can't fix the problem just by entering Congress's retirement. That's worth about this much. We need to go at the fundamental problem. And the fundamental problem is that this system is broken. It has been stolen from. We have been so we need a strong leader to tell the truth and fix it.
All right, this is like 30 seconds.
Well, you asked about how we fund it. One of the reasons that Social Security is in so much trouble is the only funding stream comes from people who get a wage. The people who get wages is declining dramatically. Most of the income in this country is made by people on the top who get dividends and capital gains. The fair tax transforms the process by which we fund Social Security and Medicare because the money paid at consumption is paid by everybody, including illegals, prostitutes, pimps, drug dealers, all the people that are free-riding off the system. That's why it ought to be a transformed system.
Oh, really?
All right, enough.
Mr. Trump or Facebook. Whatever.
Oh, Trump! Yes!
The whole reason we're here.
person on this stage to grow the economy. I want to ask you about your business record. Trump corporations, casinos and hotels have declared bankruptcy 4 times over the last quarter century. In 2011, you told Forbes magazine this: "I've used the laws of the country to my advantage." But at the same time, financial experts involved in those bankruptcies say that lenders to your companies lost billions of dollars. Question, sir, with that record, why should we trust you to run the nation's business?
Because I have used the laws of this country, just like the greatest people that you read about every day in business have used the laws of this country, the chapter laws, to do a great job for my company, for myself, for my employees, for my family, etc. I have never gone bankrupt, by the way. I have never. But out of hundreds of deals, excuse me.
That's your line, but your company has gone bankrupt.
What am I saying? Out of hundreds of deals that I've done, hundreds, on 4 occasions, I've taken advantage of the laws of this country. Like other people, I'm not going to name their names because I'm not going to embarrass, but virtually every person that you read about on the front page of the business sections, they've used the law. The difference is when somebody else uses those laws, nobody writes about it. When I use it, they say, oh, Trump, Trump, Trump. The fact is, I built a net worth of more than $10 billion. I have a great, great company. I employ thousands of people, and I'm very proud of the job I did. Again, Chris, hundreds and hundreds of deals. 4 times I've taken advantage of the laws, and frankly, so has everybody else in my position.
Well, sir, let's just talk about the latest example, which is Trump Entertainment Resorts, which went bankrupt in 2009. In that case alone, lenders to your company lost over $1 billion and more than 1,100 people were laid off.
Well,
is that the way that you
Let me tell you about the lenders. First of all, these lenders aren't babies. These are total killers. These are not the nice, sweet little people that you think, okay? You know, I mean, you're living in a world of the make-believe, Chris. You want to know the truth. I had the good sense to leave Atlantic City, which, by the way, Caesars just went bankrupt. Every company, Chris can tell you, every company in Atlantic City went bankrupt. Every company. And let me just tell you, I had the good sense, and I've gotten a lot of credit in the financial pages. 7 years ago, I left Atlantic City before it totally cratered, and I made a lot of money in Atlantic City, and I'm very proud of it. I want to tell you that. Very, very proud of it. So, by the way, this country right now owes $19 trillion, and they need somebody like me to straighten out that mess.
More than 3,000 people sent us questions about the economy and jobs on Facebook. And here is a video question from Tanya Cialto from Philadelphia. Here she is.
Please describe one action you would do to make the economic environment more favorable for small businesses and entrepreneurs and anyone dreaming of opening their own business.
That's a great question.
Senator, how do you answer Tanya?
That's a great question. First of all, it begins by having leaders that recognize that the economy we live in today is dramatically different from the one we had 5 years ago. It's an economy that now has placed us in global competition with dozens of other countries around the world. Now, the big companies that have connections with Washington, they can affect policies to help them. But the small companies like the one Tanya's talking about, they're the ones that are struggling. The first thing we need to do is we need to even out the tax code for small businesses so that we lower their tax rate to 25%, just as we need to lower it for all businesses. We need to have a regulatory budget in America that limits the amount of regulations on our economy. We need to repeal and replace Obamacare. And we need to improve higher education so that people can have access to the skills they need for 21st century jobs. And last but not least, we need to repeal Dodd-Frank. It is eviscerating small businesses and small banks. Over 40% of small and mid-sized banks that loan money to small businesses have been wiped out since Dodd-Frank has passed. We need to repeal and replace Dodd-Frank. We need to make America fair again for all businesses, but especially those being run by small business owners.
Senator Rubio, thank you.
Gentlemen, another question for a few of you. Just yesterday, President Obama criticized Republican lawmakers trying to block the Iran deal, calling them knee-jerk partisans, adding that hardliners in Iran who chant death to America were, quote, making common cause with the Republican caucus. Here's what two of your opponents on the 5 p.m. debate stage said about Iran.
I will tell you one thing. I would a whole lot rather have Carly Fiorina over there doing our negotiation than John Kerry. Maybe we would have gotten a deal where we didn't give everything away. But the issue for us is to have a Congress that stands up and says not only no, but hell no to this money going to a regime that's going to use it for terror.
When America does not lead, the world is a dangerous and a tragic place. This is a bad deal. Obama broke every rule of negotiation. Yes, our allies are not perfect, but Iran is at the heart of most of the evil that is going on in the Middle East through their proxy.
Now, I want to ask a few of you this. First, Governor Walker, you said that you would tear up the Iran deal on day one. If this deal is undone, what then?
Wrong. Well, first off, let's remember, I still remember as a kid tying a yellow ribbon around the tree in front of my house during the 444 days that Iran held 52 Americans hostage. Iran is not a place we should be doing business with. To me, you terminate the deal on day one. You reinstate the sanctions authorized by Congress. You go to Congress and put in place even more crippling sanctions in place, and then you convince our allies to do the same. This is not just bad with Iran. This is bad with ISIS. It is tied together. And once and for all, we need a leader who stand up and do something about it. It's yet another example of the failed foreign policy of the Obama-Clinton doctrine.
Senator Paul, would you tear up the deal on day one?
I oppose the Iranian deal and will vote against it. I don't think that the president negotiated from a position of strength, but I don't immediately discount negotiations. I'm a Reagan conservative. Reagan did negotiate with the Soviets, but you have to negotiate from a position of strength, and I think President Obama gave away too much too early. If there's going to be a negotiation, you're going to have to believe somehow that the Iranians are going to comply. And I asked this question to John Kerry. I said, do you believe they're trustworthy? And he said, no. And I said, well, how are we going to get them to comply? I would have never released the sanctions before there was consistent evidence of compliance.
Governor Huckabee, what do you think about what Senator Paul just said?
Ronald Reagan said trust but verify. President Obama is trust but vilify. He trusts our enemies and vilifies everyone who disagrees with him. And the reason we disagree with him has nothing to do with party. It has to do with the incredibly dangerous place that this world is going to be as a result of a deal in which we got nothing. We didn't even get 4 hostages out. We got nothing. And Iran gets everything they want. We said we would have anywhere, anytime negotiations and inspections. We gave that up. We said that we would make sure that they didn't have any nuclear capacity. We gave that up.
What about half the
The president can't tell us what we got. I'll tell you what the world got. The world has a burgeoning nuclear power that didn't, as the Soviets say, we might defend ourselves in a war. What the Iranians have said is, we will wipe Israel off the face of the map, and we will bring death to America. When someone points a gun at your head and loads it, by God, you ought to take them seriously. And we need to take that seriously.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, the first debate night of the 2016 presidential campaign continues from Cleveland after a short time out. Stick around. Social issues next. Social issues next.
Control your amp?
No.
Why not? Will you not let me? Let's see if we can find it. I'm on your Wi-Fi.
No, you can't find it.
I'm on your Wi-Fi. Why can't I find it?
Because you have to have the hack app.
Hack app. Oh wait. PSX32. That's weird. The app sees it, but it doesn't let me do it.
Right.
See, it
app are you looking for?
I don't trust this person. Okay, that's all they want. That's all I want. That's all I want.
What?
I can control his receiver. No way.
Who?
Control his receiver on my phone. Wait, do you have the iControl 5? No IP for. No, it doesn't. It lies, Con.
Ooh. This is like just.
No matter where you are in the world.
I can control. So like in the middle of the night, I can just turn it on like.
Or you're getting off the plane and you know you're gonna be home in like half an hour. Boom, hi. Oh, cold. But right now we have it on low.
We have it on medium. No, we did.
We did.
Yeah.
Well, because that's exhausting. Because that's exhausting. When I have it floating in, it gets colder faster. I know it's weird. I know it's weird. But right now we're exhausting because there's smoke.
We're just so exhausting.
Did you get this?
Is that the air conditioner or is that
I don't
is that a plug?
No, it's AC.
Really?
Yeah. This is what you have to look forward to. So one of the things you're going to look forward to is remapping this.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
You can remap it, but right now it's buggy. So every time I try to remap it,
Oh, turn it down! Oh, it's too loud!
Welcome back, gentlemen. We're going to move on now to discuss some social issues across the board. Governor Bush, let's start with you.
Oh.
Many Republicans have been outraged recently by a series of videos on Planned Parenthood. You now say that you support ending federal funding for this organization. However, until late 2014, right before you started your campaign, you sat on the board of a Bloomberg charity that quite publicly gave tens of millions of dollars to Planned Parenthood while you were a director. How could you not know about these well-publicized donations? And if you did know, how can you help a charity so openly committed to abortion rights?
I joined the Bloomberg Foundation because of Mike Bloomberg's shared commitment for meaningful education reform. That's why I was on it. We never had a debate about the budget. It was presented and we approved it, not item by item. Here's my record. As governor of the state of Florida, I defunded Planned Parenthood. I created a culture of life in our state. We were the only state to appropriate money for crisis pregnancy centers. We expanded dramatically the number of adoptions out of our foster care system. We did parental notification laws. We ended partial birth abortion. We did all of this, and we were the first state to do a Choose Life license plate. Now 29 states have done it, and tens of millions of dollars have gone to create a culture where more babies are adopted.
Did you know?
No, I didn't know, but it doesn't matter. I was working on this board because of the education. My record is clear. My record as a pro-life governor is not in dispute. I am completely pro-life, and I believe that we should have a culture of life that's informed by my faith from beginning to end. And I did this not just as it related to unborn babies, I did it at the end-of-life issues as well. This is something that goes way beyond politics. And I hope one day that we get to the point where we respect life in its fullest form across the board.
Senator Rubio, you favor a rape and incest exception to abortion bans. Cardinal Timothy Dolan of New York just said yesterday those exceptions are preposterous. He said they discriminate against an entire class of human beings. If you believe that life begins at conception, as you say you do, how do you justify ending a life just because it begins violently through no fault of the baby?
Well, Megan, first of all, I'm not sure that that's a correct assessment of my record. I would go on to add that I believe all.
You don't favor a rape and an incest?
I have never said that, and I have never advocated that. What I have advocated is that we pass a law in this country that says all human life at every stage of its development is worthy of protection. In fact, I think that law already exists. It's called the Constitution of the United States. And let me go further. I believe that every single human being is entitled to the protection of our laws, whether they can vote or not, whether they can speak or not, whether they can hire a lawyer or not, whether they have a birth certificate or not. And I think future generations will look back at this history of our country and call us barbarians for murdering millions of babies who we never gave them a chance to live.
Mr. Trump, in 1999, you said you were very pro-choice, even supporting partial birth abortion. You favored an assault weapons ban as well. In 2004, you said in most cases you identified as a Democrat. Even in this campaign, your critics say you often sound more like a Democrat than a Republican, calling several of your opponents in the state things like clowns and puppets. When did you actually become a Republican?
Oh! Wait, when did you become what?
I don't think they like me very much. I'll tell you what, I've evolved on many issues over the years, and you know who else has is Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan!
On many issues. And I am pro-life, and if you look at the question, I was in business, they asked me a question as to pro-life or choice, and I said, if you let it run, that I hate the concept of abortion. I hate the concept of abortion. And then since then, I've very much evolved, and what happened is friends of mine years ago were going to have a child, and it was going to be aborted, and it wasn't aborted, and that child today is a total superstar, a great, great child. And I saw that, and I saw other instances, and I am very, very proud to say that I am pro-life. As far as being a Republican is concerned, I come from a place, New York City, which is virtually, it's almost exclusively Democrat. And I have really started to see some of the negatives. As an example, and I have a lot of liking for this man, but the last number of months of his brother's administration were a catastrophe, and unfortunately those few months gave us President Obama, and you can't be happy about that.
Governor Bush, I want to ask you, on the subject of name calling of your fellow candidates, a story appeared today quoting an anonymous GOP donor who said he called Mr. Trump a clown, a buffoon, something else that cannot be repeated on television.
None of which is true.
Is it true?
No, it's not true. But I have said that Mr. Trump's language is divisive. I want to win. I want one of these people here, or the ones at 5 o'clock, to be the next president of the United States. We're not going to win by doing what Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton do each and every day, dividing the country, creating a grievance kind of environment. We're going to win when we unite people with a hopeful, optimistic message. I have that message because I was a governor of a state that saw people lifted up because we had high sustained economic growth. Our economy grew at double the rate of the nation. We created 1.3 million jobs. We led the nation 7 out of those 8 years. We were only one of 2 states that went to AAA bond rating. I cut taxes $19 billion. If you do that and apply conservative principles the right way, you create an environment where everybody rises up. That's how we're going to win. Campaigning in places to give people hope that their life is better, because too many people are suffering today in America.
Mr. Trump, 30 seconds.
Well, first of all, Jeff, I am very happy that you denied that, and I appreciate that very much. I mean, he's a true gentleman. He really is. The one thing he did say about, and I mean that, the one thing he did say about me, however, was my tone, and I also understand that. But when you have people that are cutting Christians' heads off, when you have a world at the border and at so many places that it's medieval times, it's almost got to be as bad as it ever was in terms of the violence and the horror. We don't have time for tone. We have to go out and get the job done.
Subject of gay marriage. Governor Kasich,
they're pro-job.
He had a son or daughter who was gay or lesbian. How would you explain to them your opposition to same-sex marriage?
Oh, here we go. Oh!
I'm an old-fashioned person here, and I happen to believe in traditional marriage. But I've also said the court has ruled.
But how would you
The court has ruled, and I said we'll accept it. And guess what? I just went to a wedding of a friend of mine who happens to be gay. Because somebody doesn't think the way I do, doesn't mean that I can't care about them or I can't love them. So if one of my daughters happened to be that, of course I would love them and I would accept them.
Yay!
Because you know what? That's what we're taught when we
have
strong faith. So issues like that are planted to divide us.
I think the simple fact of the matter is, and this is where I would agree with Jeb, and I've been saying it all along, we need to give everybody a chance, treat everybody with respect, and let them share in this great American dream that we have, Megan. So, look, I'm going to love my daughters. I'm going to love them no matter what they do. Because you know what? God gives me unconditional love. I'm going to give it to my family and my friends and the people around me.
God. In the wake of the Supreme Court's ruling on same-sex marriage, Carol Fox on Facebook wants to know the following. Quote, what will you do to ensure Christians are not prosecuted for speaking out against gay marriage? And will Christians be forced to conduct business that conflicts with their religious beliefs?
How are Christians
Look, I don't want
prosecuted
my
in this
marriage
nation?
or my guns registered in Washington. And if people have an opinion, it's a religious opinion that is heartily felt, obviously they should be allowed to practice that, and no government should interfere with them. One of the things that really got to me was the thing in Houston where you had the government, the mayor, actually trying to get the sermons of ministers. When the government tries to invade the church to enforce its own opinion on marriage, that's when it's time to resist.
And vice versa.
Walker.
And vice versa.
Many in the Black Lives Matter movement and beyond believe that overly aggressive police officers targeting young African Americans is the civil rights issue of our time. Do you agree?
Talk to
And
the
if so,
black guy
how do you
about black
plan to address it? If not, why not?
Well, I think the most important thing we can do when it comes to policing is something you've had a guest on who's a friend of mine, Milwaukee County Sheriff David Clark, who's talked to me many times about this in the past. It's about training. It's about making sure that law enforcement professionals, not only on the way in to their positions, but all the way through their time, have the proper training, particularly when it comes to use of force, and that we protect and stand up and support those men and women who are doing their jobs in law enforcement. And for the very few that don't, that there are consequences to show that we treat everyone the same here in America.
Thank you.
Coming up, more of our debate, including
Another
questions
commercial.
about President Obama's foreign policy and these guys and their better ideas. Coming up.
We get to do technical difficulties.
They only have 28 minutes left.
We're broadcasting.
The shit show can't go on forever.
We are still broadcasting.
Is anybody watching?
I don't know. We're
It's
gonna
not
refresh the
important
page.
anymore.
Huh?
It's not important if they're watching.
We have one person.
That's you.
No,
Liz,
it's got to be Liz.
stop writing papers.
Gotta be Liz. It's of course it's Liz.
Be irresponsible with us.
Of course it's Liz. This apparently has Cortina. I don't know how to use Cortina.
What does that mean?
It's like the Google Now or the Siri.
Oh, that's for me.
Is it telling you to get a bro job? Insta holders?
I thought big boobs.
Who likes those?
I thought it was nice.
That's why we like Cliff.
Huh?
That's why we like Cliff. Cliff knows what's going on.
Bitches.
Bitches run the internet.
He's just repeating every fourth word and staring at her boobs right now.
Rhonda does call girls 2-0 bitches. I'm enthralled. Emma knows. I don't know this girl is, but I like her. And not just because her looks, but what she's saying.
But mainly because of her legs.
She's got personality.
Big guys are so predictable.
Do you want me to hold it? So
No, I'm good. I'm enjoying this more than you know.
Who is this? What is this?
Oh.
How's this girl not getting paid? She's practically wearing lingerie.
Yeah, they are.
I don't know.
Welcome back to Cleveland. Our next topic is foreign policy. Candidates have seen the late developing news today. Our Fox Pentagon team broke earlier this evening about a top Iranian general traveling to Moscow to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin. His name is General Qasem Soleimani. He's blamed for hundreds of U.S. troop deaths in Iraq and Afghanistan. His trip to Russia appears to directly violate UN Security Council resolutions to confine him to Iran. So, Mr. Trump, if you were president, how would you respond to this?
I would be so different from what you have right now, like the polar opposite. We have a president who doesn't have a clue. I would say he's incompetent, but I don't want to do that because that's not nice. But if you look at the deals we make, whether it's the nuclear deal with 24-hour periods, and by the way, before you get to the 24 hours, you have to go through a system. You look at Sergeant Bergdahl. We get Bergdahl, a traitor, and they get 5 of the big, great killers, leaders that they want. We have people in Washington that don't know what they're doing. Now, I agree. Now, with Iran, we're making a deal. You would say, we want him. We want him. We want our prisoners. We want all these things. We don't get anything. We're giving them $150 billion plus. Right. They are going to be, I'll tell you what, if Iran was a stock, you folks should go out and buy it right now because you'll quadruple. This, what's happened in Iran is a disgrace. And it's going to lead to destruction in large portions of the world.
Another new development today. Senior defense officials tell Fox they strongly suspect Russia was behind a cyber attack on the chairman of the Joint Chiefs Office emails. This comes in the wake of the Director of National Intelligence blaming the Chinese for the largest ever cyber attack, stealing personal data of tens of millions of Americans. Senator Cruz, in your view, have Russia and China committed acts of cyber war? And if you were president, what would you do?
Well, Brett, of course they have. And over the last 6.5 years, we've seen the consequences of the Obama-Clinton foreign policy. Leading from behind is a disaster. We have abandoned and alienated our friends and allies, and our enemies are stronger. Radical Islam is on the rise. Iran's on the verge of acquiring a nuclear weapon. China is waging cyber warfare against America. Russia, General Soleimani, you just mentioned, the Iranian general is the head of the Al-Quds forces. He's directly responsible for the murder of over 500 American servicemen in Iraq. And part of this Iranian deal was lifting the international sanctions on General Soleimani. The day General Soleimani flew back from Moscow to Iran was the day we believed that Russia used cyber warfare against the Joint Chiefs. We need a new commander-in-chief that will stand up to our enemies and that will have credibility. It is worth emphasizing that Iran released our hostages in 1981, the day Ronald Reagan was sworn into office.
Ronald Reagan.
In August of 2012, President Obama famously declared that if Syrian President Bashar al-Assad used chemical weapons, quote, that's a red line for us, and that there would be enormous consequences. 1 year later, with overwhelming evidence that Assad had in fact used chemical weapons and crossed that red line, President Obama declined to use military force against the Assad regime. As president, would you have used military force there?
Well, what we have to stop and think about is the fact that we have weakened ourselves militarily to such an extent that it affects all of our military policies. Our Navy is at its smallest size since 1917. Our Air Force since
Anthony loves the
1940.
ducks.
In recent testimony, the Commandant of the Marine Corps said half of the non-deployed units were not ready. And, the sequester is cutting the heart out of our personnel. Our generals are retiring because they don't want to be part of this. And at the same time, our enemies are increasing. Our friends can't trust us anymore. Ukraine was a nuclear-armed state. They gave away their nuclear arms with the understanding that we would protect them. We won't even give them offensive weapons. We turned our back on Israel, our ally. And in a situation like that, of course, Obama's not going to be able to do anything. I would shore up our military first because we have the military right.
Governor Walker, as president, what would you do if Russian President Vladimir Putin started a campaign to destabilize NATO allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, mirroring the actions Putin took at the early days of Ukraine?
Well, first off, for the cyber attack with Russia the other day, it's sad to think right now, but probably the Russian and Chinese government know more about Hillary Clinton's email server than do the members of the United States. Risk. If I'm president, he won't think about that. Putin believes in the old Lenin attitude, you probe with bayonets. When you find mush, you push. When you find steel, you stop. Under Obama and Clinton, we found a lot of mush over the last few years. We need to have a national security that puts steel in front of our enemies. I would send weapons to Ukraine. I would work with NATO to put forces on the eastern border of Poland and the Baltic nations. And I would reinstate and put in place back in the missile defense system that we had in Poland and in the Czech Republic.
Governor Huckabee, the culture of the American military is definitely changing. Women are moving into combat roles. Don't ask, don't tell has obviously been dropped. And now Defense Secretary Ashton Carter recently directed the military to prepare for a moment when it is welcoming transgender persons to serve openly.
Okay.
As Commander-in-Chief, how would you handle that?
What is there to handle?
The military is not a social experiment. The purpose of the military is kill people and break things. It's not to transform the culture by trying out some ideas that some people think would make us a different country and more diverse. The purpose is to protect America. I'm not sure how paying for transgender surgery for soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines makes our country safer. We've reduced the military by 25% under President Obama.
Why would they?
The disaster is that we've forgotten why we have a military. The purpose of it is to make sure that we protect every American wherever that American is. And if American is calling out for help, whether it's in Benghazi or at the border, answer. We've not done that because we've decimated our military. We're flying B-52s. The most recent one that was put in service was November of 1962. A lot of the B-52s we're flying, we've only got 44 that are in service, combat ready. And the fact is, most of them are older than me.
They're fucking tanks.
And that's pretty scary.
Do you think it's a wise decision to tell
Senator Paul,
our different...
the first budget you proposed as senator cut all financial aid to Israel. You have since changed your view on that issue. What made you change your mind?
Until he sidestepped.
Let's be clear, I'm the only one on the stage who actually has a 5-year budget that balances. I've put pencil to paper. I've said I would cut spending, and I've said exactly where. Each one of my budgets has taken a meat axe to foreign aid because I think we ought to quit sending it to countries that hate us. I think we ought to quit sending it to countries that burn our flag.
I'm going to drink to that.
Israel's not one of those. Benjamin Netanyahu said that ultimately they will be stronger when they're independent. My position is exactly the same. We shouldn't borrow money from China to send it anywhere, but why don't we start with eliminating aid to our enemies?
Okay, but you still say that Israel could be one of the countries that is cut from financial aid.
I still say exactly what my original opinion is. You borrow money from China to send it to anyone. Out of your surplus, you can help your allies, and Israel is a great ally, and this is no particular animus of Israel. But what I will say, and I will say over and over again, we cannot give away money we don't have. We do not project power from bankruptcy court. We're borrowing $1 million a minute. It's got to stop somewhere.
Governor Christie, what do you think of that answer?
Well, listen,
if we want to deal with these issues, we have to deal with them in a way that makes sense. I agree with what Dr. Carson said earlier. The first thing we need to do to make America stronger is to strengthen our military. And I put out a really specific plan. No less than 500,000 active duty soldiers in the Army. No less than 185,000 active duty Marines in the Marine Corps. Bring us to a 350 ship Navy again and modernize the Ohio class of submarines and bring our Air Force back to 2,600 aircraft that are ready to go. Those are the kind of things that are going to send a clear message around the world. Those are the things that we need to start working on immediately to make our country stronger and make it better. Those are the things that we need to be able to be doing. And as we move towards dealing with foreign aid, I don't disagree with Senator Paul's position that we shouldn't be funding our enemies, but I absolutely believe that Israel is a priority to be able to fund and keep them strong and safe after 8 years of this administration.
Governor, thank you. Senator, we're going to finish up with some more questions. Thank you.
We have to stand by because after the break, we're going to let the candidates make their closing statements, their final thoughts, and God!
I can't believe nobody said Affordable Care Act or abortion bills yet. I feel like it's political suicide.
Not once.
Nobody's really talked about the Second Amendment, though. Jon Stewart.
Not once. And Jon Stewart, nobody has mentioned him once.
We got a selling human parts, but not selling baby parts before, didn't we?
We didn't get selling baby, but we got humans.
So what have we got?
It's really fucking close. Dude, that's
as close as we're going to get.
Like, seriously.
So
to pull that one out of your ass, like number 4?
I think we got basically everything above Affordable Care Act.
We didn't get abortion mills.
We didn't get abortion mills, but we got everything.
Planned Parenthood? No, Planned Parenthood didn't have it.
No, we got Planned Parenthood once.
Did we?
I think we did.
No, you know what? We never got Fixing America.
No, we didn't.
I was expecting that. That was my addition.
Well, way to do it.
Did not love Israel.
God,
that was my addition.
Israel.
That was mine. I wanted to see that.
You know what? You know what's funny? Like, Republicans want to be like.
No, you know what? Everybody wants to be like. Everybody wants to be like.
I feel like when the Democrats
the
are in
whole
power,
reason.
it's like denial of Israel.
I'm sorry. The whole reason those 2 fucking towers are now a water fountain are because of fucking Israel.
Yeah, probably.
Like, literally. We have done so many bad things in the name of Israel.
You hear that live stream? Israel's a
shit.
On our shit list.
Hi, Liz.
Hi, Liz. Don't tell your Jewish
I
friends.
love you.
Don't tell your Israeli
seriously
friends that we don't
we do not support Israel.
You know what? Israel Israel claims they can fend for themselves. Do you think they really can?
Well, let's see.
That's what I want to say. I want to say put
hold
your money
on.
where your mouth is.
Hold on. Apparently the Republican Party and Benjamin Netanyahu disagree with the entire UN delegation. Just saying. Because President Obama, say what you want, think what you want, feel what you want, don't give a shit. However, his proposal upon Iran went to
Iran,
the UN delegation, and it was received positively, unanimously, in the fucking United Nations. What is that time?
Welcome back. In our final moments here together, we're going to allow the candidates to offer their final thoughts. But first, we want to ask them an interesting closing question from Chase Norton on Facebook, who wants to know this of the candidates. I want to know if any of them have received a word from God on what they should do and take care of first. Senator Cruz, start from you. Any word from God?
God.
Well,
I am blessed to receive a word from God every day and receiving the scriptures and reading the scriptures, and God speaks through the Bible.
God. No!
I'm the son of a pastor and an evangelist, and I've described many times how my father, when I was a child, was an alcoholic. He wasn't a Christian, and my father left my mother and left me when I was just 3 years old, and someone invited him to Clay Road Baptist Church, and he gave his heart to Jesus, and it turned him around, and he got on a plane, and he flew back to my mother and me. I would also note that the scripture tells us, you shall know them by their fruits. We see lots of campaign conservatives. But if we're going to win in 2016, we need a consistent conservative, someone who's been a fiscal conservative, a social conservative, a national security conservative. There are real differences among the candidates on issues like amnesty, like Obamacare, like religious liberty, like life and marriage. And I have been proud to fight and stand for religious liberty, to stand against Planned Parenthood, to defend
Planned Parenthood
for my entire career. And I will be proud to continue to do so as President of the United States.
What you said, Cruz? Governor Kasich, same question.
Well, Megan, my father was a mailman. His father was a coal miner. My mother's mother could barely speak English, and their son today stands on this podium in the great state of Ohio, not only as the governor, but a candidate for President of the United States. I do believe in miracles. You know, I've had a lot of elections, but my elections are really not about campaigns. I tell my people that these are about a movement, and a movement to do what? To restore common sense, a movement to do things like provide economic growth, and a movement not to let anybody be behind. You know, today the country's divided. You asked a question about the police and the difficulty in communities. We've got to unite our country again, because we're stronger when we are united, and we are weaker when we are divided. And we've got to listen to other people's voices, respect them, but keep in mind, and I believe in terms of the things that I've read in my lifetime, the Lord's not picking us, but because of how we respect human rights, because that we are a good force in the world, He wants America to be strong. He wants America to succeed, and He wants America to lead. And nothing's more important to me than my family, my faith, and my friends.
Governor Walker, same question.
Well, thanks, Megan. I'm certainly an imperfect man, and it's only by the blood of Jesus Christ that I've been redeemed from my sins. So I know that God doesn't call me to do a specific thing. God hasn't given me a list, the 10 Commandments, if you will, after the first day. What God calls us to do is follow His will. And ultimately, that's what I'm going to try to do. And I hope people have seen in my state, even the big challenges I took on when I had over 100,000 protesters in around our Capitol trying to do what I thought was the right thing. It wasn't just how I took on those political battles. It was ultimately how I acted, not responding in kind, not lashing out, but just being decent going forward and living my life in a way that would be a testimony to Him and His faith, our faith.
Senator Rubio, I want to ask you the same question, but I do want to mention, a woman just came here to the stage and asked, what about the veterans? I want to hear more about what these candidates are going to do for our nation's veterans. So I put the question to you about God and the veterans, which you may find to be related.
Well, first let me say, I think God has blessed us. He's blessed the Republican Party with some very good candidates. The Democrats can't even find one. And I believe God has blessed our country. This country has been extraordinarily blessed, and we have honored that blessing, and that's why God has continued to bless us. And He's blessed us with young men and women willing to risk their lives and sometimes die in uniform for the safety and security of our people. Unfortunately, today we have a VA that does not do enough for them. I'm proud that last year we helped change the law. We changed the law to give the power to the VA secretary, the ability to fire any executive that isn't doing their job. And it is outrageous. They've only fired one person to date. When I'm president of the United States, we're going to have a VA that cares more about our veterans than about the bureaucrats who work at the VA.
Kelly Clarkson, question you about God and His role, but also one of the issues that the public was very interested in, and we touched on it earlier, is race relations in this country and how divided we seem right now. And what, if anything, you would do as the next president to help heal that divide?
Well, I think the bully pulpit is a wonderful place to start healing that divide. You know, we have the purveyors of hatred who take every single incident between people of two races and try to make a race war out of it and drive wedges into people. And this does not need to be done. What we need to think about instead, you know, I was asked by an NPR reporter once, why don't I talk about race that often? I said, it's because I'm a neurosurgeon. And she thought that was a strange response. And it's like, I said, you see, when I take someone to the operating room, I'm actually operating on the thing that makes them who they are. The skin doesn't make them who they are. The hair doesn't make them who they are. And it's time for us to move beyond that. Because, you know, our strength as a nation comes in our unity. We are the United States of America, not the divided states. And those who want to destroy us are trying to divide us, and we shouldn't let them do it.
Now, each candidate will make a closing statement for this debate. We'll start with Ohio Governor John Kasich.
You know, tonight we hear about what people want to do. I want to tell you what I've done. I was a member of the Armed Services Committee for 18 years. I spent a big chunk of my life studying national security issues and our role in the world. Number two, I was the chairman of the House Budget Committee and one of the chief architects the last time we balanced the budget. And it was the first time we'd done it since man walked on the moon. We had a $5 trillion surplus and we cut taxes. I spent 10 years in the private sector actually learning how business works. And now I'm the governor of Ohio, and I inherited a state that was on the brink of dying. And we've turned it all around with jobs and balanced budgets and rising credit and tax cuts. And the state is unified, and people have hope again in Ohio.
Governor Christie.
Well, thank you, Megan. Listen, I was born into a middle-class family in New Jersey. My dad came home from serving in the Army after having lost his father, worked in the Breyers ice cream plant in Newark, New Jersey, was the first person to graduate from college, put himself through college, and my mom was a secretary. I was appointed United States Attorney on September 10th, 2001, and spent the next 7 years of my career fighting terrorism and putting terrorists in jail. I'm a conservative, pro-life governor in a state where it's really tough to be both. In a state like New Jersey with lots of Democrats, but still we cut taxes, we balance budgets, we fought the teachers union. This president has had weak leadership, which has led to bad choices. We got to stop worrying about being loved and start worrying about being respected, and that's exactly how I'll lead our country.
I'm a different kind of Republican. I've introduced a 5-year balanced budget. I've introduced the largest tax cut in our history. I stood for 10.5 hours on the Senate floor to defend your right to be left alone. But I've also gone to Chicago, I've gone to Detroit, I've been to Ferguson, I've been to Baltimore, because I want our party to be bigger, better, and bolder. And I'm the only one that leads Hillary Clinton in 5 states that were won by President Obama. I'm a different kind of Republican.
Senator Marco Rubio.
Thank you. You know, both of my parents were born into poor families on the island of Cuba. They came to America because it was the only place where people like them could have a chance. Here in this country, they never made it big, but the very purpose of their life was to give us the chance to do all the things they never could. My father was a bartender, and the journey from the back of that bar to this stage tonight, to me, that's the essence of the American dream. It's what makes our nation different. And I'm running for president because I want that to still be possible for the people trying to do that now. I run for president because I believe that we can't just save the American dream, we can expand it to reach more people and change more lives than ever before. And that's why I'm asking for your vote, so we can make America greater than it's ever been, and make of this century a new American century.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Ted Cruz.
If I'm elected president, let me tell you about my first day in office. The first thing I intend to do is to rescind every illegal and unconstitutional executive action taken by Barack Obama. The next thing I intend to do is instruct the Department of Justice to open an investigation into these videos and to prosecute Planned Parenthood for any criminal violations. The next thing I intend to do is instruct the Department of Justice and the IRS to start persecuting religious liberty I then intend to cancel the Iran deal and finally move the U.S. Embassy in Israel to Jerusalem. I will keep my word. My father fled Cuba, and I will fight to defend liberty because my family knows what it's like to lose it.
Dr. Carson, closing statement.
Well, I haven't said anything about me being the only one to do anything, so let me try that. I'm the only one to separate Siamese twins. The only one to operate on babies while they were still in mother's womb. The only one to take out half of a brain, although you would think if you go to Washington that someone had beat me to it.
Wow!
But I'm very hopeful that I'm not the only one who's willing to pick up the baton of freedom, because freedom is not free and we must fight for it every day. Every one of us must fight for it because we're fighting for our children and the next generation.
Governor Mike Huckabee, closing statement.
It seems like this election has been a whole lot about a person who is very high in the polls, but doesn't have a clue about how to govern, a person who has been filled with scandals and who could not lead. And of course, I'm talking about Hillary Clinton. I think America is in trouble, but it's not beyond repair. But it's going to take leadership who sees the greatness of this country and who believes that once again we can be one nation under God. I'll be my best to do that, and thank you for your support.
Governor Scott Walker.
Thanks. I'm a guy with a wife and 2 kids in a Harley. One article called me aggressively normal. I ran for governor because I was worried about my kids' future. Then I took on the big government union bosses, and we won. They tried to recall me, and we won. They targeted us again, and we won. We balanced the budget, cut taxes, and turned our state around with big, bold reforms. It wasn't too late for Wisconsin, and it's not too late for America. That's why I asked for your vote.
Governor Bush, closing statement, sir.
Here's what I believe. I believe we're at the verge of the greatest time to be alive in this world. But Washington is holding us back. How we tax, how we regulate. We're not embracing the energy revolution in our midst.
Yes.
A broken immigration system that has been politicized rather than turning it into an economic driver. We're not protecting and preserving our entitlement system or reforming for the next generation. All of these things languish while we have politicians in Washington using these as wedge issues. Here's my commitment to you, because I did it as Florida. We can fix these things. We can grow economically and restore America's leadership in the world so that everybody has a chance to rise up. I humbly ask for your vote whenever you're going to get to vote, whenever the primary is. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Trump, closing statement, sir.
Oh, there you go.
Our country is in serious
Save the
trouble.
shit show for last.
We don't win anymore. We don't beat China in trade. We don't beat Japan with their millions and millions of cars coming into this country in trade. We can't beat Mexico at the border or in trade. We can't do anything right. Our military has to be strengthened. Our vets have to be taken care of. We have to end Obamacare, and we have to make our country great again, and I will do that. Thank you.
That's it? Our country great again. That's kind of big.
Thank you.
It's over.
That's it.
You relieved? Your nervous before they don't look relieved. They're like, get me out of here. Thank you all very much. And that will do it for the first Republican primary debate night of the 2016 presidential race. Our thanks to the candidates. They'll not be joined by their families on stage. But we're not done. The Kelly File starts in a moment. I'll be running over to the other set. But first, Brett, Chris, they're here with me. We're going to say hello to the candidates. But how you doing down there? Yeah, have a little chit chat. Great to see you now.
Oh, here comes the hot wives.
Kind of rooting for
Oh,
us.
it's the moment. You know, your families have been sitting here in this arena on pins in the
We're way more nervous than these guys.
way more nervous, waiting for every answer, waiting for everything, and now, they get up, they get their hugs, they get their kisses.
It's gotta be a big relief. I mean, not only human, right? Just to get this over with.
Can I also say that at the risk of sounding Pollyanna-ish, I actually think all 10 candidates did quite well.
Senator Cruz.
Oh, look at this. Look at Senator Cruz. But I think they all handled themselves well. I thought they all made their points.
They all had moments, Chris. They all had some moment on some issue, and they really ran the gamut as far as the different issues. We've been working in that cocoon for a long time.
They're all very respectful. Here comes one of them now.
Senator, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Senator. Hi.
Thank you.
Hello, Mrs. Rubio. How are
If
you?
you can't hear at home, Senator Rubio's mocking Chris Wallace. That's fun.
That's always, it's always good.
Oh yeah.
That's good. Look at all these families up here. Well, listen.
It's a nice moment because they duke it out, but then at the end, they're friendly.
This has been fun. We're one down. One down. That is it for us. Governor Bush, good to see you. That's it for us.
What?
The Kelly File starts
right now. Let's see
Tell me again.
They're fine.
Oh, they're fun. I thought you were like, they're fine.
Campaign
They're fine,
2016 is officially
Republicans are fun.
and the center of the
Oh, but
political
their friends
universe is right here,
Sons are
Cleveland,
fun.
Ohio. In
Have
the
you
4
had
months
some fun
since the
with
first
Republican
major
sons?
presidential candidate declared, we have witnessed countless campaign stops, handshakes, interviews, knowing what we know now. Would you like our information and quick political jabs?
Look at that film.
immigration. All of a sudden,
Hop
we're in
stop?
some sort of
Yeah, it's back.
situation.
What he thought has made America weaker.
Fuck HopStop. It
This
left
night,
my Android
the
device.
candidate's
And
first
when
real
exclusive
test
to the
on the
iPhone.
road to the White
Fuck
House.
you.
As the top 10 Republican hopefuls face off, debating in person in front of a packed house.
You know what,
on
HopStop?
Fox News
Fuck you. I don't even
Political
need
Team.
you.
Who's sold?
I have a brain. I can look at a map and figure shit out.
I knew. Now you should see it when I got there.
You chose this
Romney, we will be the party of the future.
You focus on yourself.
And who faltered?
We're looking for you to raise your hand now. Raise your hand now if you won't make that pledge tonight. Mr. Trump.
I feel like Trump did that on purpose.
This is a big surprise.
Just to be
Listen, Senator, when you're sitting in the subcommittee just blowing hot air about this, you can say things like that. When you're responsible for protecting the lives of the American people, then what you need to do is to make sure that
Here's
you
the problem.
the way
I
that
think
the votes
Trump is
are.
the first person
You give him a
to
big hug. You want to give him a big hug again?
I think him and his Jerry Curls became this.
I mean, there's a lot of things that
I
I
don't like him or his
There's a lot of
His
things.
father, I would have liked to fuck
His
up.
panel of voters.
Ron Paul.
Plus, we've got an all-star lineup for analysis,
Worst.
including Rick Hume, Charles
Where I'm
Brown, Brett Baer,
The
Chris
worst.
Wallace, Mark Thiessen, and Chris
Are the
Firewall.
people on the street
Plus,
corners.
what did Democrats think? DNC Chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Bill Burton are here
But
live.
still,
The Kelly File starts
he said,
right now.
I don't know much about Rand Paul.
Hi,
Ron Paul
I'm Megan Kelly now over
is all
here.
about like
This is
local
the Kelly File,
government.
everyone,
like
live
smaller
in Cleveland
government.
on what has
Where
been
it's just like if
truly
you don't
an
like
electric
something,
and
you
historic
can
night.
change it
As
because
the
it's
first
not
major
at
debate
some
of the
asshole
2016
in
election
Washington. It's
cycle,
in your
and
own
the night
fucking
is not
backyard.
over yet.
Yeah.
Here in Spin
Don't
Alley,
like
we
it.
have a jam-packed show.
So you
planned
want
for
like
tonight,
the
complete with expert
overarching,
analysis,
sweeping
plus
person that
reaction
like
from
pretty much
voters just like
tells
you.
the nation how
But
to
we
live
want
their
to
lives,
begin with the
as
big
opposed
picture.
to like the state
Who
that's
made all
just
the
like,
right notes?
hey guys,
And who
fuck
did not?
them.
Brett
This is
Hughes,
how
our
we're doing
Fox News
things.
senior political analyst, and he's with me now. Brett, what'd you think?
it?
Well, I thought it was a fascinating debate. It was full of fireworks, and the audience, I think, added a lot to it. It struck me, the most eye-catching moment, I think, plainly, was that Christie dusted up with Rand Paul over national
Yeah, you're right.
security
it's 2012,
surveillance.
yeah.
As I watched
It
it, it
was-
seemed to me that Christie had to come back for everything, and he got much suggested, but I can guarantee you, Megan, that Rand Paul and him, to people who were worried about the surveillance, thought he did better. So we'll see. The thing about an exchange like that, where he really did, Christie really went after Rand Paul. I think he may have damaged Rand Paul. The problem
What did
that
he
if you
say
do that,
that
you don't always look good doing it. So you may
That
not be
means
the
you weren't listening to
beneficiary.
it.
That's
No,
one of
no,
the, that's one of
It
the.
was
I'll show
totally
you
like
guys a little
Yeah,
bit.
let's do
But you can't tell me.
so many years ago.
What did he say that would have hurt you?
And I will
continue to stand for the Bill of Rights.
He would have pulled out at the time. He would have pulled out completely.
That's a completely ridiculous answer.
Pull out on what?
You want to collect more records from terrorists, but less records from other
Yeah.
people. How are you supposed to know, Megan? You're supposed to.
This thing is like, why are we fighting wars that don't involve us? Because that costs money.
Yeah, but we're there.
We are there.
We're there.
You know, when you're
So you're thinking
it's already there. It's already happened.
So you're saying it's too
you can
late.
say things like that. When you're responsible for protecting the lives of the American people, I think what you need to do is
We're still
make
there.
sure
We're not in Iraq.
here's the problem that way it's supposed to work.
Think that
You fundamentally
because few of my
misunderstand
colonel
the Bill of
friends
Rights.
just got deployed again.
Explosive
Force
is
back
right.
to Iraq.
Yeah, but they're not
He was,
there
I
in
mean,
a force
the
that
way
can
you had
actually
that set
do
up, actually,
anything.
is I had a
We're still there.
standalone question for Rand Paul.
We're
that I
not
was going to ask
on
him
the
after that
news
opening
there.
question to Governor Christie. We knew that there'd be a
We're
little
not-
back and
We're
forth, but I had no
technically
idea
still
what
in
was going on.
Afghanistan
Smart
too.
way to go.
Well, it was fascinating, right? I mean, they
But
were
not
ready to do
there
that. Those are the two
in
true
heavy
leaders on the
numbers
nation.
Exactly.
The others
Where you
were
can
in.
actually make a
What
difference
else did
in
that
control
Well,
of population.
Of course, everybody wanted.
And the question is, do you really
Yeah.
want them
I
to be
think
there?
as far as his ardent supporters are
That
concerned,
place
he
is
turned out to be
fucked,
more
man.
numerous than
No,
some
I
of
don't
us
want
might
anybody to be
imagine.
anywhere.
I think he did
But
fine.
his-
The question I think he faces
Where
is,
we were
how does
at
he
that
expand
point
beyond
in-
that base of support? Did he
in that
stand out tonight in a way to do
era.
that? And I really don't think he did.
We couldn't.
I think
pull out
he did
all
fine.
what he
I don't
wanted.
think there was. I mean, he got a little testy with you,
And
and
then
that was an
just
ugly
can't-
moment.
What difference
And,
would it
and it
make?
was ungentlemanly, and I think a lot of people won't like that.
Because we're already
But I
still
think he's
there,
okay.
like you
He's fine. He
said.
didn't. I don't think he.
And we're there in a
he
lesser
would
capacity.
take one way or the other.
His thought process
In
is
terms of
no further
moments,
than
other moments,
24 hours.
the best closing
That's really
statement
about what?
was Ben
It's
Carson.
just
But
what
is that all you're
It was
basing it on?
great,
Because
and it
as
was
as
funny, and it was, and it
when
was.
it comes to economic
Yeah,
and social
okay.
freedoms,
Well,
he would have been
I haven't
all
said
for
anything
whatever
about
you
me
believed
being
in.
the only one to do anything, so let me try that. I'm the only one to separate Siamese
None of the
twins.
calls. None of the calls.
I like Ron Paul. I don't like Rand
I'm the
Paul.
only one to operate on babies while they're
Rand
still
Paul's
in
trying to-
the
I don't know
military.
about
The only one to take out.
Rand Paul's trying to
brain on
straddle
you would
the line.
think if you go to
Ron
Washington
Paul
that someone had beat me to it.
was libertarian running as Republican. Rand Paul is Republican pretending to be libertarian.
But I'm very hopeful that I'm not the only one who's willing to pick up the baton of freedom.
It all,
Because freedom
I
is
feel like it
not
all comes
free,
down
and
to
we
it's
must
like,
fight for it every
do you
day.
want a
Every one
large
of us must
government
fight
that
for it
pretty much
because we're
tells
fighting
all
for
the
our
people that
children and the
give
next generation.
to shut the fuck up?
Scale,
Or do
scale
you
one to 10
want
on that.
a
Oh, I
small
think that's
government
a
that says,
nine. I mean, that was
hey,
way
listen,
up
man,
there.
they run their own
Especially
state.
given the fact that
I mean,
just
if
previous
you don't
to
like
that,
them, that's all
when he was
right.
talking about race,
But we can't tell
he
them
made
to
an
shut the fuck
outstanding
up.
comment.
My thing
about
is,
that. I think a
you
lot of
think
people
one
remember. You know, somebody asked him,
person
NPR reporter, he said, you remember asked him, you know, why never talk about race? He said,
No,
I mean, it was a great answer.
really think that one
And he
person
topped it in his closing statement, and all the more impressive because this man is a total rookie.
Idealistically,
Exactly.
yeah.
He really a total rookie.
This is the news that was made right at the top of the debate.
Just
I mean,
how-
we talked a lot
Does the
about
president really have a hand
whether
in the
we expected
economy?
Donald Trump to raise his hand and say, I will pledge to
They're not
support it.
supposed
And he refused to
They're not
pledge.
supposed to,
Here
and
it
they
is.
really don't.
The president is supposed to be the commander in chief. They're supposed to be the lead of the.
Raise your hand now if you want
So you wanna
to
talk-
back pledge
The
tonight.
president is only supposed to be in charge of the military.
So you want to talk in terms of military?
Mr. Trump, to be clear, you're standing.
So would you be in favor
I
of
fully understand.
a
The place
lesser
where the RNC will
involvement
give the nominee the
in
nod.
I fully
all
understand.
And the experts say an independent vote
You know,
would almost
of all
certainly have the
international
race over the Democrats
military
and
endeavors?
likely another Clinton.
That's
You
their
can't
job.
say tonight
Is that
that
their
you can
military?
make that pledge.
I cannot say I have to respect the
Is the
person
military
if
to
it's not
defend
me,
or to
the
go and
person
like
that
fuck up
wins.
Syria or Libya or
No, I
do
don't-
drone
I don't-
strikes?
What do you
Oh, you
think
got
of
food.
that?
No, I
Yeah.
don't believe.
Now, you know, these are, I'll
Yes.
presume,
That's what I'm
you know,
saying.
Ohio Republicans, principally, you could tell that from.
The reason I like
from
the Pulse
response
is
to
because
John
they usually
Casey, who
kind of
got
fall
huge
more
rounds of
libertarian. And libertarian
but
is just
that-
like,
That's-
fuck
that's
everybody
okay.
else,
And
let's
that's-
take care of us
We're
first.
putting the debate in
And then
which
when they're like,
Trump
let's take
actually
care of
made a
us,
negative comment
but he
about the
like
ICE.
extreme.
Right.
Are they
Yeah.
too extreme?
And people don't don't like me.
How are
He
they
said,
extreme?
yeah.
They weren't, I
They're
mean,
too
you know,
extreme.
Mr. Chop details that you don't like him based on
they're-
little evidence, but that's his thing.
Yeah, well, he
See, I
said, he
think
said that,
he's
basically said as much about.
Yeah,
I know, if you raise any of the criticism,
I
of it,
think
you
they're
don't
too
like
It's
extreme
always,
because it's like you
people
still
like
want
the
to have
fact that he didn't
international
take any
recognition,
guff and that
but you
he's
still want to have
tough
a
and that he.
presence in
you know,
like
he-
shitty places.
There's a segment of the Republican electorate that wants these
Or what
big
about the
shots to
foreign
be
aid
told
thing?
off.
Do you think we should be
We
giving
need
money
big
to all
shots,
these
political
countries
big
that
shots. They like that sort of stuff, but there's a point at which
Nobody
it's too
else
rich
seems
and
to agree with that.
and that's a risk that I think he runs, and he gets very close to the line if he doesn't cross.
Ron Paul said,
And do you think that it's a turn
I would like to cut
Republican voters to have
financial
them say,
aid to
I'm
zero
not
for everybody,
budgeting,
and
I
then
might not do it.
if they
What do you-
deserve
what
it,
kind
we
of
want
is
to
that?
I think it's negative in the near term. The question is whether, after a while, they'll indicate that
he
he has said in the past that he's treated
because he's only the president.
Who do you think has, who do you
They
think
have
has
no
says
say.
over that?
They have no
Who has
say.
says who has say over financial aid to foreign countries?
I think he helped himself at the margins. I think he did.
That the
pretty
State
well.
Department?
The best defense I've ever heard him give in any kind of a
Does the
forum
president have any pull over
is
that?
on education, which has been a burden to him.
How about Scott Walker?
Scott Walker, I think, was no run, no hit to error. He did fine.
Since-
What was he said at the end, that he was aggressively normal?
Truman?
He kind of aggressively.
The president has a lot of say.
Was himself.
Because executive orders are fucking gold right now.
Truman.
42. He dropped the bomb, brother.
42.
Well, I don't know when his term ended. Might have been 44.
Fox News moderators.
You guys are sort of okay.
Truman.
Okay. I mean,
Truman.
You could probably say Roosevelt expanded the, which was the one before Truman.
Because Teddy, my second president,
Theodore.
is the reason we have primaries.
New Deal Roosevelt.
No. But Teddy is the reason we have primaries.
I'm talking 4 terms.
Primaries didn't exist until 1912.
4-term Roosevelt.
We're about to make some noise tonight. I want you to watch how
Well,
they
didn't really die.
Won a 4th term. Died 2 months into it.
Donald Trump, raise your hand. Overall,
Julio?
how many give a positive?
Julio. Julio! Woo!
Give me just high five polio.
History, man. I scored some history points.
I'm a low five polio. I mean, just saying. I don't want the karma.
I liked him when I came in here.
No, we can't stop. Liz, did you see us high five polio?
Liz, we just high five polio. We know Liz is our only fan right now.
That's all right.
She's still there.
Liz, you probably went to sleep by now.
We got 3.
3?
Throw it on. It's Liz and Doug.
Probably.
Liz and Doug.
He had no specifics.
Doug, I like the black guy.
I hate the black guy, Doug.
Why do you guys hate the black guy? He's the only one that had like a reserved, well-spoken tone and manners.
We have one of them already.
Not many
You don't need another.
because this is the most significant clip of the entire session.
The era of a black guy in the office.
He's half
is
black.
over. Oh, you just said what Trump said. That's got to be a dream.
Which, do you want a woman?
Probably would have rather have a woman than
Well,
a black
wait,
guy.
wait,
No.
wait. We had half a black guy. Should we have half a woman? Oh my God, that's on stream. You're totally gonna lose your job.
Nobody knows where I work. Shut the fuck up. Please, you got 2 potheads watching. If I know who's
You're right.
watching,
You're right.
they're 2 fucking potheads. So you're fine.
You got like John Casey.
Nobody. See, it doesn't really matter what I think because nobody I've ever wanted to be president since I could vote.
Let me ask you something. What would your ideal president stand for?
So you don't have any issue with that.
In what aspect? That's a very, very broad.
Like international policy, social issues, fiscal issues. What are you looking for?
I think he needs to stand behind whoever is the dominant.
Well, so what was your reaction to him?
Because I've been trying to like defend libertarianism to you, but I can't quite figure out what you stand for. So it's like, what are you looking for? And then I'm just gonna like try and think in my head if there's any candidate that actually stands for anything remotely close to that.
He never said that.
Tommy J, my favorite president.
So what I feel like is international policy, foreign policy,
His beard
should be like one of the last things on your list. Because there's a lot of domestic shit we should really be addressing before.
So let's bring up topics, specific topics. Where do I lie on it? Then?
Okay, let's think.
What's
All right.
What's foreign policy? Foreign policy?
Bring up foreign policy. Specifically.
And he
Yeah.
thought about everything. The
specifically foreign policy, the Iran deal.
I don't know anything about it.
Neither do I, but you sing me for it.
What I like about the Iran deal is diplomacy. It's the first time. It's the first time in like 70 years the United States has ever taken a diplomatic stance
As opposed to a military stance.
Exactly. What we have taken right now is we have said, okay, for the last, I think, 3 or 4 years, we have instilled financial embargoes upon Iran.
Yes.
And Iran has crippled financially as a nation. And at the same time, as we have enlisted these embargoes, we have also waged war inside their country, not with them, but against people who are there. We are not at war with Afghanistan. We're at war in Afghanistan, if that makes sense. Because we're fighting a group who has no country. They have grounds. They have grounds in Iraq. They have grounds in Afghanistan. They have grounds in Kazakhstan. They have grounds in Turkey. They have grounds in Syria. They have grounds in lots of motherfucking places. And they're an independent organization that we are fighting. Why we're fighting? The reason we're fighting them is because of something that happened 14 years ago. And the reason something happened 14 years ago was something that happened for the last 50 fucking years prior. And what we did was, I mean, I get it. This religious group has been persecuted against for millennia. And
just say Israel.
Anybody who wants to fucking deny that, not Israel, but this group, this religious fucking group.
Are we talking about the Jews?
We're talking about the Jews.
Nobody cares about them. They own half the fucking world.
They've been persecuted against for so fucking long. And so
it's like persecuting Christians. They own everything.
But yes and no. Yes and no. The only thing that didn't happen, I mean, there has been this and there's been that, but the only thing that didn't happen to the Christians was a motherfucking Holocaust. Now, no one can deny it. It happened, and it's really fucking shitty. However, okay, it fucking happened. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what the United
Christians did worse.
Your people said.
Oh, we've done so much worse.
Yeah.
We've
Crusades,
been so much worse than the Nazis ever could even dream to be. They aspire to be the Christians.
The Crusades were so much.
They looked at the Christians and were like, "Oh, if we can only 50% of that," and they were 30. But that doesn't put aside what did happen, and it was documented. Oh, it was documented
because
heavily.
there are people like to write.
It just people like to write. Now, what? After that, the United States said, "Hey, you know what we're gonna do? You know what we're gonna do because we're
awesome.
We're owning the world right now.
Yeah,
like literally, we own the fucking world. Japan brought China to its knees, had Korea on its back doorstep.
And we bro-jobbed them. Well, we made them bro-job us.
Yeah, exactly. We came in, dropped our fucking pants, whipped out our cock and said, "Motherfuckers, suck it."
Because they got small dicks anyways.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're Asian. They just conquered the unconquerable. Even the United States were like, "What's wrong with you people? What are you doing? It's a massive amount of people. Those are giant lands. How are you gonna go for that? Have a good time. We're gonna love to watch you. Oh my God, you're winning. Oh my God, you just bombed us."
Actually,
and we won against them. So we have our giant bridges, and we go into this country, and they've been there for a couple of 100 years, and we go to them and go,
So, yes, you're a country. We understand that. But not anymore. You're not a country anymore. You're part of that country. We're going to give you a little sliver here, and we're going to give you a little sliver here. 1945.
Yeah, today.
Really?
August 6th is the anniversary of the bomb on Hiroshima.
Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
Today was
Nagasaki was 12 days later?
Today was the August 9th was Nagasaki.
Nagasaki, 3 days later.
Today was the day we dropped the bomb on Hiroshima. Balls this big.
And we went into a sovereign nation, and we divided it literally in two, and said, Jews are going to live here.
That's kind of fucked up.
Supporting a religious state.
There were so many times here.
Have you read our Constitution?
How are we on two jokes here?
Not two jokes. Have you read?
How are we on two jokes?
How are we read our Constitution? Why? Why did we go into a country and say a third of you are going to be Jews?
I think we
had no. We didn't say a third of you are going to be a country of accepting diverse people. No. We came in and divided a country that's been around for a couple thousand years and said, no, you're going to be Jews here. Not just people, not just a free people. We're establishing a free society. No. Fucking just Jews.
You know why?
Nobody else.
Because we won the war.
No one else.
And we had
but fucking Jews.
We had the big dick at the time.
But why Jews?
Why not? Because we had the big dick at the time, and then the
that pisses me the fuck off.
Because during World War II, the Jews ran the United States, as they still do at a lesser amount, but because everything was anti-German at the time.
Can we agree there should be no Israel?
But I mean,
awesome, we just got him that he lost his job. Free watching. Theoretically, there should be no Israel. We're saying that. I'm just going to say it. We can say it. Theoretically, there should be no Israel.
The reason that was on that list, I was hoping would happen.
A defend or a denial of Israel? That would be interesting. They would never say it.
Denial.
Here's the
I want a literal denial of Israel.
Here's what I think about the Republicans. When they're in power, they'll deny Israel. When they're outside of power, they'll support the shit out of them. Because the establishment, whoever has the presidency, will support Israel.
And what did Barack Obama just do? Piss the fuck out of Israel.
And what did Israel do? What did Netanyahu do to win the election? Say, fuck you, America. Wins the election and then says, okay, America, we'll work with you.
No, he won the election and then this happened. He was already reelected prime minister, and then the Iran deal.
Yes, but no, he flim-flammed.
But he came over here.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
He came over here and did the whole what was it? My pizza's good. He did the whole.
Okay, Google. What did Netanyahu flim-flam about?
It was.
Google's good about these things. BB's bait and switch on Palestine.
Yeah. It's when he came and talked in front of the and when Barack Obama specifically said no.
So he won on the strength of his temporary promise never to approve a two-state solution for Palestine and Israel. He hoodwinked the Israeli electorate for an 11th hour declaration that he would never be there would never be a Palestinian state on his watch if given another term. However, when he won, The Flim Flam was as slick and bold as any Tammany Hall operation in the days of Boss Tweet. Having drawn the local voters, the move threw a post-election vote to Barack Obama, who had bought in with Bibi on a two-state solution and momentary had left out the alone on a limb. So, Obama,
I have an iron.
Obama was all about it. Obama was all about a two-state solution, right?
Everybody's about a two-state solution.
Netanyahu said, "Fuck your two-state solution." Gets reelected, and then when the United States and Obama were just like, "Fine, if you don't agree with the two-state solution, we don't need to hang out with you," and he goes, "No, I could work with a two-state solution." After he got reelected, he fucked over his own voters. Or he's playing the United States. I don't know what's worse.
He also did the.
Are you Febrezing your clothes for tomorrow?
It's not Febreze.
Yeah, it is. It's fucking Febreze. It's same thing. It smells nice. I have it too.
And one of the things that shocked me, in fact, I thought to a certain degree he dominated, because when we started asking about the illegal immigration, which is certainly a hot topic,
I don't use irons, and those can't be irons.
You're absolutely right, and I
use steamers.
I agree with that. Steamers are only available in Europe.
No, they're also available in Walmart.
No, but I've gone to hotels in Europe and they have that weird like thing built into the wall where you can like steam your, not like steam, but like air your pants. You ever seen this? Oh, never mind. The pants press. It's like a weird press in Europe. It's weird. I've seen it in like multiple European hotels. Pants press. Go to Europe.
He does. He goes home. I do.
Go to the shitty countries in Europe.
But he goes to like a house.
This is a Republican debate.
The best country in Europe. The Maserati.
Republican debate.
Yeah.
Held in 11 months. And when he refused to do that,
the opposite. He's German.
I know he's German. I'm fucking with him. Amsterdam is weed though.
We didn't know
Amsterdam is weed though. What's Germany have besides great
He
beer?
can't smoke it. My job has
Great beer.
Yeah.
Your life sucks.
He made a joke out of it by saying it was only Rosie O'Donnell.
All right, where were we? Foreign policy. What do you agree with?
Is a woman. She is.
Do I agree with?
What are you looking for in a candidate? What sells you? What sells you in
Foreign
life?
policy has nothing to do with it.
All right, like what's your philosophy? Like what gives you a political boner when you're just like, yes, sir, you're talking about things I agree with, or ma'am?
It's a.
I think Ben Carson landed at the end pretty well.
And we've been doing these gymnastics analogies and
What bro jobs you?
How about dismount? He stuck the landing.
He did.
It's a small business / economical center.
Really?
The country is a business.
The country is a business.
Run it.
So
with any business that runs the way the country does would not be open.
Yeah.
They would be shut down.
Yeah, they would.
They would no longer.
They would have ran
exist.
out of money a long time ago.
That's why Bloomberg has 3 terms. That's exactly why Bloomberg has 3 terms.
So you oppose the debt then?
Yes.
But he seemed a little pale.
But I also.
Hold on, there's two different things. Do you oppose the debt or the budget or both? Because we usually run at a deficit on our debt, and we usually run at a deficit on
It's
our
not specific on either. It's probably both. It's the fact that everybody in my lifetime that's been in office, they charm. They can charm you. They can smile on your face.
They give you everything you ask
Exactly.
for, and then they get in there and say, "Fuck you, I'm doing this."
Exactly.
Okay.
And
That's 28.
What?
28. The last president I probably would have liked would have been Clinton. To be honest, Bill. Yes. However, I consider myself Republican.
Everybody drink that Kool-Aid.
I mean this with no disrespect, but I figured as a gay male that you would be Republican.
My sexuality has the least bearing on anything politically. I'm gay. What the fuck? I'm not getting married anytime soon. Oops, that already happened. Fuck am I gonna
Done
do
and
now?
done, right?
Yeah. It's a.
So you think the country should be run like a business? It should be fiscally responsible, and it should be run like a business.
Absolutely.
I can get behind that.
And it should also be.
I can agree with that.
It should also be looking out for smaller business. For example, Democrats talk a lot of small business shit. They have nothing to do with small business.
They don't
and
do shit
also
with small
they don't choose everything they do. My family owns a restaurant, it's a small business. They do nothing for us.
Yeah.
Republicans, since we've had the restaurant, the Republican ideology.
State level or even federal level?
Well, my
State
county,
level.
my county and state are super Republican. Well, my state is.
No, your state is.
My state is
state's
Democrat.
purple. Your state's purple.
Is it? DC.
Maryland?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Pennsylvania.
I don't live in Pennsylvania.
No,
in case
it's
you dare
Maryland.
fucking say that.
He's Maryland.
Punch you and burn you in that order.
He's Maryland. Your state's purple.
Where's that knife again?
Your state's purple.
I thought you said you were originally out of.
Your district is
No, I fly
red.
out of Philly.
Your district is red.
Correct.
But your state is purple.
Correct. Because of DC. Yeah. That's the only reason our state is purple. Where I live, it's super country, super.
Do you think your politics have?
Your blood red.
That's what I mean. Like, do you think your views are?
Well, his
influenced by where you grew up.
Delegation.
Absolutely. Everybody.
Because yeah, I think
Everybody.
I mean,
well, his parents run a small business.
You and I grew up in a very Republican county.
Yeah,
though you're very interesting because it's like I saw you go the opposite of the spectrum.
No, I
see
was
their bullshit.
I
and then
was
kind of-
I was a liberal. I was a bleeding heart liberal for like a minute.
I remember seeing it.
Back in the day, I was very.
And then I was like, wait a minute.
You realize they're both extreme sides are full of shit, and you kind of settle somewhere in the middle, and then you
That's
realize
kind of libertarianism.
See, I would prefer a liberal Democrat, liberal Republican.
That's the libertarian. That's Rand Paul.
a libertarian.
I want to step on his face.
I know. So do I.
A libertarian is socially liberal and fiscally conservative. And it's a very rare thing to find anybody.
But there's no there
No,
has been no
Ron Paul.
feasible. There has been no feasible.
Ron Paul.
It's just that
Nobody takes him seriously.
I fucking hate him.
the media,
Not Rand Paul.
not Rand,
Ron
his
Paul.
father.
Ron Paul.
But yeah, you don't like.
I fucking hate Ron Paul. You were going for that.
The problem is the media will vilify anybody that doesn't cater to one of the extreme camps or the other.
See, the thing is, I have nothing to do with the media because I'm either in the air or serving or.
Huckabee surprised me because I think he's very
So you're saying
articulate,
is
very.
you're only,
So I don't
you're only
do
as good
TV.
as the information you get.
I don't do TV. I don't do the news.
I don't do
This
TV
is
either.
this is the most political I've been in about 5 years.
We got a clip from Mike Huckabee that was the #1 doc hit of the entire 2 hours. As the lines go up,
I knew it.
this almost reached 100. It never happens in the dollar research that we do. Let's take a look.
Ronald Reagan said trust but verify. President Obama is trust but vilify. He trusts our enemies and vilifies everyone who disagrees with him. And the reason we disagree with him has nothing to do with party. It has to do with the incredibly dangerous place that this world is going to be as a result of a deal in which we got nothing. We didn't even get 4 hostages out. We got nothing.
And that's one of the reasons we talk about economic policy and
Really? I didn't
social
even think that
policy.
was his
Our
best
group
part.
was focused as much on foreign policy. What was so powerful about that?
And let's
clip?
be honest,
Explain it to me.
the best part
Ronald
was
Reagan.
only the Roosevelt gun.
The past history of
Come on.
Most memorable.
My president
Yep.
insulted
I said that.
the entire party.
Rolling about
because we
Roosevelt.
don't agree with his deal with Iran.
Why are you nodding your head?
I agree, but 100%, I think that was
No, this is a very conservative
Horrible
focus group.
to paint the
I mean, look
entire
at her
party
and
like
face.
the
and
homeless of
neck.
Iran. Yes.
My problem with like
the Iran deal
Go ahead.
is good.
Absolutely, I think that what
The
president
Iran
said is
deal
just horrendous.
Is
This
necessary.
name-calling, this trash.
You know what I think about the Iran deal,
everybody on
Anthony?
both sides
I
needs
don't
to
even
stop.
think we need
So
a
this
deal.
wasn't the only clip.
I think the fact that if Iran wants to have a nuke
had one of the
as a
high
sovereign
points of this
nation,
evening.
they should be allowed to have a nuke because everybody else fucking has one anyways.
Thank you.
Lines flow.
But they're
Positive
not
response.
working towards that. They're working for nuclear energy.
Oh, you know they're full of shit, but at the same time,
It doesn't matter. And fucking Bibi is like, oh, if they get the nukes, they're gonna blow us up. Motherfucker, you got 8 of them. You have 8 sitting in your fucking ground, you piece of shit. Shut the fuck up. You were the first in the Middle East to have a nuke in his ground. So shut up. Shut the fuck up. Why? Because Iran wants to have defense against you? Because you have the United States and the rest of Western Europe on your back? That they
So
want
I
to
want you
go,
watch the
hey,
impact of that. That was one of the
we want
strongest
nuclear
statements. I don't know what
proliferation.
phrase to describe
We
today.
want to be able to enrich uranium.
Tough.
Thank you.
Next president.
Because y'all are fucking scary.
You know what I think Iran is
We
doing?
took down 2 buildings. You've taken down 6 countries.
Powerful responses. I believe that you're going to see an increase with Mike Huckabee, and you're going to see.
I feel like Israel is like, I always
stand out tonight.
view global politics as, especially with people with countries with nukes, is a Mexican standoff.
Specifically, what he was going
So
to do.
Iran's got a gun to Israel's head, and they got their guns pointed at everybody else, and they're just like, don't let them get a nuke. Don't let them get a nuke. I like this advantage I have over them. Like basically, it's just like Iran's reaching for a gun, and it's just like, don't let them grab it. Don't let them grab it.
Rubio made a huge
Because otherwise, this means nothing.
talking to the various people here.
But by
He's very
allowing
articulate, he's
Israel
very
to exist,
and some of the ladies like
we, for the first time in 113 years,
but
had
at the
bloodshed on our
performance, I
soil
thought was
from foreign intervention.
Who switched your votes here? Who switched your votes? Raise your hands. Who'd you go
We've
to?
had domestic terrorism.
Who'd you go to?
We've had domestic attacks. The first time from Japan, the 19th, well, okay, so 70 years.
Wow, Frank, always so interesting. Thank
So the
you.
first time in
But tonight's
70
top
years.
10 all took the stage,
Which
hoping to
is
connect with American voters while
less
still
than
looking
most
for
other
presidential.
countries.
Joining me now, 2 former White House insiders.
70
who know a
years
thing or two
it
about
took.
that. Mark Teese,
I mean,
the
more
former
than
chief
most other
presidential
countries,
speaker,
is what I mean.
President George W. Bush, and
What I don't understand is,
and Bill Burr,
we have
the former
nukes.
White House
Russia has
Secretary
nukes.
for President
India has
Obama.
nukes. Pakistan has nukes.
Israel has nukes. Germany has nukes.
Germany has nukes.
England has nukes. France has nukes. Italy has nukes. Greece has nukes. Belgium, Switzerland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Luxembourg has 2.
So who are we to say that a country should...
Poland has 5.
Who are we to say a country
Romania
should-
has 3.
third-party
Estonia has 2.
Let's just show the viewers that moment.
The Czech Republic has 6.
Here it is, the moment that we're talking about.
Slovakia has 3.
Frankly, what I say, and oftentimes it's fun.
But that's what I mean, like,
a good time. What I say is what I say. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry. I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
That was great. That was great.
That's what Trump does.
Yeah, Trump's going to be Trump. That was a Trump moment. But I think
the Rose
that was
moment.
offensive. Women watching that were probably offended. First of all, they didn't
Nope,
even
I don't think women were offended at all.
From him, of the things
No,
he
women
said
hate
about
women.
them. And he was sort of
They
doing
do.
okay when he said.
Actually, Megan, you're doing a bad thing for women voters.
You know, I think Donald
Megan
Trump's
Kelly
strategy seems to be
is
to win the
not.
Republican
She does not pull well with women voters at all.
That's true. Tell your thoughts.
why. Well, I think that on that point with women.
But Ed, why do we not allow Iran to have a nuke? Why are they so scared of Iran having a nuke? Are they because they're afraid they'll use it?
Nope.
I think that they created
Because they're an Islamic state.
I don't
because
because
no,
I've
I've got three
letters for initial choices you could possibly make.
Scott Walker, you know, I asked him specifically about,
They have no will.
you don't favor, you know, life expectancy.
They do.
Like,
They
you
do.
let a woman
They
die
have
rather than
technically,
he, you know,
I think I
he
read
didn't
this
answer
once,
specifically, but he kind of
2% of the world's
I mean, Rubio corrected you.
But,
saying,
like,
"Oh, but that's
oil."
where we get it. Iowa.
Yeah, but we have
As far to the right on this issue as you could possibly.
why the fuck do we care about 2% of the world's supply?
We have 40.
Sure,
We have 40.
I'm with him. But as I said in the stat, 83% of the American
Right, most
population.
of Canada has 40.
Republicans want there to be an exception for the life of a
Can I
mother.
tell you why I'm okay with it? Can I tell you why I'm all right with the nuke with taking the Iran nuclear deal?
Rather than abort.
Iran can have a nuke all they want. I don't fucking care. However, they're a hostile nation towards the United States. Therefore,
Should Scott Walker make it all?
we shouldn't do business with them.
They aren't.
I would say the fear of
weren't.
They are. They are now.
They are now.
They were not.
They are now.
And the problem for the Republicans is the one.
Is it because of our support of Israel?
Everyone's a hostile nation towards the United States.
So we should do business with them.
What did you think?
The United Kingdom
I think
is a hostile.
The United Kingdom is not a fucking hostile nation.
Bush and Walker, I think, did very well.
We went
So
in
who in that
to
last
the
year
G8.
is just 3, 4, 5% stood out and
We
made
walked in,
a name for
and we
themselves.
said
I
the
think
United
Christie
Kingdom
did a really good
should
job.
not
His
leave.
exchange with Rand Paul and his exchange with
And
Huckabee.
left
He showed
the bill.
himself to be
We
a
said
partner
that?
without
Okay,
being
how does that make us
too
hostile?
busy
How does that make them
So I
hostile?
think he did a really good job.
When Rand
Has anybody in the UK said that to America?
Right?
Didn't say
That Rand Paul, that's a good line.
That's,
But
I understand
would
Iran
say-
has it. You know what?
He did.
Groups Iran
Iran.
support. Okay.
So do you think
See,
any
that's
of
the
us,
thing.
you think Chris Christie may have moved out of sort of the lower tier?
The biggest
tier? Do you
threat.
think anybody here tonight that's on the stage of 10 will not be on the stage of 10 the next time around?
Globally.
Well, the interesting thing is that
To
everyone was saying
security.
it's possible at the 5 o'clock debate that somebody could
From
emerge
the
out
Middle
of that.
East,
And I think
specifically
Fiorina really did. I think she did
from
a
that
great,
area.
great debate. She let Twitter on
And
fire and then she went
all
off and
the
gave
attacks.
Chris Matthews that right
I do
after.
like that. Nobody from England's gonna blow themselves up over here.
And all the attacks.
Nobody's gonna be like, fucking England, all right,
And if they do,
Then England's gonna get a
It's gonna
second
train
revolution.
but nobody's done it over here either.
And who he thinks
Really?
stepped in it tonight. And is
Three of
going
them
to
did.
challenge his rivals. I'm going to tell you,
14 years ago.
And technically they're from Saudi Arabia, which is why
Not yet spoken with him.
I don't think we should do business with Saudi
And
Arabia.
they were
He
in
thought
with the
Brent-
Bushes.
he thought were the winners and losers. We'll find out together next.
I need to use the restroom. Let me tell you who I don't think we should do business with. Saudi Arabia,
Israel.
Iran, Pakistan,
Israel.
and if I had my way, China. Then we'd all throw up.
No, because you know what, Christian, where were our phones built?
China.
South Korea.
Really?
South
I like South
Korea.
South Korea loves our shit.
South Korea.
South Korea blowjobs us.
South Christian.
Bro.
Where was your phone built?
Bro job.
South Korea.
LG, life is good.
Life is
South
good in
Korea.
South Korea.
Did you know? Fun fact.
Fun fact.
The only country America flies into that is still at war is South Korea.
They're not really at war.
They are
Technically,
they're
yes.
technically still at war.
A Cold
They're-
War.
They're still at war. As far as the country's concerned, they're still at war.
Right.
So it's the only country we fly into. Yeah. Because we make it a fact not to find it.
5 more years.
Well, we make it a fact not to find the countries that
Well,
are at war.
One more. Next year. Next year you're gonna have Cuba.
We have it this year. Thank you.
I don't know yet.
Are they still at war with somebody?
No, we just lifted the embargo like 3 weeks ago.
Americans been doing
I'm talking within a year, you're gonna have tourists.
Yeah.
Not.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
like,
think that's actually already happening.
tourism. No, there's no tourism there.
Yeah.
You're gonna
There's
have,
still-
you're gonna have
I
business class. You're gonna have business class in Havana, starting real fucking soon. If not already.
I want to say it's already happened. Out of Miami, of course. Where else?
Exactly.
Stop that. I don't like that.
Oh yeah. Bye.
You know who doesn't